A sharp-suited guy stood out in the middle of nowhere, panicking and asking himself how he'd even survive if you weren't stuck on Earth and got ripped into a whole other world. When he met a girl who looked like she'd stepped straight out of an RPG, his head instantly filled with big, unstoppable ideas. When reality slammed back in, he realized his heart and body were crumbling just because his entire life had been nothing but work. He couldn't save a single thing. And the terrifying part was, he had no clue why he was still breathing at all. He stood there, waiting for the train, his mind racing with everything that just happened. He hadn't even bothered to catch many Animal episodes lately, even though that whole parallel universe craze was still blowing up everywhere. If he slipped into a parallel universe, he might finally become an adventurer, or even the hero everyone's been waiting for. But he couldn't pull that off. He was so done with grinding, craving a little fun and hoping luck would finally show up for once. That's when he jolted awake, still stuck at the train station, wide-eyed and confused, and he realized the last train was already pulling away. Luckily, those doors still hadn't shut, and the second he stepped on, he realized he'd almost missed the whole thing. He showed up expecting nothing, and then a girl he'd never seen before greeted him. Honestly, it's a little sweet. Meeting him felt like a real pleasure, and the boy blurted out, "Who are you?" And she answered, calm as thunder, "I'm a goddess." With a wicked smile, she told him that from that moment on, he'd be trapped in a parallel universe. Exhaustion hit him hard, and he blurted, "Is this some kind of prank?" But the girl snapped, "Wait." And right then Summer, ignoring her explanation, she admitted the boy was gone for good, and that now he'd be shipped off to another world to begin a brand new life. She showed up to hand over something that could decide whether he lived or died here, because he already had the skill for it. The boy just couldn't stop spinning on one question. Did he really die, or not? As the girl kept talking, she demanded he choose which skill to steal from all that wisdom, because it would help him for real. Then he had to sit there and process the wild truth. He was dead, and he was actually headed to that parallel universe he swore didn't exist. He could pick any skill he wanted, and somehow that still made everything harder. Sure, getting a power from some filthy insect sounded disgusting, so maybe he should go for combat. But that wasn't the real answer he was after. He wanted a life that hit harder, so he snatched his card, shoved it into the girl's hands, and right after that, everything kicked off fast. Warned him there were way better options out there, but he'd already made up his mind, so that's it. There was nothing left to argue about. The woman shot him a warning she'd haul him straight to the first city, so he better stay sharp and careful. He finally made it. Then a towering, terrifying giant sentry monster lunged in to greet him. The moment he felt its presence, he bolted like his life depended on it. That definitely wasn't a city. He bolted his way through it and screamed for the goddess who'd spoken to him just minutes ago. If this was, that new life lasted about as long as a spark. Then trouble hit, and someone yelled for the boy to duck, while fighting like hell to save him from that horrible monster. The tiny swordsman lit up that he'd made it just in time to back the boy up. Then the kid just stared, thinking, who the heck is that cocky dude? So he decided to thank him for the help, but the hero only cared about one thing: keeping the protagonists safe. He stepped forward, flashed a name Hayato, and called our boy a wanderer, and that label immediately grabbed his attention. He told me he'd been reborn in that world. Right in the middle of it, a girl burst in and snapped at Hayato, who was that stranger. He popped up right then and introduced himself as Itsuki, and the moment he arrived, a bunch of curious girls gawked at him, because the harem waiting in front of him left the boy absolutely stunned. Hayato stood there for a minute. Then the crowd finally cleared the way and greeted the protagonist the right way. He couldn't stop staring, blown away by everything he could pull off with those girls, and he could barely hold himself back. He was dying to crash down, enjoy his harem, and let someone feed him. Instead, he was trapped inside the cart, and the girls leaned in, telling him they were already seconds from the city. Hayato's heart sank with nostalgia when he saw a wanderer from the parallel universe, and one of the girls shot, "Was the Japan you meant your real home?" Switching gears, the hero leaned in and asked if, when he met the goddess, he'd unlocked a one-of-a-kind skill. And when he said, yeah, he couldn't help but grin, because he knew she'd be blown away by what he'd uncovered. Then he called in that friendship like it was his trump card. He snatched that coin into his hands, and the whole crowd immediately got painfully uncomfortable. But for our boy, that was insanely exciting. Every single day, he'd collect the same set payout based on his level, and he didn't have to work at all. With just one coin in his pocket, that skill didn't look impressive. But Hato still fired the question, what happens next? The protagonist had no clue, because his skills boiled down to nothing more than an allowance, alchemy, and agriculture. So yeah, it was safer to steer clear of nasty stuff and weird magical creatures. So Hayato basically pushed that he should start guild. And if combat wasn't his thing, he could still hone his skills in alchemy, because the city was already right there, waiting just ahead. And our boy's about to dive straight into his day, ready to see what's next. Destiny finally snapped into place. He had truly arrived in a whole parallel universe. For now, he's got to stop staring at the universe and start hunting a guild. While he strolled, he couldn't stop himself from stealing glances at the beautiful women all around him, and he was ready to throw every skill he'd earned into living a life surrounded by women like that, no rush at all. He cared way more about kicking back and living life in full chill mode than his real life. Then, just like that, he would be handed a whole new life. Hit pause. He decided to swing by a skewers bar first and stuff himself with something hot and juicy. While everything else simmered, he decided the smarter move was to grab the map Hayata had handed him and stare it down. It pointed straight to the Alchemy Guild, and he couldn't stop wondering what secrets were waiting for him inside. Right then, someone yanked him from behind, and the boy was left staring around, totally lost and stunned. She looked like a little girl, but she didn't utter a single word. The young man crouched right there, asking what was wrong and whether she'd gotten turned around, then jumped when her stomach growled and offered her a skewer, like, "Are you hungry?" until he finally spotted a metal collar strapped to the little girl was wearing. And it didn't take long before a young man, then, right on cue, the old man snapped at the protagonist, chewing him out for feeding someone else's slave without permission. But that girl looked way too young to be trapped as someone's slave. Then the mustache man popped up and called himself Yasis, a slave trader, basically hinting the protagonist should buy her thing. That world was straight up insane. He suddenly screamed, and Yasis snapped into alert the moment a giant caterpillar rolled in. A girl he told her to hurry as he packed up and said goodbye. At last, he stormed up to the Alchemy Guild. He replayed the hero's warning in his head, get the guild card done first. No exceptions. He swung the door open and stared, stunned, at the empty hall. And he begged for permission just to see if anyone would answer. Then he finally heard someone tell him to shut his mouth and stop screaming. An old lady swore she could hear every single word of his crystal clear, and that she wasn't. Death stared them down, and then she snapped. "So, what are you doing here?" He got himself caught in the most humiliating mess imaginable. Itsuki introduced himself and said, "Hayato told me about this place. I'm here to sign up with the guild." And when that familiar name hit, the woman smiled and told him not to stress about bringing an introduction letter. She'd even heard his name, this fresh-faced wanderer who was already clashing with the aristocrats and stirring real trouble. She thrust a paper into the young man's hands and seized his hand the instant he grabbed it. It sparks a chain reaction, flames roar to life. It all felt so natural for her to say, "That's his guild card, he's got to take care of it," was celebrating his new life in that fantasy world, when the lady suddenly snapped, "Don't forget, you've got a registration fee to pay." He agreed to it, but he pushed for one thing. He wanted her to teach him. So the lady finally smiled and said her name was Bala Rindwish. Then he swallowed his pride, apologized for losing his patience, and begged again for her to teach him a few alchemy tricks. Only Bala Rick threw it out there that those weren't real apologies, and she absolutely hated running into people who flipped their minds. Too fast to keep up. But the more I watched his moves, the clearer it got this guy had real talent for alchemy. So now, it was time to see what he could really pull off. She sifted the materials aside, then leaned in and told him to start right there, craft a basic potion with his own hands. He was already grinding herbs. But the woman snapped that she'd told him to start with the basics, and he couldn't figure out why she'd make him do it when he had skills. Bella Rainrix then told him, "Yes, you can use magic to brew the potion, but it'll come out weak and might even make you feel." The more he knew, the better everything turned out, and that tiny detail could decide whether the skill even worked. So she thrust a small bottle into the young man's hands. He leaned in and started breaking down alchemy's core tricks: disassembly, synthesis, and deconstruction. If he couldn't grasp those concepts, he'd be locked out of everything, no exceptions. But he didn't have to sweat remembering, because his body would handle it just fine. And to kick things off, deconstruction was the very first step. So this young man dove straight in, while Bella Rainrich piled a whole mountain of ores in front of him to break down. They wasted a big chunk of time stumbling through trial and error. Then the woman, the human, threw their whole heart into training the young man the absolute best way they could. He hit a breaking point, and every last ounce of strength finally gave out, forcing him to stop. But the woman leaned in and told him he'd brewed some seriously awesome potions during that time. That's when a girl named Rita burst back in and announced her return. Then Bella Rainrich grabbed him and demanded he do something for that kid, because he'd run out of fuel. Snack time had arrived, and the queen nearly gasped at how violently fast the young man was devouring his food. Rita slid him a cup of tea and thanked her right back, and the lady snaps, "Hey, listen." While she munches her snack and then drops the real bomb, she sees real potential in the boy, and she demands that he work there. This makes the MC's face twist into an ugly, painful expression, but she shrugs it off and tells him, "Relax, I'll lend you my bed. You can sleep for now." She'd also make sure the young man's lodging stayed paid for, because tomorrow she'd rush to the Adventurers Guild to sell the potions he brewed and personally lock in their quality. She realized this low-level product was solid and always flying off the shelves, so she leaned in and asked the young man straight up if he needed money, and he confirms it. Then the very next day, a guy shows up begging for help after getting robbed, and suddenly everyone in the area can't look away. A lunatic with a knife screamed at everyone to clear out, daring the whole crowd like he wasn't scared of a single soul. He called them fools, but the girl standing right there didn't flinch a single bit. She snaps one of her weapons right in front of the thief's foot and trips him hard. He burst into curse after curse, unable to hold it in. She refuses to back down, and her friend jumps in, immobilizing the young man, while the girl showers her with a compliment. When they spot the young man crumpled on the ground, one of them blurts, "Did you go too far?" But the truth hits them fast. He's still breathing. The whole town gasped that two girls pulled it off completely on their own. Yet Ina just strolled back and handed everything to the woman, who immediately thanked her for the help. Ripping away from the chaos, the protagonist cornered Bella Rainrich and demanded to know what the heck had happened. But the woman snaps at him to head straight to the guild and leave it alone. When he finally showed up, he froze. He realized he was already handling business, even though he never thought he'd end up doing that the moment he reached this world. Our boy was out cold in deep sleep when Bella Rainrich leaned toward Hayato and snapped that the moon looked ugly as sin. And that hit him like a memory, dragging him back to the night he arrived in this world. She cuts the small talk and fires off the real question: what the boy actually needs. He thrusts a bag into the lady's hands and tells her it's meant for the MC. He wanted to lend him a hand because he seemed like such a good guy, which makes what comes next hit even harder. The very next day, the moment the protagonist got that gift, pure joy hit him, because at last he had a real place to store his potions. Then he burst into the guild, ready to dive straight into business, until he finally clocked it. The inside felt more like a bar than anything else. Then two pretty intimidating guys whip around and stare the protagonist down. He tries to keep his cool, but it's hanging by a thread. That place felt awful, and still he forced himself to keep his eyes forward, because he had to stop staring at people. Though the whole vibe just rubbed him the wrong way. Everyone guessed he worked for the pharmaceutical guild the second they saw the bag he was hauling. That's when he finally tracked down a clerk who didn't just tolerate him. He treated him like a friend. She stared him in the face and asked, "Do you need anything?" Still unsure, The boy finally blurts it out, confessing he's got potions ready to sell, and he's determined to snatch up as much as he possibly can with every last bit of what he's got. They couldn't stop staring at Itsuki, grilling him like, "So you're here to sell those crazy expensive potions?" And the vibe just kept getting worse by the second. But he shoved everything else aside and stared at the girl, listening as she warned that those potions were trash. Then Boom, an adventurer, burst in and shouted for Miss Fururus. He had to find out if there was a mission that day and if he could sign up. The second she got distracted, she slammed Itsuki's head onto the table like a warning. He smashed his potions to pieces and tore his hope apart, leaving him desperate. Someone snapped, "You're a fool," and told him they didn't want him selling his potions there. He was completely lost, because all those materials he fought so hard to build were his pride and his proof pure labor, pure results. He still remembered Bella Reinrich praising a few of them, crystal clear. Even the bald guy got rattled, so he taunted him. "So what's the plan? Are you going to run to your mom or your wife and cry?" "What?" He made the other guys lose it, laughing. Then the boy's anger flared, and the adventurer stepped up to challenge him. Terrified, Ferris begged them to hold on and not start a fight in there. But the bald guy already yanked out his sword and started egging the other one on to battle. The MC had no clue what was wrong with that bald-headed guy or why he wrecked his potions, but one thing was certain. He was stepping into that fight to stop him for good. Right before that could happen, Ina burst in and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. In the heavy hush, she fired the question at him again. The guys there acted like the girl could strike at any second, and the protagonist just couldn't figure out what was going on. Luck showed up with her friend and demanded the boy take his hand off. Only then did the MC finally realize just how much pain he'd been feeling after he struck Ina's weapon. They slapped their names on the table and told him straight up they were from the right side. A red frontar guy had zero clue what it meant, even though he'd stared at those gorgeous girls the day before. Ina was drop-dead gorgeous. No contest then? The boy jumps right back into it with the bald man insisting he's not part of the pharmaceutical guild at all, but the alchemy guild, leaving him totally baffled. And he even tries to argue with what's in the bag. But the MC shuts him down by pulling out his guild card to prove it, which leaves the bald man reeling in shock. Ina steps up fast, starts firing off apologies, insisting it was just a misunderstanding and that they never meant to cause a single problem for the Alchemy Guild. The boy snaps back that the whole misunderstanding is nonsense and that every bit of blame falls on the hero standing right there, since he charged in and started smacking others without checking the facts first. Then Sword cuts in mid-sentence, asking if that's really how he plans to thank his friend's help. So who's about to get reprimanded? He lets her step in and offers to pay back for the ruined potions right in the guild's name. With those puppy dog eyes, she begs him to forgive her, like he's the only thing standing between her and heartbreak. Right then, Bella Renrick bursts onto the scene out of nowhere, shocking every hero like they've seen her 100 times, but never expected her to show up now. But the woman brushes off their talk, snaps that they wrecked her product, and refuses to let it slide with some weak apology, while even Itsaki can't quite figure out how to respond to her showing up. Bella Reinrich demanded they ring the guildmaster right away, so he could hear what everyone else had to say afterward. The boy blurts out an apology for destroying the potions, but the lady snaps back. "Don't you dare blame yourself, this isn't on you. It's the guild's people who did this." And yet turns out it was them who should have been trembling in fear, not the protagonist. With that responsible party standing right there, the crown doesn't just talk it, warns that the Alchemy Guild won't lift a finger anymore, striking a deal with them and walking away, leaving the whole crowd fuming. And then it escalated even more. That attached man still insists that if it really went down like that, they'd be forced to buy those brutally expensive potions from the Pharmaceutical Guild, while the bald guy snaps that he should have checked the boy's identity first, then blurts out an apology, and even Ferris, who had nothing to do with any of it, can't stop apologizing either. I chime in too, but honestly, mine hits harder. Ella Reinrich jolts awake and blurts out that she messed up her students' work. He poured his soul into then demands to know what he's going to do about it. The guildmaster already felt sick to his stomach When the lady dropped a bombshell, she had a letter of introduction from Hayato, and she was certain everyone would instantly know exactly what that meant. The guys were left staring in disbelief, because this was about Hayato, the legendary dragon slayer. The protagonist couldn't believe it either. He'd never once guessed Hayato Hamayo would be a big celebrity in this world. So the guildmaster immediately orders the adventurers who caused the mess to get expelled, and promises to fork over 1 million for the potions. But Bella Reinrich couldn't believe what she just heard, because the number he threw out was so tiny, it had to be a slip-up, right? Sorty leaps into the debate and blasts. Why should we cough up that insane amount of money? And even Itsuki can't deny it's way too much. But the crown shuts the girl down and reminds her she's the student, because Hayato would always back her. She's already sick of it, but the boy snaps back, trying to stop her and insisting it's all been settled already. Everybody begged her to hear out her student, but the woman didn't care anymore. Her interest had vanished. Ina jumps into the conversation, tells them to hold up, and reveals she gets exactly why that huge bill is being slapped on. So the old woman expects the girl right in front of her to fork it over. While Ina's friend scrambles to argue back, right before she can move, the redhead blurts out that she's going to be turned into a slave. To grab the money, he pulled off something so wild it left everyone in shock. So she blurts it out, and her friend, along with the adventurers, demands to know what she really meant. And even the MC couldn't figure out why it happened at all. Aina demands she cool off, and Bella Reinrich jumps in, grilling her about the proposal. Our boy snapped, asking what she meant, and the adventurers rushed in to defend her, insisting she shouldn't carry that weight, because the blame was on them. But when they pressed him on whether he could do it better, the bald man had nothing left to say, just silence. And one of the hero's sharp warnings hit hard. If Ina truly became a slave, the guild's reputation would crash. But the girl shot it down. People needed them, and that plan would never fly, so Ferris stepped in, insisting it was a terrible idea. To her, every part of it felt wrong, and she refused to let her end up as someone's slave. But her friend leans in and plants a quick kiss on her, whispering, "It's gonna be okay." In the chaos, the MC rushes to his new master and snaps that everything's messed up, and the crown fires back that the girl is painfully naive. Right in the chaos, Lux snaps and yells that she won't take it, but she was yanking her best friend's focus back to it. Neko insisted some of the potions were wrecked, and that still didn't mean her friend had to surrender to any of it. But fate had already sealed it, while the blonde fretted over how her adventure would go. Aina snapped back that she was a warrior, and warriors knew how to handle themselves. But then she hit the real question. If the adventurers vanished, who would step up and protect the people? And that's why she kept begging for forgiveness for the key. Bella Reinrich warned her it was a terrible idea. But the lady was already locked in, refusing to help anyway, while the redhead choked up and begged, nearly crying. The boy had no clue why everything felt this brutally hard. He showed up looking for an easy, fun life then. Everything went bad, but the moment he arrived, all he found was a mess to untangle. He had no idea what to do with the woman standing right in front of him. So he threw his decision down and refused. She stood there utterly confused, and it hit the protagonist like a full-on migraine. He admits he never believed enslaving someone would actually help him in that situation. And now, thanks to the redhead, he was finally safe, so he couldn't turn his savior into a slave. Bella Reinrich watched every word like it mattered. The boy keeps talking. He insists Hayato might have dragged him to the alchemy guild, but that doesn't change a thing. He kept brewing his potions, swearing everything was fine. Yet the girl still wore a worried look long after all that talk. But the second she starts to quit, the boy cuts in and insists everything is perfectly fine. The redhead declares she trusts her warrior strength and could be a valuable ally to him. But the boy snaps back that he won't let someone as stunning as her end up as a slave. That compliment blindsided her, and it set Lux's blood boiling with rage. Bella Reinrich fixated on the idea of using a red-haired girl as a slave, even while the apprentice chewed her out. Then she boldly pushes the plan and suggests putting her to work. So, if he truly wanted to stay, plant roots, and grow, he'd need extra hands right away. He fights the idea, but that crown sees his heart and chooses him for kindness. So, she steps up, promises she'll wait for the redhead tomorrow, and swears she's going to find out what that girl is really capable of. Then he barks for everyone to go straight up, abandoning the adventurers right there. Right before bed, the boy felt completely wiped out, like he'd been crushed by the hardest day of his life. And he couldn't even tell if he'd be able to survive living there. But no matter what happened now, it was time to crash and fall asleep. When he finally jolted awake, a mouth-watering scent hit his nose, and his arm was tingling and numb. Then he clocked the dog curled up right there. It was someone who absolutely wasn't there when he hit the bed, and that person was Ina. A deep sleep grips him. Then he bolts upright, startled out of nowhere, and blurts, "What were you doing?" She shoots back that Balaranak already explained it, that this is exactly what slaves are made to do, which left our boy seething at the crown. And then, still with manners, he asked her to change, vowing not to peek, because one wrong look could land him in a world of trouble. But when he asks, the redhead can't help wondering if she messed up somehow. But that's not the truth, wasn't the full answer, so the girl keeps pushing for her forgiveness, begging him to believe she tried hard enough, no matter what he thinks. That's when Luck barged in, chanting the girl's name, and it shocks everyone. Because the key is even bigger than they thought. She's frozen by the door, dazed and breathless, standing there for a few long minutes, just a few heartbeats before he brutally kicked the protagonist in the face as punishment. He slams him back onto the bed and demands to know why that cat went and pulled that stunt. And she snaps at him, swearing she'll rescue her friend from him, even though it's all just a misunderstanding. Aina tried to calm them down, but the second it started, their argument already exploded. Meanwhile, Rita and Bella Reinrich sat with tea, soaking in how sweet it felt to be young, while the sounds from above drummed through the walls. Once the confusion finally cleared, the boy grabbed them and took them to eat, telling them that after this meal they'd march straight to a slave trader. And Ina blurts out that she had to do it. She needed to figure out what her worth as merchandise really was, then pleads with her master to take care of her. The moment she finishes her sentence, he blurts out, "That sounded really bad." And she starts tossing out backup titles for Master to Love, Dear, Sovereign-like, pick one. And you're left thinking, it's a little early, but she still calls him My Precious. And that somehow leaves him freaking out, because Ina tries to defend it by saying her race has a rule that they're supposed to call their husband My Precious after the very first night. And just when it seems like fate should go along for the ride, luck steps in. First like, nah, this isn't necessary, because in no time, she'd snatch her freedom back, yet that blonde's possessiveness still hit like a shock. Aina blurts out that she can't do it. If she did, her forgiveness wouldn't land the way it's meant to. But it didn't feel like a real problem, because the Alchemy Guild was desperate for cash. The redhead shrugs and says she's okay with how she thinks, but she's not budging no way. And the MC can't wrap his head around why that warrior is so stubborn. And just like that, Luck finally broke his way, because she pushed the idea like, if that's the case, then you're coming with me. And he couldn't refuse. So that monster couldn't get its filthy paws on his friend. The MC slows his steps mid-walk, checking if Anna still wants to hit the merchant, and she nods, confirming she's in. Hearing someone call him my lord felt wildly strange, and it made him wince for that poor girl, because she really didn't do anything wrong. But he still couldn't figure out what she was trying to do. Then, sometime later, at the Adventurers Guild, the whole crew huddled up for a big meeting. Ferris snaps their attention, demanding to know what they're doing, because they've been dragging themselves since morning with the whole world hanging over their heads. All the guys start gossiping about Ina, and their faces look like they're begging for a collar. But the girl snaps that moping there all day won't fix a thing. Ina handed them that place, so now they've got to come up with something to do for. She was right, and from that moment on, they clenched their teeth and worked their tails off to honor their partner. Outside, Bella Renrick gets yanked into the moment some little guy shouts her name from off-screen. He asks, "How's business going?" And the other guy grins and says it's running great. He couldn't wait to get the scoop on the Crown's newest apprentice, He grilled everyone on whether he was truly good, and honestly, the idea of a fresh face joining in felt awesome. Meanwhile, the boy finally barreled up to the merchant's house. Truth is, it wasn't just any house. It was a mansion. The moment he saw it, he figured it must have been a noble's then. He slammed into a whole different truth. It was a people's seller's place. He burst in and demanded permission to enter. A stunning girl threw the door open and practically lured him inside, inviting him in with a warm smile, shot back to him, apologizing for the delay. She's sure Ballerinarik sent them there, so she grabs him and demands he come with her. Sinking into the hall's plush silence, Itsuki couldn't stop staring at all the luxury around him. Then the merchant finally showed up, telling them he'd heard about the boy from his mistress. He leaned in and demanded they make him feel right at home in the company. The boy hadn't wiped those features and comments from his mind, not even a little, and now it was Yasis's turn to introduce herself properly, right to his face. Her servant slides in with tea, and the boy blurts his thanks, couldn't take his eyes off the girl's amazing presence. After all, Aina was downright pretty, and watching her like that felt like pure torture. Then Yasis grabs the customer's attention like lightning. He asks if he liked the girl serving him, and the question throws him into pure embarrassment. Then he quickly tells him not to worry, because he's not even there for something like that. Even so, the man digs his heels in claiming the servant's name was Wendy and swearing she's a brand new creation from his company. It was wild to see a woman that gorgeous get treated like a slave. Luck couldn't ignore the way the boy kept staring at the girl. Then he snapped. "I'll be back." He slammed out the list, demanding everyone hurry up, which snaps Yosei out of her trance and drives her straight to the real point. She had to figure out how those two fairest slaves would truly hold up. Two people with bright red faces sat there, looking perfectly fine, while it made her feel weird that people were talking about her that way. The merchant keeps going, saying Ballerinarik already laid out the details, and the payment is so massive it can't possibly be for just one slave. He leans in, and then he says, "And get this, if she had to serve on her own, it'd be brutally hard, and that blonde could ease the load by becoming a slave too. And yeah, she'd do it." He tells her, it's okay, and reassures her with the truth that they've always been together, so she's never alone. That's why she steps up and offers herself as a slave just like that. Hearing that, Wendy snaps, "Come on, both of you. Follow me," while Yassi decides to spill more details about the male slaves to our boys, who leaned in like he had to hear it, because he really didn't have a choice. First of all, some people called them workers, but it was really dead slaves bought and sold to keep the economy running, and criminals yanked into it like they had no choice. And then there were these special slaves too, people trapped in bondage for royal reasons, or whatever excuse the court cooked up. While starting the assessment in the different room, Wendy checks that the two adventurers can fight, then leans in and asks if they know anything about domestic service. Both of them deny it, but now the moment had come to check everything else. They had to show a little more of how they fought no armor, hiding the truth. Still mortified, the two follow the evaluator's request, then they shoot back. Was that good? And good thing it was enough, because now it was time to dive in and double-check the measurements. She grabs one of the girls by the shoulder, yanks her around, and demands answers to check if her buttons were working just right. The girl's face flushes with embarrassment, and Wendy is. She breaks it down. There were all kinds of slaves, but if her master demanded it, she'd have to obey. Because if she could truly please the master himself, that would jack up her value fast. Turns out, she still hadn't really mastered games yet. And Ina confirms, yeah, that's exactly how it was. Fate practically shoves them forward like, wrap it up, stop soon. Wendy hit her with that cold, they're probably not worth a dime at this stage. And suddenly, the hatred in her snapped into full, trembling fury. Still in the living room, Yassis snapped that this was all for slave contracts. Then the girl bolted back in, breathless, apologizing for the delay. And she said she'd finished the evaluation, thanked the patience, and then the whole moment turned awkward, because Kiyosuke couldn't stop wondering why they both looked so grim. But Ina just begged him to let it go. Go on, and Luck got even more aggressive, slapping a few rough pats on the boy's back to make him quit struggling and end it. Ina tore through every result she had, analyzing each one like it could expose the truth. Anna could jump into battle and still keep up with the protagonist's adventures, while her friend was stuck only doing one thing, fighting. They were dead last in that category too. And somehow, that was the only more they got. Anna's stats looked totally normal, but the merchant kept staring like, wait, why can't she play with the master? And Wendy stepped in, ready to spill the whole explanation. She flat out told her that the girl was half human and still too young to mature, so she wasn't allowed to join certain games. Then the poor kid snapped back that it had nothing to do with them, and the stress just skyrocketed. Wendy pressed on, spilling that it wasn't just business anymore. She kept inspecting her hidden buttons like she knew exactly what they were for, and that hit the blonde with brutal flashbacks, because the other slave had zero tact. As they talked, Itsuki realized the shocker. The girl wasn't a wolf hybrid at all. She was dog-blooded, so the final score landed like a punch Anita's worth, was 600,000. While luck was worth, now it was time to lock in that $400 deal everyone had, to step into the circle and grab hands tight, like they were about to lock in a team handshake. Now, Yassi was about to kick things off with the official protocols, snapping the deal shut between the three in a blink. The protagonist felt his hand scorch, and a tiny emblem of people flared to life in it. He stared at that mark on his hand and wondered, everything okay now? The Yasas told us this marking hit so hard because it was carved using one of her abilities. And get this, the contract she signed flat out banned the slaves from hurting their master, all to keep him safe. Then he shouted for luck, and it was. She's already locked in and ready to test it with a torch. Before she could land that hit, a brutal headache slammed into her head like a truck. Every time she tried to hurt her master, the same nightmare hit. And this time, on that very day, she couldn't pull it off at all. So yeah, Suki was already regretting everything, but he made sure the girl was okay, cracking jokes the whole time, telling her that if she ever resorted to violence, she'd be disciplined without mercy. Then even Ina couldn't help laughing at the whole exchange. Make the two of them notice right now, when you draw their focus. Quickly explained that they could just ignore her, because it looked like the two were having a blast only. They fought back, saying it was absolutely not a fun situation at all. Finally, once everything was settled, they could bolt out of that mansion. So the girls turned to them and asked, "So, what do we do now?" They were the first to bow and apologize to the Lord, because before anything else, they had to sprint to the guild and file that report. That same night, out in the suburbs, a girl snapped that Hayato still hadn't come back, but her friend grumbled that, since he was stuck being delayed and had to stay near the master, she couldn't touch any meat right then. But the girl snapped back fast. She wasn't eating meat until they hit the next city. She tore open the chest because she was convinced there had to be dried meat somewhere, and she planned to toss some into the soup, but those supplies were only for emergencies. Another person jumped in and demanded to know what was wrong, then told her not to toss meat into the soup because they wanted it for themselves too. Her colleague stared at her and demanded to know why she was showing up dressed like that. And the elf blurted out that she was taking a bath back there, while the girl scolded her for trying to pretend she could keep Hayato from catching her, even in the sweat. But the little one shrugged it off like it was all made up, totally baffled why her race cared so much about it. So, if you're here, hit that subscribe button for us. She never realized the boy still hadn't come back until the first girl grabbed her phone and decided to call Craig. Chris, before she left, her friend grabbed her attention and warned her to take a bath too, because she was absolutely reeking, as Chris just kept thinking about the meat she was dying to get into her hands. But deep in the forest, Hayato got lost in his own thoughts, spiraling in silence. Another girl threw a cloak over him and snapped, "Stop, you'll catch a cold out there in this chill." Chris took care of her master like he was her whole world, and he finally thanked her though for her. It wasn't even a big deal. Staring up at the sky, he couldn't stop wondering how the protagonist was holding up in this brand new world, and from the looks of it, he was crushing it, downing his last drink at the Guild of All Adventures. The heroes treated him like an old friend now, urging him to have fun because the second it was time to go, he had to leave. They seized the moment to apologize for every past mistake, and thanks to Ina, they finally made it here. So this was the least they could do, right now. The bald man pushed forward and said if the boy couldn't forgive them, he'd be totally embarrassed yet. Itsuki was already used to this kind of drama. That snapped them into remembering he was just a wanderer. But still, every one of them hoped the young man would carve out a bright, prosperous future. But somehow, we couldn't. And thank fate, we didn't have to. After all, it was all their fault that they ended up like this, and he had to say something. Because once his argument hit, his protection vanished. The antagonist suddenly felt uneasy right after he managed to smooth things over with the bald man. His friend laughed and said she was completely wasted and needed to shut up, talking still. The girl couldn't hold back, teasing that from this point on, they'd be the coward's toys, forced to do things she knew she'd never agree to. He seized the moment to say he didn't even like tiny buttons like the one she had, then watched her face light up with offense. She didn't care a bit what he thought, because now they were her slaves. She was sick of that kind of relationship. So she shut her mouth and swore she'd stay silent from that day on. The heroes shouted for him again, and he and the men hurried off, leaving the girl stuck alone behind the counter. She got warned. Sorte told her friend not to fall for that trick. Boy, she just couldn't wrap her head around how her colleague made everything look so easy. She kept her eyes on her new master as he went toe-to-toe with that bald man. And yeah, maybe she really was. The protagonist went totally off the rails with excitement, cheering like he'd just uncovered the most incredible world ever. That's when one of the adventurers snapped, "Are you sure you can even afford that party?" And he just smirked, because he had one killer trick up his sleeve. He could summon his allowance on command, and he clutched that coin in his hand, even if it was only one. Some of them still insisted it wasn't a question at all, proving he had the real skill, while the other heroes started panicking, wondering if they even had enough money to cover the entire party. As night fell, it unleashed a creeping darkness that didn't let go. So the guys take their time, until one by one they start dropping off to sleep right there. That night, he ran into a whole crowd from that other world, and then he couldn't believe it. This second life left him stunned. A life like that, packed with fun, calm, and way brighter than the one he started with. It hit him like a punch. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The moment he truly died, he was dumped into a whole new world. The next day, he stomped into the Adventurers Guild, already shouting that he was with the Alchemy Guild, and then he froze when he saw the guys there, all just downing drinks while giving advice. The bald man leaned in and said they weren't stalling at all, they were waiting for a real mission, because the girls from the Red Front already grabbed the best jobs. And yeah, Sorta and them were the deadliest fighters in their crew, and chained as slaves, they helped our boys scavenge alchemy ingredients. Meanwhile, Itsuki dived into potion making and crafting accessories that he could proudly wear. Medium level, and his stats shot upward fast, while his progress kept rolling like clockwork. Because he didn't have to rush in this world, he could finally slow down and work with a calm head. The next morning, right when he started to wake up, he slammed down the key and decided to call up that friendship right now. No hesitation. He pocketed the coin, but this time, the prize hit different. Now, the coin gleamed gold, not the silver he had before, and the moment it hit his hands, he knew exactly what he'd spend it on, having a blast. When he finally got there, he swore this would be his quiet escape. Then life dumped a mountain of problems and non-stop work on him. And for a huge chunk of his time, he was stuck alone with Balarineric in the alchemy room. He still knew next to nothing about this city or the services it had, but his heart raced because he couldn't wait to see how he could get a fun time with the girl. Before he could get there, he had to make one quick stop and grab a snack, and that's when it hit him. He only knew two places in this town, the inn and the Adventurers Guild. Living without a map was a total disaster, because it kept him from finding the cool places he'd love to go. And right as he muttered his thoughts out loud, a familiar presence suddenly caught him by surprise. The slave trader he'd met the day before showed up, and right beside him, Wendy popped back in, introducing herself again and lighting up the boy's world with her stunning smile. Spotting that Isekai'D was all alone, Yassi sprinted over and called out to start a chat as they walked. The moment he heard the guy was just roaming the city, desperate for a good time, he immediately handed over his own slave and made him the guide. We just left our boy standing there, completely rattled and confused. But Yasus snapped that the newbie just didn't get the rules of this new place yet, so he could hit rough patches. Then he sighed and said, "So, I'm sorry." Wendy should help him shake off his thoughts for a moment. Then she noticed the boy still kept stalling, and the slave demanded to know if he was really unhappy. Her presence. But it wasn't the whole story, because when she swore it wasn't true, she still hurried over to join that boy. For now, he was hunting for new clothes, and he knew this girl could guide him perfectly. She understood the local customs inside and out, but she basically latched onto everything the boy suggested, jumping at the ideas even when she picked an outfit that felt way too cookie-cutter. Still inside the store, the girl asked to check out more stuff, until the attendant's voice snapped her focus and pulled her in. Now that I think about it, Itsuki's shopping trip with the girl was totally unprecedented-like. The first time it had ever happened, Wendy didn't even wait. She called him again in no time. She begged him to check out the outfit she just tried on. And with all that insistence, the girl looked so stunning, it left him completely speechless. Wendy froze so hard, she had to shout his name again just to get him to talk. Then it hit her. Of course, she'd pick that outfit for his new partner, even though he'd hesitated, because right before that, they dragged themselves to the store to hunt clothes for the protagonist. But none of it bothered him. Not when he scored the items at an insane discount. Flushed with embarrassment, the girl thanked him, making it crystal clear she'd take amazing care of every gift. It's like the key started getting way too attached to that girl. And honestly, that felt like a terrible idea. She cut right through the moment, smiling that it was her turn now, and swore she'd wipe out his fatigue the exact way Yasus had promised. Then she grabbed the boy's hand and steered him forward. He started at a cozy little restaurant first, and it left him so satisfied he just had to say the. They even snagged the moment to kick back and enjoy a banjo performance right in the heart of the city, and he couldn't believe it. Those alternate worlds were absolutely mind-blowing. Just when their fun was hitting full speed, some random guy crashed the moment, and the second he saw the girl with another guy, disappointment hit him like a punch, and Suki asked straight up if the two were seeing each other. But the man erupted into a shout demanding answers about it. Suki's identity? He whipped it out fast and told them she was just rattled. Nothing more, yet the loudmouth still wasn't buying it, and shoved him to take his slave back, since he'd somehow got his hands on her. Hearing that, Wendy clung even tighter to the protagonist, and Itsuki snapped at him, furious that he scared his companion. Even so, the idiot kept screaming that Wendy had no business with a creep like him and demanded he let go, while his yelling barely even fazed the protagonist, who instead leaned in and asked his companion who that guy really was. And she told him, "He's the son of a big shot who runs things in this city." In the city, that brat kept losing his mind, shouting that he was socking away money to buy the girl for 120 million. The price they demanded was way beyond what Itsuki ever thought a slave could command, so the spoiled brat snapped, insisting they call Yasus and shut down the whole act. But our boy didn't care at all. He was locked in, ready to protect that girl no matter what it took, pushing that spoiled rich kid even closer to total rage. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Ona and Sort kicked back and argued that today's hunt felt totally underwhelming. But Sorte didn't care at all. Everything they'd managed to grab would go straight to their new master. Her only friend just reminded her, "Yeah, it's in the contract. If they never hauled in the materials, the new lord couldn't do a thing," and the little one thought that was insane, because she refused to become his slave forever. And right in the middle of the city, the boy loudly bragged that he was the new owner of Wenja, totally ignoring the fact it wasn't really his. The girl's hands shook from the shock of this sudden showdown, and she barely held back her tears, leaving Itsuki in a cold sweat. He couldn't shake the fear that, in holding her, he might have accidentally hurt her. Even in that chaos, Loudmouth couldn't shut up. He kept demanding everyone let go of his wench. He could have bragged that he was some big shot around here, but none of it mattered to the protagonist. and his challenge totally blindsided the boy because it hit him out of nowhere, like it mattered. I wanted to try that sort of thing with him, but he was already way too used to babysitting idiots from the job he'd quit before. The tension between them crackled so hard you could almost hear it, and the rich kid's only move was to snap back that he'd never forgive him for that insolence. He refused to hand Indy over to some stranger like it was a prize. But Itsuki wasn't about to abandon his friend inside that guy's house either. Hands. And that's when the girl finally snapped into the moment. She asked straight out if our boy was really thinking about it. She showed up, and one look at her face made the protagonist's nerves spike. Right when those two guys started that ridiculous argument, Yassi cut in and instantly pinned all the chaos on Betrayal, like he'd already seen it coming. But he had no clue he was about to get tangled up in trouble with his precious client. Then, the moment he saw Betrayal shot his mustache comment in. Grinning, he said he'd arrived at the perfect time and demanded to know what was going on, since he'd already said he planned to buy Indy. But every word he said left Ya staring like, "Wait, did you really pull in all the money?" Which definitely wasn't what was going on. Same story with Itsuki. Did Errol demand answers? Why was Indy suddenly tagging along, and had he really been sold? The seller shoots back that it wasn't some big deal at all. It was only a guide he sent. Even if that was the end of it, and Morosino is left boiling with pure indignation, because deep down he knew exactly who his father was, and he understood what would happen if he dared to defy him. But Yassis didn't flinch. He pushed back hard, daring him with a blunt question. What happens if that happens? And the playboy stammered like his brain short-circuited, totally blindsided, not even knowing what to say. People will stare in disbelief, because that merchant is basically him, and he snaps coldly the very same way. Beryl refuses to lose claims he's getting that money, and he makes sure Suki doesn't even get close to his target slave. The stashed guy shrugs, like he doesn't care, and tosses out the idea that the two should go head-to-head for the group. A girl crashes the moment and blindsides the protagonist with the biggest twist, and it made the girl crystal clear she was the prize at the center of their battle, and nobody wanted to lose her. The Alchemy Guild, with Aina and Sorta in tow, raced back from their home. They go hunting, and the instant they're done, they ask what they needed it for. Then Aina steps up first and blurts out an apology for the whole inconvenience, but she had to find out if the Lord was there. So the woman nodded and pointed her to a room where he might be. Sort swings the door open and announces the arrival of the two with effortless grace, then adds a gorgeous kick that makes the whole room snap to attention. Bursting in and catching the guy hunched over his potions like the world was closing in on him as they pass over the materials, he fires back a proud congratulation for their hard work. Then something snaps the little one's attention. She points to the table and asks what those gorgeous things are, and she can't stop herself from fidgeting with every accessory as Aina grills her on why there are so many. Then the boy feels weird trying to explain what really happened. Sort screams that he's an idiot loud enough for the whole city to hear from the other side. Sortai storms into the city and nearly seals the deal for the two friends. Then he tries to scold him, demanding why he'd make such a reckless play by challenging him at all. Even the nobles would freeze at the sound of his name and his father's too, yet Itsuki had no clue he was dealing with someone truly terrifying. Now he'd really need help, and the blonde just decided he was even more of a coward after that, especially after she chewed him out for cursing at her master. But she snaps back, saying she's not stopping because he's an idiot who pulled off something painfully stupid. Aina bursts into the talk, telling her to shut it down. The master only did that to rescue a damsel. Even if the blonde insists he just wanted another girl with top-notch gaming skills to join the mix, she apologized again, the redhead snapping away any tension with her friend, and even teased that she planned to show the city to Itsuki soon. But it suddenly looked like that future might not happen after all. The little one cut in fast, blurting that wasn't what was actually going to happen. Itsuki tries to creep closer and start teasing Sorte until she's squirming in discomfort, but Ina slams the conversation back to the duel and makes it clear what's really going on. This contest is all about making money. According to Yui, He'd snagged a discount, but now the ending had to land at $80 million, while Riken was stuck finding a way to pull in $120 million. That was it. And yeah, why was he making all those accessories? Because he needed a whopping $70 million. When Sort finally clocked what she'd said, she blurted out, "Is it the very same $120 million that Slave was priced at?" Because her estimated value came out to just $4. She was convinced those dollars only went up because she had bigger buttons, and the next second, she shoved off and jumped onto the master, ready to tear into him. The boy blurted out that he needed them to go grab even more materials, something his slaves would have to obey, because if they didn't, things would turn ugly fast. Ina swears she'll escort the Lord in her free time, because weird rumors are flying around about that guy. And Suki promises him he'll stay right here for now, hawking potions at the guild, while the girl blurts out an apology for thinking it wasn't the right time for them. And still, somehow, everything stayed okay for the protagonist, like the world was gently proving he really was such a kind guy. Man, when it was time to go, Sorte couldn't hold back. He was bursting with excitement. Snag and chow down from way off in the distance at the slave sale. As he caught his reflection in her room, she still remembered snapping at Itsuki, telling him he didn't need to go into some competition in the first place, especially with someone this anxious. And that's when the kid flat out declared he'd go to any length to snatch the win. Right when Yassi slipped into her room to make sure she was all right, she just had to find out how was she really doing that day. And she doesn't sugarcoat it. She tells you she had zero reason to strike a deal like that. Yoses fires back an apology for his boldness, but that same apology might just open the door to massive fortunes for both sides. This time, Yasis is finally confident, and he leans in to demand that Wendy trust him. Even then, it looked like he was trying to hawk a paradox for a jaw-dropping price. Because he was a special slave, he could at least pick who owned him, but still, her seller treated her like a trophy in that game, like she was up for grabs, without her ever agreeing. Now they stood inches apart, and the girl's nerves kept spiraling higher and higher. He leaned in and asked, "Did you have fun today?" Wendy finally blurts out that she went all in. And man, that day felt amazing. Then her new master steps in and tells her she can chase that same thrill again. That stress hits hard, because if that was true, then why drag her into that dumb game where she had to rack up an insane amount of money in just 1 week? Yoses stays stone calm, staring at the protagonist like, "Wait, was this even possible for you?" But he was sure that client would never ever leave that slave behind. Yep, he was totally right, and this whole mess ended up being a win for both of them. What's the price? Itsaki was already drained at his desk, churning out one accessory after another. Bella Reinrich barges into his room and immediately demands to know if he's okay and whether he's planning to open a shop or what's going on. She demands he take a break, saying if he keeps overworking, everything's only going to spiral out of control, so she pulls him down at the table. The Crown says the girls already gave their summary, but they still can't stop there because they want the full story, every last detail. After hearing his side, the girl huffs that youth only ever earns people stupid trouble. But was she really that young? The woman shut him up fast because to her, he was still just a kid. She got more specific, shifted the talk, and dropped what the protagonist had come for something he really needed to say. He figured he'd hit the ceiling with what he could pull off through accessories, so he wanted to sell potions on his own. No guild help. The young man leans in, asks if he can do it too, then pauses when she shuts that idea down, and she starts pressing him on whether he really wants to dig into what kind of business data she's talking about. Our girl blurts, "Is it pig farming?" because it had totally matched the chubby guy. But she stops herself, because the older woman is still talking. Turns out that human pig wasn't some nobody at all. He was one of the pharmaceutical guild's managers, raking in cash by selling potions in the blue. In the blink of an eye, Link shuts every door, leaving our girl with absolutely no choice. There's absolutely nothing wrong with hunting for something bigger than potions to sell. She just had to be so much more than that. Smart, it's the key to everything. And he nearly forgot one tiny detail. he could talk to Hayato through the. He's holding the card when a call hits him out of nowhere, and right before he can ask what the girl needs, he suddenly catches movement behind the hero and demands to know if everything's all right. Even with a monster that looked like a giant chicken staring him down, he still said it all felt all right. Itsuki keeps the convo going, leaning in to ask if he can use every single item from that magic bag he just handed him. While they were mid-conversation, the battle kept raging, and the girls with him were taking on most of the heavy lifting. Hayato shoots back that he'll take whatever he wants. And then that creature, it was terrifying as hell, but the hero didn't seem fazed one bit. He told him there are only certain levels where the protagonist can use those things, though he'd already cracked that code himself. Then Itsuki leaned in and shouted, "Good luck." He swore that next time he'd bring auras too somehow. He even managed to snag them from the dungeon. Hayato doesn't say a word. His focus is so locked in that nothing else can reach him. After he finally brought that creature down. On the other end, his friend sounded thrilled to get the goodies, and honestly, that was totally his usual move. The hero again. The protagonist blurts out another apology for jumping into his fight, but people said the guild cards were crazy useful because he could talk to anyone registered, even when they were miles away. Once he finally slams the call shut. It's time to charge back into action and get back to. He never stopped working. He churned out his accessories non-stop, only breaking his silence when Rita or Bella Renaresh finally walked in. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a hairy pig-like monster barrels through the bushes, crashing forward like it owns the place. But Lux slams the brakes on it, whispering, "Not now," and keeps it quiet while she's out hunting, until it cuts off the moment. Aina shows up and blurts that they already threw in the towel, then reveals they've collected enough, so they can finally head back. The blonde's face lights up as she lets out all that stress and can't wait to go home. With everything they'd collected, their lord wouldn't have a single problem forging accessories, and that redhead was already praying he could crank out some truly incredible products. She seized the moment to fix herself up, stared at her red front, and said it wasn't usually like that, and she hated how it looked now. Then she admitted she wanted to take out a loan just to buy her freedom. And somehow, Aina was the only one actually thrilled about it. Her sharp comment makes her friend freeze, doubting every word, and then that red hint ignites everything. Explains she didn't think it was all doom and gloom. So why did this girl suddenly feel her friend was getting too soft? She just wasn't into that kind of guy. She blew up at his habit of crashing into other people's lives like it was totally normal. She couldn't figure out why her feelings felt so twisted. She knew she didn't hate him, but her head was a total storm of confusion, and she couldn't think past it. And she'd shut him down flat, like, guys into big buttons were useless. Period. Now, it was time to head back and give that idiot a taste of what he deserved. As soon as they reached the guild, they were shocked to see the boy pinned in the women's grip. She told him she'd try to lift his spirits because he looked exhausted, but the potion screamed danger, and he was absolutely not about to drink it. Aina and Sorda pushed back hard, saying it was for his own good, and they sprang the trap on the boy so fast he never saw it coming. Later on, they grabbed the boy and forced him to take one of those potions, and it was so disgusting that he immediately plotted to fake a swallow, then spit it out the moment they looked away. But Bella Reinrich didn't just assume, she made sure he actually did. He swallowed it for real, and that left us with zero options. He finally snapped awake, and right away he heard that sweet voice calling to him. His head slumped onto something soft, and in the haze he guessed it was pillow. While that happened, one of the girls hurried over and pressed a bit of water into his hands. Before long, Aina leaned in and asked if he could get up. Then he insisted, "Wait, just a bit longer." Sorte barreled in and told him to hurry up. Then, the moment the protagonist clocked who it was, he sprang up right away. She kept grilling him like, "Why am I the one stuck taking care of you?" And she just snapped back, "Because I don't get a choice." And when Itsuki tried to argue back, the girl snapped, "You're an idiot!" Aina didn't take long to show up, already apologizing for what went down earlier, while the master muttered that he was aching all over and starving to death. They made sure he ate, feeding him like it was a rescue mission. Then, right after that meal, he perked up fast. After gulping that wild potion, he suddenly churned out tons of accessories, but then his mind went blank, and he couldn't remember a thing. Bella Renrick said the accessories totaled a whopping 40 million, and with only 5 days left on the clock, he still had to come up with 36 million. Every last bit of what he had was gone, and he had to scramble for a way to get the rest of the money. Because time was running out fast, our boy clenched his jaw, thinking hard about how to crack this situation. Then something suddenly grabbed his attention, a secret project for fresh apprentice alchemists. One day, the mother clutched leftover ore in her hands, and the moment she saw it vibrate, lightning bolt realization hit her. It was Itsuki, the lowly office worker who shattered his normal life and jumped straight into a parallel world. But it was brutally hard. He forged a bunch of items from nothing but images he could still see in his mind. And even then, some failed, while others got tossed aside the moment they didn't work the way he wanted. But the protagonist refused to quit, tapping into humanity's hard-won wisdom to forge it was the little tool that helped the girls level up on their own. And then, finally, it all clicked for him. Finally, he cranked out one of the best controllers he'd ever made. He just blurted out what it was exactly, and the boy jumped right into his explanation. Before he even tried, he realized he couldn't possibly explain something like that to his subordinate. Still, she refused to back down, demanding answers, wondering if it was even a massage tool. With that settled, she asked Ina, since she'd been complaining about killer shoulder pain, if she wanted to use it, and Ina said if it wouldn't be too much trouble, she wanted that. So the guy slid in right behind her and started massaging her shoulders. He tapped a button on the device and commanded everything with total control. He cracked open the license stone and jammed it into position on the girl's tight, trembling muscles. Soon, that wild, incredible sense of humor hit her so hard she practically blushed. That vibration hit her just right, and pure pleasure surged through her, and she could barely hold herself back. She could practically feel her whole body going numb, melting deeper and deeper into that unstoppable relaxation. She could snatch that win fast, so she zeroed in on the game and focused her mind hard. She reminded herself it was just a massage. Even while it felt insanely good, she asked Sort, "Want to try it?" And the girl shot back, "Wait, can I really use it that way?" Anyway, she was sharp enough to hit Itsuki's standards. And then, he finally decided to spill the truth, leaning in so close that he whispered in her ear the exact idea that had been living on her shoulder, which left the girl burning even hotter. Gotta know what happens next, right? But he yanked her right away. She held her weapon up, demanding to know if her friend really meant to end that idiot's life. Then that hit Anna so hard, she started doubting everything the master had told her. And if the tool was acting up, the girl just didn't have the guts to call it out. So she asked the protagonist to explain, and he waved it off, saying he needed to step outside for some fresh air before he could make sense of it. They stomped off, utterly humiliated and defeated, leaving embarrassment in their wake. Relief hit the boy hard, and the danger finally felt like it slipped past him. He swore he'd acted too fast and that it was dead wrong, but he could hustle it to a nearby store and rake in a fat profit. As he strode along, Wendy wouldn't leave his head. He prayed she wouldn't forget him, sell that item, and maybe, just maybe, the money would finally be in his hands. That's when he ran straight into 3 guys standing in his way, right in the middle of the path. They straight up didn't look like good people at all. No way. And one of them shot his foot out to trip our girl mid-step, knocking her off her feet and dropping her hard to the ground. Because it's the same one who's been here the whole time, the same one, over and over. The one behind the fall faked a brutal injury, then hissed that he'd make him pay for the medicine. He'd forgive him if he handed over 2 million. But Itsuki offers a measly healing potion. And that idiot is utterly infuriated. It doesn't take long for you to realize this isn't random at all. The way they're chasing them, it all clicks. They were hired by thugs, and there's no real reason for this pursuit to be happening otherwise. But the guys play dumb, like they don't get it at all. Still, our girl clenches her resolve and doesn't back down, only setting herself up to bolt. The guys were tailing her. Then she snapped, lit up with an idea, and knew exactly what to do next. He lured them in with a gold coin that dropped from the sky, and at first they refused to believe it, but the moment they spotted the shiny object, they froze on the spot. Luckily, she hadn't relied on her measuring skill that day, but the bullies cornered him before he could slip away, so easily, and then they lunged to hit him from behind. He gets stopped cold when the girl slams her blade up, blocking the sword that was about to hit her. Master, he's completely blown away by that. Then the girl whips around and blurts out, like, I'm just saying that I'm. He pulls it off, and then his eyes go wide when he spots Shiro standing right there. It was the girl he ran into on the street, the very day he stumbled into that parallel world. While they chowed down, she'd already introduced herself to him earlier. Now, I'm finally back to eating. Like, couldn't be happier about it. And we're right on to the next part. Right there, the idiots shoved the girl aside, yelling for her to get out of the way, then peppered her with, Who the hell are you? And she shoots back, No, I'm my master's shield. And if they tried to lay a hand on him, she'd make them regret it. Yet they still didn't take her seriously, sneering that she was a cursed brother. Brad, including the guy who sent Itsuki on that trip, snapped at her not to cry to mommy after the beating they got there, but he lumbered along too slow, and she snapped out of the way in a split second. Then he started getting ready to head out, when his master snapped an order, Don't you dare kill that guy right in front of me. It was already over too late to turn back, and that sword was already buried deep in the bully's chest. Everyone there stared in shock, surprised by that. The girl doesn't just win, she methodically shuts the other one down. Idiots rushed in to make sure everything was locked down and finally settled for good. The protagonist thanks her for the help, and she shoots back that Yoses sent her to guard him. Right then, he begged to get his key to his master's house fast, like it couldn't wait another second. But the little one blurts out that her master is the guy ahead, and he hasn't gone home yet, so he clarifies what he meant by Yassus's place, and Shiro's brain immediately starts thinking, maybe he'll actually buy. Still, the boy bears his sincerity, tells her he can't do it right now, and leaves her heart shattered by the letdown. Still pushing the worry aside, he asked for a favor. He wanted to thank her and chat for a moment with the kid right in front of him, so she told him to follow her, and then told him again to follow her. But Shiro tore ahead like a blur, and Itsuki kept stumbling over her own feet just to follow. So he begged, Let's walk hand in hand. And the warrior snapped back, scolding him for treating her like some kid. Nope, he wasn't trying to trick her, he just needed that move to make her slow down. And that's exactly why she can't refuse his proposal. At Yos's house, the seller blurts out, asking what went wrong since it's so late, while the truth is, Itsuki came only to thank her for protecting Shiro, and he can't stop noticing how warm and friendly she is with the protagonist, like she's totally into him. So it hits him all at once. There's more going on here, and he's about to find out. He starts breaking down everything his new creation can do, and Yasus immediately drills into him, asking what he's even trying to pull off. Then, Itsuki finally admits the truth. He plans to sell it, but he wants a second opinion first. Then he asked, So how much do you think it's worth? And our guy shot back, around 40 million. But for that merchant, the most he'd ever get out of it was 100,000, and yeah, he totally saw it coming because he was already gearing up to sell it like a pro with a full-on pitch. So he flat out says he won't try to sell the item, and it totally leaves his friend standing there, baffled. So he spills the truth. He's trying to sell the rights, plain and simple, and he wants to hand over the manufacturing rights of that massager to the mustache guy sitting right in front of him. You bet it was tempting. Yosas had the kind of clout that could make it happen, and the offer was just the beginning of that power. He can check out the market. Sure, but don't let him get so hyped right away that he jumps the gun. He demanded more details about the contract, and that's when the key finally spelled out why he'd been chosen in the first place. He'd cash out the rights for 40 million, then handle mass production, leaving Yosi to set the price, while he pocketed 50,000 bucks for every piece that sold. It sounded like a win-win deal for both sides, until the real problem slammed in, because there was zero promise he'd ever get that money back, and for Yasus, paying 40 million for a maybe was out of the question. But if the demand was screaming for it, It could actually work until there was proof he could keep churning out the product. The protagonist cut him off and promised he'd be able to restock regularly, because even Ina and Sorte could track down whatever they needed, and Yasus trusted those two to handle it. Back when Itsuki was still a stranger, slipping out of the city overnight would have been totally painless. He nodded along and even backed the merchant's take, because there was no way he could trust a pitch from someone he'd just met. But if that's how it worked, he'd throw his own body down as collateral, turning himself into a slave. That snap grabbed the merchant's eye and jolted the girl dozing in his lap too. And Yassi didn't just talk. He checked every word until he was absolutely sure. When he realized this guy was actually fun, he didn't hesitate. He jumped on the business proposal. When Itsuki brought up the slavery contract, the merchant shrugged and said it was fine, like, yeah, sure. And then he just wanted the rights to that massager, so he could break free and never be trapped as a slave for the duration of the contract. The boy had hit the jackpot. Everything was right for him. But there was one last thing. The boy knew it. We were about to dive into the money talk, but that boy had to run before he left. He had one little question he just couldn't hold back. The moment he stepped out, the sky was already blazing bright, and he was wiped out because he'd only made 10 massagers. And Shiro, riding right alongside him, looked like he could barely keep his eyes open. But they finally crashed through the guild doors, and he decided to swing by and pick her up so the little one could finally catch her breath, insisting he knew she didn't have to keep burning herself out, because Shiro always promised to protect her master. A little later, someone snapped, hurling a cup to the floor and cursing a whole group as useless. Then Data Earl shot back with raw fury at the bullies who'd cornered the protagonist, telling them to go invent something else. But his butler cut in fast, claiming that the sabotage could actually hand their rivals an edge, and if they made Uribe unhappy, they'd pay for it later, big time. But Datarol didn't care one bit, because he knew he couldn't beat Itsuki without unleashing his dirty tricks, and he'd do whatever it took, anything to get his hands on. Wendy was in the bath, soaking up the last moments of quiet, already gearing up for the new day, and her thoughts wouldn't stop at what came next. Her master then the very next day at the Alchemy Guild. Datarol made sure I knew exactly where I stood. Meet Yatsuke face to face, even though he still hadn't shown up by the payment deadline. To demand, face him dead on, and ask if he'd call it quits anyway. That rich brat actually thought it was bold how Itsuki kept calling him out to his face. So, he told him to face the gap in power between them, because that's how he could admit defeat. But that kind of luck stays trapped in the pig's dreams. Yet the protagonist swears he can keep rolling in the mantle. That nickname lit a fuse in him, and the chubby boy swore he'd make Itsuki feel the full blast of his rage. That's when Yasus burst in, saying he missed the final deadline, yet a winner was already decided, and nothing was going to change that. He held up a stack of bags packed to the brim with cash-like stacks of money were roaring in. That spoiled brat, are you kidding me? Who would have thought it was possible? Because Suki didn't even blink when he claimed he did it all himself and pulled off getting the 80 million. So yeah, this win was all his, no doubt about it. And Yas said that's exactly why he asked to call him there. Because you could see his dear client hit the target just before the and just like that, the match slammed shut and the game was over. Even with the rules on his side, Datarol refused to buckle. He wouldn't accept defeat. They accused Bella Reinrich of handing every last coin to the apprentice, and it instantly made the lady feel so uneasy she couldn't breathe right. Then he shoved the paper into the boy's hands, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It listed every coin from the accessories the boy had sold, and since the guild snatched them up for $40 million, there was zero room left for debate. Datarol kicked and screamed, insisting that jewelry price was insane, but the lady snapped back that the amount was right and warned that he better not underestimate alchemy. Itsuki's heart slammed with emotion as the chubby boy kept going, claiming there were still 40 million missing and that they were playing dirty, running some fast con. That's when Yasus cut in, snatched the moment, and called his assistant over to lay out the whole story clearly. Closing. The subordinate shoved a tiny box into Datarol's hands. His shock hit instantly when he spotted the royal symbol and the brand new product created by his Suki. Even still, the rich kid refused to give up. He claimed, "I'm a producer the king approved, so I could sell this for a fortune." And still, they chose to sell Yasa's rights for a measly $40 million. Of course, Itzaki had no clue about that part of the king's approval, but he still shut his mouth and said he couldn't afford to risk it. He blew it off muttering, a side complaint that he'd never admit defeat. Ms. Wendy blurts out that the winner is already decided, and he'd better get it. Still reeling, Dataral snaps at her to quit messing around and come to him because he's her master, only for the girl to refuse and shut him down, because her body and soul were sworn to her master alone, and now he'd stepped into the spotlight as the protagonist. They can't believe it when the nobleman hurls everything across the room like he's losing his mind. The ground surprise wiped it all clean, and boom! It left his trusty slaves on high alert. He just couldn't stop hurling insults and whining that everyone was laughing at him. Right then, he shouted, as men barked orders demanding they care for every single person there, no exceptions. Rilla Reinwick snapped that the boy was rude for barging into the room without permission, and Wendy sat there, uneasy and on edge. But then her new master tells her, "Don't worry, because people are right there to keep her safe. And he's with Aina. Plus that dog pure luck." Not only that, and just like that, Shiro shows up with a smug grin, swearing he's got a cat riding right beside him too. On the side, the three girls stand ready to throw down and protect their master. When the guys finally started confessing, it was like they weren't scared of a single thing. They slaughtered those idiots one after another. He clamps the key to Wendy and holds her tight, soothing her as he asks, "Were you scared?" Because he swore he'd protect her, even as he admits, quietly but honestly, that he's a little scared too. In the end, he was barely standing, weak, powerless, and totally outmatched in every fight. So yeah, he wasn't exactly the dependable type. He couldn't fight, and he wasn't strong at all. But you could bet your life he'd never let go of that little girl's hand, because ever since he met her, he couldn't stop wanting to be by her side. And right then, it hit him. He was completely captivated by that girl, even as she broke down in tears. Lateral keeps staring at the fight, seething that those guys couldn't even take on women and children, then snaps at them to end it fast. His words hit the slaves like a slap, and it felt like a third party just stepped in demanding, "What are you two doing here?" Vermello storms into the brawl right up front. This isn't some warm-up, it's serious. And Bella Reinrich snaps back that the way it all started was unnecessary, because it was his own son who first started pressing him about how he'd pay for the trafficking. Darwin, the West District supervisor, burst into the scene and stared him down, taking in every detail of his face. The protagonist was absolutely stunned to find the boss of that whole area was just an old man, and he couldn't stop himself from asking why this little girl was standing right there with him, who somehow managed to be friendly about it too. The old man says he needs to size up the situation first, so he calls his son, who trembles the moment he's in front of him, leaving him squirming because he wouldn't be called dad. But the wild part was, he couldn't even recall what his own son used to call him. Something felt horribly off, and he couldn't explain it, but he was a dangerous threat. Nothing like Bella Reinrich and Yasis. Once the truth hits him, he realizes the whole war was really to protect Wendy, and then his son claims Suki cheated with dirty tricks, and then bam, his father's smile drops as seriousness takes over, saying that winning is everything until the moment he slipped and lost it. Nothing he did after that mattered, because it would instantly become a defeat. And he drilled that lesson into Data around him perfectly. As the old man closes in, he demands if this is the one who wrecked his dumb son. But before he can get too near, he yanks out his blade and growls that if he takes another step toward her master, he'll kill him on the spot. Darwin fakes being terrified, then blurts that the boy has some killer moves, leaving Suki rattled and nervous. Darwin leans in and asks the boy to get the little girl to put away that sword, because there's no way anyone could stay calm like that. So, if you're into this video, hit that subscribe button for me. Shiro slams out a brutal warning, but she tells him straight up, if he even makes one wrong move, they'll end him instantly. They finally feel the tension in the air around him, and yeah, it's absolutely not good. Rita shoots a question. Was there anything that could have helped? But Bella Renrich doesn't even blink. She caught the big picture and realized her son wouldn't accept defeat. He was in the middle of it, refusing to back down. Even when the world is falling apart around him, that boy keeps demanding one thing. His father actually heard him, but Darwin dug in his heels. He knew his excuses were completely irrational, especially with everything going on. The chubby boy screams that the old man is still his dad, but the old man snaps back. He's sure there's no blood tie between them. If he was really his son, he never would have humiliated him like that. So yeah, he had it coming, because he deserved to die. And his words hit the young man like a punch, scaring him even worse, because now he remembers what he always told that brat: go all out if you win, and if you lose, just say thank you and accept it. And he turns to his adopted daughter, Mara, grilling her to make sure he really said it all along. He'd already screwed up twice in his life. First, he accused Yasses of ending the dispute, and then he went to war against the Alchemist Guild, where maybe he'd get the chance to really see them. A super clear non-aggression pact was carved in stone for slave traders and guilds, so that left only one possibility: punishment. So Darwin pushes Isuki to figure out what to do. But the one thing that kid didn't want right then was to be pressured. He glances at his friends, begging for help, and then boom, all see you next time. Texas demanded financial compensation for the emotional wreckage caused by all that brutal violence in the salon. If she had to miss work to heal her body and clear her mind, she should get some money to help her through it. Then he says, I'll send the bill to Darwin, but only after he talks it over with his wife later. Yeah, this detail matters. He had no clue that the mustache man even had a wife. By the time Darwin left that negotiation, his head was already pounding, because Bella Renrick wasn't wasting time, demanding they fix the wall they'd knocked down first. And then, as punishment, she yanked the supervisor's chair for herself, and I honestly didn't see it coming. But deep down, he knew exactly what she was about to ask, so he shot back that the chair was too much and demanded a break. He pitches the idea of a two-person system only if he gets the final say and can step in with the credits. Or he'd rush to the church to spill what was happening, every bit of chaos and every shady move the pharmaceutical guild was pulling. That was a slick little clue, dropped straight to Yatsuki. Sarah lays it out: this whole mess is tied to illegal trafficking, and the Pharmacist Guild is the one behind it, which leaves the protagonist completely stunned, especially about Datoril. He kept messing with that kind of product, and after he ripped apart that dirty operation, he unleashed a storm of pointless problems that just kept piling up. They made sure he'd pay so harshly the church's punishment would lock him out for a whole month without ever getting to sit down. The old man snaps orders to his son's henchmen to drag the idiot back home. And if he even tries to slip away or take his own life, they know exactly how he's going to end up. It became painfully clear this old man wasn't just part of the picture. He was the boss of everything. He's the protagonist. So Darwin zeroes in on him now. All our boys are in trouble. He wanted out of there so badly that he cut it short and blurted, "That's enough," getting reprimanded by luck itself, then spotting the girl's face. Darwin snaps that she's been radiating a murderous aura behind him for ages. Itsuki had a bunch of great slaves, and the supervisor pushes him to snatch them all. Then, besides Wendy, the stunning beauty, calling, he hauled her toward his house, and before she even got a word out, a key slammed onto the steps in front of her, his way of making it clear it wasn't taking advantage, it was pure disrespect. It was like the old man's taste in women was just as rotten as his son's. And the terrifying part? Wendy was already him, and the moment they collided, tension exploded like sparks flying as they got tangled up. And he slammed the door on anyone trying to peek at the girls like no one was getting a single glance. It may be, he might have looked safe on paper, but in that city, boys like him didn't last long. Suki shoots back that he came for one thing: fun, no regrets, and if someone tries to assassinate him, he'll still refuse to die, which snaps the old man into a shocking truth. He wasn't just anyone, he was a traveler between worlds. And once again, Itsuki turns down the offer to buy his slaves, insisting he doesn't want a thing. He only cares that Datoral gets punished. Bella Reinrich cuts in and insists it's not just a simple yes or no. This is something more, something else entirely. She doesn't know how things work in Itsuki's original world, but over there, the whole situation is totally different. It doesn't count as a real apology if the person saying it doesn't actually mean it. That's why Darwin was so sure he could lean on him, just dangle a reward for the girl. And then he even went as far as offering up his own daughter, insisting she was nothing but a good woman. And she's bold as brass, saying the protagonist looks like an interesting man, and she wouldn't mind at all. But she can't shake the doubt. Could he actually satisfy her? With nerves in his chest, he admits he can't meet his daughter's needs, so he doubts he can ever build a real bond with her. Nevertheless, he won't go with the girl. Bella Reinrich bursts back into the conversation and orders the boy to cut the nonsense and just say what he wants. Tsukiyuki pauses just long enough to think, then he spots what he needed and finally calls out for someone. A little later, outside, the boy finally kicked back with a hot cup of tea, just soaking in the moment. Thank you, Rita, for your kindness. It felt nice for a moment, but he always chose coffee instead, sitting across the street like it was his next mission. It was Bella Reinrich. She told him that after that accident, everything in Suki's life started collapsing, one problem after another. But for him, it was all settled, so he can't help wondering if Bella Reinrich was never really satisfied with what he got. But for her, it was nothing more than compensation, because now there was a bank run by two people, and Darwin was gearing up to rob the team members. Aina and Sword suddenly slam into the moment and cut everything off. Darwin's messenger has arrived, so we fill everyone in, and then the protagonist turns to Bella Reinrich and demands permission. Who tells him to drop by when he's free? Because she's got a tiny job waiting for him. People were saying the boy was insanely lucky, even while he refused to believe it, and tells him that most people have to grind for every single thing they get, but for Itsuki, that's just what a real man has to do. This time, the little one had to swallow his pride and admit he'd done his absolute best, and Aina was just as desperate for him to finally show up at that location. The protagonist was on a desperate hunt across the map, searching for the one place that could get him out of this mess. They stared in shock at just how massive the boys knew that house like it owned their memories, and they couldn't believe it was real. The girls gushed about how stunning the house was, and that compliment hit Yatsuki like a bolt from the blue, who backed up Aina's claim, then admitted she felt a little nervous. And yeah, this was his very own house. The second he started working and finally rented his own room, joy lit him up so hard he really thought he'd finally have a house. And it's the key question. What was she really? He had to get there fast, because it was his job to prepare before the master, the protector. The protagonist didn't know whether to feel awe or doubt in that moment. He just wanted to be sure this place actually lived up to the hype. So he straight up asked, "So you're telling me I can really have all of this?" The supervisor didn't back down. He squared up to the problem and somehow made everything around him better. An alchemy room sat there with a bathtub right on the floor, plus every piece of top-tier furniture they'd need. So yeah, he finally agreed. And that's when the two sealed the deal, wiping out every last bit of confusion he'd been stuck with after Betrayal. Saying goodbye, the old man slammed a warning into Yasa's she'd come for him the very next day. And then it was only Itsuki, curled up in sleep, leaving the rest to fate. And Wendy leans in and asks him if he wants some tea, while he lets Anna go and hands her the keys to use the rooms however she wants. He sank those disturbing words into her, promising he'd take care of her lodging after he bit the little one. When she finally stepped into the room, a super soft bed welcomed her like a dream. And honestly, she knew this was just the start. Definitely, the quality was way better than the other one nearby, and Aina totally agrees. Darwin really knocked it out of the park. Plus, there was a bathtub in the house, and I couldn't wait to jump in. So he launched the attack, and soon the master would burst into the room in Suki's brand new bathroom, while Suki relaxed like he was living in paradise. and he could finally stretch out and clean up properly after that. Being there, it dragged him straight back to that brutal day he had to shell out cash just to enter a spa like a breath of calm in the middle of his bloody life. Refrigerators built with alchemy? That would have been worth way more than a massage chair. And right then, the offer came in to help with the boys, but his nerves take over, and he blurts out what she was doing, because someone told him it'd be the perfect trick to help with his back. He spun around, blushing so hard his whole face turned red. But right now, his sword is poised to strike, and he swears he can slip it out of the way in time. He thanks her for the help, and today I kick off by telling how he finally got her. His smile was huge, pure joy bursting out of him. He practically buzzed with excitement, because right then, he was about to get even closer to his master. Sorta and Aina burst into the room, and the little one blurted, "Hey, it's our turn!" Surprisingly, it backfired. Sword tore into him and reprimanded both of them. The key insists it was all a misunderstanding, but then the blonde tells Aina to close her eyes so she wouldn't see what was coming. But right before it happens, the girl snaps her back and walks away, leaving Sorte crushed, because now she's sure her friend probably hates her, and she's freaking nervous. Itsuki snaps that the guy in India was only trying to help, and since they haven't done anything yet, they're obviously about to. Dana rushes back, fully apologizing, saying that when her master, she climbed into the bath because it was her job as a slave to take care of him, and she wanted that too, even if part of it was still just duty. The Indian backs the girl, but Sword snaps that Aina didn't. Don't worry about that. She kicked the key right out of his own bathroom. And even so, the redhead was still ready to fulfill her. She had duty on her mind, but one slip caught her off guard, and suddenly she was already getting ready to throw. She squirms to fix herself, but Sorte snaps back, slaps the master across the face, and orders him not to look, smashing his peaceful bath into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the tree mansion, someone swallowed their pride and apologized for. She ended up calling Mara's father to settle the Datarol mess, because they didn't want to bother anyone. Then the girl called. Mira didn't just make a bad call. She forgot everything her father did for all of them, and it was downright dumb. Now she's freaking out about how long they'll keep bringing it up. Jill blurts out an apology, even admitting she's been way more interested than she should be. So he zeroed in on the guy behind it all, the one who snapped up the Alchemist Guild's name, and, yeah, that's Itsuki. Shiro perched on a rooftop, staring down at the city like he owned the night. Inside the palace walls, a royal banquet blazed on for her master, and she steps in, then glides through the hallways like she owns the place. "All right, Suki, I'm hunting for it," she blurted out, and the moment she finally spotted it, her whole face lit up with pure electric joy. Finally, he tracks him down and finds him still dead asleep. He swears he'll push the appointment to the end of the week and then straight up asks for the day off. Still, the girl pokes him, then gives him a soft, gentle scratch. Still clinging to his head, it takes him forever to drag himself back up, stunned that it was already finished. He's totally stunned to see Shiro passed out right beside him, but he can't bring himself to. Before I can even think it through, a knock slams the door when he's there, telling him breakfast is ready. She's shocked to find the little one there too, and her master tells her, "When I woke up, I found her lying right there, like it was only natural, because she's just a kid, wild as it gets." When he tries to wake her up, but Itsuki pleads for a few more minutes, and when they get too close, both of them snap with nervousness. After a while, they finally slide into the breakfast table, and boom, they're shocked by just how much food piled in front of them. Wendy steps up and takes the lead, serving the whole group, and Softy fires off a quick question. "Did you make all of it?" And the girl nods, confirming it. That moment crushed the blonde. She'd totally flunked the snack service mission. She devoured that meal with pure gratitude. But then a creeping worry hit her, and when she said what was on her mind, Itsuki and Softy both froze for a split second. Before they dive back into the food like maniacs, they get chewed out for not having a single ounce of table manners. At the end of the meal, they thank Wendy for the food, and she happily offers them a cup of tea. Her master's praise lit her up. Doing that kind of thing felt amazing. And Huki even brings up the dinner from the day before, saying it was just as fantastic as breakfast. The way he talked made Softy stare like, "Wait, are you even full?" And the guy smirked, saying she understood absolutely nothing. Before I could even explain it, one thing was crystal clear. When it comes to human well-being, food quality decides everything, and the flavor isn't just for your taste buds. It's for your health, too. After all, food that doesn't just fill your stomach, but lights up your chances for tomorrow. Yeah, that's why he valued Wendy's effort so damn much. In the kitchen, Shiro scrubbed the dishes clean, grinding away as a thank you for the meal. She notices she's been staring at him a ton, and blurts out, "Is something wrong?" Then the kid pipes up that Wendy's different, and that the food tasted way better back when they were still at Yasu's house, which catches the housekeeper off guard, just for a second. Sometime later, Itzaki storms into his room and calls the girls over because he has something important he's ready to hand them. As thanks for every single thing they'd done for him, a crowd of hands surged forward, each one clutching a matched pair of accessories. He crafted them with his own hands, hoping they'd finally understand just how deeply grateful he was for every single effort. They had no clue why that guy was so wound up in a little. With a shaky grin, the protagonist admits he's kinda embarrassed about handing gifts that way. Wendy and Ina beam, thanking him, and swear they'll cherish them forever. And then boom, she eases out of that tough pose, and the guy instantly melts. And Aina and Softy have to sprint out for the mission, while our boy's heart drops because he knows they can't stick around any longer. But the blonde girl was desperate to break free fast before she got stuck, living as someone else's house pet, falling for one of the master's games the moment he asks for her paw, just for a second, and then it starts to spiral. While a girl protests, and he tells Ina to look after herself. Then he shoots them a proud, heartfelt nod and wishes them a good job. During the trip, Softy was dead set on wiping out her debt with this mission. And that's exactly what made Anna burst into laughter. But for the blonde, it wasn't a joke at all. She snapped that they had to be free before Honey came back, because if they learned they were trapped as someone's slaves, there's no way they'd ever be happy. That makes the redhead shoot her friend a nervous look, wondering if he's worried about the new master's safety. Still, she was ready to put in her best effort, despite the fact that Itsuki's well-being didn't exactly matter to her. Later that day, Wendy and Shiro kicked off the contract ceremony in the present. Yasus slammed their routes shut using Itsuki's mark-same blazing seal the other two had left behind. As they sipped tea, Yasus leaned in and warned the protagonist, "Never, ever make him a slave before you sign that contract." And he thanks him again for buying Wendy and Shiro, even though the guy keeps apologizing non-stop for all the trouble. But to the merchant, that's nothing, he vows. Those girls will guard their master no matter what, and says his whole crew will be ready on call anytime they're needed. Later on, one of his subordinates sprinted into the yard to grab the master. It was Wendy, calling out to him that dinner was almost ready and pressing him to tell her what the master was doing there. And he blurts out that because his place came with a huge garden, he couldn't stop himself from dreaming up this whole Farah idea, confessing he'd been thinking about it ever since he moved into that new house. The redhead leans in and asks if he usually works the fields or something, and he instantly denies it. Yet the truth is, he's been doing it all along. He couldn't stop thinking about it. His plan was simple. Plant vegetables and legumes so the housekeeper could. Everything on the table looked insanely tempting, and Shiro couldn't help but think, this could be the start of the happiest future for us. That little one was absolutely thrilled with her wild master. He keeps praising her, and her own smile says she's loving it. So pretty. And for a moment, he just wanted one thing: enjoy this world, and nothing else mattered. Something. After a while, Wendy barges into Itsuki's free time and blurts out that some clients are there right now, waiting to see him. Dharma, Dorothy Maiden's son, suddenly shows up out of nowhere at the location. The key is blown away when guests suddenly pop up from the treehouse. After meeting them, they corner Wendy with, "So, what are we talking about?" But she's totally blank. And Dharma shoots them a quick apology for the surprise visit before he finally introduces himself. "Sis, I'm telling you, meeting the young master is going to be the biggest honor of my life." He flashed a friendly grin, but the protagonist stayed stone-faced. He didn't. He couldn't wrap his head around why that handsome guy kept grinning so cynically, and somehow, it got under his skin big time. The housekeepers come in hot with tea for the two. Then they start trading news and secrets like it's going to change everything. The long-haired man introduced himself again, and with a warm smile, he made it clear it was truly a pleasure meeting the young guy standing in front of him. It was a depth of father's project, and it's then that Suki finally steps in to introduce himself. But the kid standing there already knows him like the back of his hand, totally giving off that pitchman vibe until it hits him. He never actually spelled out what he needed to do to be ready to go, so he admits he only came to thank and apologize to the young master. And that answer leaves him even more baffled. Then June steps in and explains why. It all started with the whole that horrible mess that wrecked his life, so he had to apologize for the mix-ups. But Itsuki had already shrugged it off, and now he was itching to find out what really happened to the chubby guy. And that shock hits Dharma hard because the blonde reacts like that. It makes the protagonist feel really uneasy, so he backs off fast and snaps that he doesn't even want to hear how his opponent's story ends. All staring hard at the young man in front of him, the protagonist couldn't stop thinking, what on earth was Darwin's real standard for picking adopted kids, especially when he and Betrayal were nothing alike. Dharma tells the boy he has nothing to worry about, because the whole problem is already handled, 100%, and that's why the guy didn't need to show up just to apologize and thank him. But the blonde won't back down for a second. She swears it can't be like that, and that he has to come in person, because it all has to be real, face to face. That's the whole key. Being called the young master already had him jittery, and he snapped at the boy to stop calling him that. Mary finally blurts out, "Please be careful," because her brother was extremely gay. That hits the protagonist like a punch, leaving him totally speechless. But Dharma fires back fast. This isn't what it looks like, because he doesn't want men. He only wants people who are better than him. And right now, he already had an ordinary man in his life, his own father. So when people say, "young master," this one is the third. Still awkward as hell, Mary snaps at him, insisting the young master is totally hers, while Itzaki grumbles that wasting time on that guy because he's gay is just ridiculous. Still, Dharma keeps his chin up, grinning as he says he just knows one day Itsuki will finally figure out who he's really got feelings for. In the garden, he leans in and asks what the boy thinks of the house, offering a chance to complain. Yet the boy shields himself with a subordinate sticker and insists there's nothing to worry about. He couldn't hide it. His nerves screamed as that long-haired man appeared. Switching gears, Mary leans in and asks if the bathroom is working right too, because she's the one who designed the whole space. While she was working, she overheard what the maids really thought, so she pushed herself to keep the young master smiling. And that's exactly what makes Itsuki happy. No big shock there. The Japanese are crazy picky about their baths, and Mary can't help but laugh from the heart. When he was leaving the city, the girl begged him to call one of the brothers without hesitation, so they'd lead him to a spot where even the maids could relax and enjoy the time too. Staring at her, he clocked it instantly. She'd been raised in a proper, high-class home. Still, his mind wouldn't stop buzzing. Why would she end up as the adopted daughter of someone like Darwin? After everything, the two finally pull each other into one last goodbye and part ways. Giving it his all left him utterly drained after all that non-stop interaction. But he didn't get time to think. Shiro's stomach growled so loud it stole every thought he had, and the two stroll off to dinner, soaking up a truly delicious meal finally, calm for once. The young man slumps in the next room, groaning that he ate way too much and he can't keep cramming himself like that. Wendy cuts him off and asks, right then, if he wants a bath, because she's already set everything up. He made sure she'd stay right there for him no matter what he needed. And Shiro even jumped in to volunteer to go to the bathroom. And it was hilarious to watch that young guy step in like a real dad for the little girl. Two of them set up the beauty salon, as the guy grabs the shower head and rinses Shiro's hair. who looked like she was having the time of her life there. And then she heads straight for the huge. She leaps into the bathtub like it's a real swimming pool. Then he scolds her for doing it, but she shrugs and doesn't care. Wendy scoops her up and brings her closer. But the boy is so focused on keeping the kid warm that he doesn't even notice what's happening. She was already tying everything together when the boy finally clocked her standing there. Still, he refuses to look back because he can't take the risk of getting even more hurt now. When he slips in quietly, hidden from view, into the pool, she drinks in the moment like it's hers alone, savoring every second. Right after Shiro finally announces she's leaving, he shoved everyone out and left only the two of them there. Wendy asks if she can sneak off to the boys' room that night, which he willingly lets happen. As night drops, she wastes no time. She does exactly what she swore she'd do. Aki lay there, wide awake, twitching with nerves, just waiting for this moment to finally arrive. The moment he heard the knock at the door, he gave the housekeeper the go-ahead to enter. When she finally found her master, the girl wasted no time asking for permission. Then, even with her nerves screaming, Suki still made her way to the bathroom to raise the topic and start the conversation right there. The store he always rushed to the moment his paycheck hit. He dreamed of taking Wendy there someday to devour that pork chop with rice they made, just smiling like he couldn't wait. The girl says, "If you share the recipe, I'll try making it, even if it doesn't taste exactly the same." And the boy grins, promising, "Next time, I'll teach you." He suddenly remembered his very first date. Like it was happening all over again. But right now, an awkward silence crashed down between them, crushing every word they tried to say, until Wendy burst in and shouted for her master, saying, "Don't stress, I've got this," because after all, she was his slave. Right then, Itsuki finally dropped the bombshell. He loved Wendy and asked if she liked him too. And the little girl promptly confirmed it with a happy nod. Her heart slammed in her chest as she dreaded telling him how she truly felt. And right there, she looked him in the eyes and admitted she loved him too. Until now, her master had been miles ahead of everyone else, than every other man she'd ever met. But for her, it didn't matter a bit that he was just a hired slave, because if she ended up with him, she didn't have to think twice. She hurled herself into his arms, begging him, so he could claim her as his alone. Then the two shut the door and played by themselves in the room. Right when the tension peaked, the door exploded open, and both of them snapped their heads up. It was Shiro, staring around like, "Wait, why isn't this the bathroom?" Seeing the two together, she couldn't help but wonder what Wendy was up to with her own master. Nervous as hell, he blurted out that he was only looking after her because she'd been running a fever. The girl checked that her friend was totally fine, and then without wasting a second, the key guy led her straight to the bathroom. He left the woman there in the bed, crushed by disappointment. As daylight finally broke, our protagonist felt completely wiped out because he hadn't gotten a real night of sleep in ages. But before he could catch his breath, Shiro tracked him down and told him breakfast was ready. He was already perched at the table, and when Wendy slid over another steaming bowl of soup, the boy gladly took it. The two of them were totally blushing, and she warns that she's going to have to deal with Bella Reinrich for a while. Isekai'D stepped out for one last goodbye, promising the housekeeper, who warned him to be careful because he was already walking away. He leaned in and blurted out a few words to the girl. He made it his mission next time. Everything would be done perfectly, which lit up Andy's face. Then she begged her master to go and return safe, and so he stormed onward, racing toward the Alchemist's Guild. Bella Reinrich ripped her notes and analyzed one of her deadly potions. He asked, "Is it okay if I make a high-level potion?" And then he noticed, caught off guard by his own distraction, the old woman leaned in and asked if he was sick of being surrounded by those cute slaves. And yeah, that was exactly the problem. From the moment they burst into his life, he shoved everything else aside. Reinrich couldn't shake the thought. Did he really only go back to his own room after everything with Wendy? And that question hit the crowd like a wave. She told him he was the absolute worst, because this is what she always dealt with. To her, that boy was pure disappointment. So she grabbed his attention and demanded he follow her to explain. It was finally time for the boy to get his game tutorials, but before she let him start, she demanded he finish his drink first. The boy kept wondering if it was really a problem to drink while the sun was still up, and the woman shot back that if that was the worry, it could turn into a real headache. As they drank, he finally blurted out how insecure he felt like. Did Wendy really like him back? She just muttered back like a servant, and the woman couldn't believe how pathetic that worry sounded. Still, he clung to that moment to prove to himself he really had feelings. So when Shira slipped into the room, he couldn't just turn around and pretend it was fine. He bolted. And honestly, that whole mindset was a disaster. Bella Rainrick snapped at him to stop tearing himself down and to focus on what everyone else was doing instead. Women could lie like pros, but when it came to real experience, or when she told him to shut the door, that's when he knew she wasn't messing around. It left him mortified, so he snapped into damage control, then changed the subject, and swore they'd get drunk that day to drown their problems. He drank so much he slumped at the table and passed out on the spot, no lie. And yeah, Rita bid the two goodnight, then wrapped the boy up tight while she struck a match to light her way. I leaned in and watched every detail like my life depended on it. The very next morning, Itsuki rolled in with the biggest, saddest puppy face you've ever seen, while Wendy was already fully set to receive him. Him burning with hope, wishing for an epic comeback. She brews him tea and shoots a worried glance at the dark circles under his eyes, praying this warm cup will finally take the edge off. Shiro steps in too, shoots the kid a question, and asks what he did, because Wendy looks seriously on edge. He couldn't help it, though probably everything boiled down to what he'd said the day before, and the way he vanished right after. The little girl shoots him a sudden new question, asking whether her master worked today, and he admits, flat out, that he didn't. With time still ticking before the next potion arrives, there's nothing urgent for him to do. That does the trick. Shiro brightens up instantly, then asks her she'll play with him for a while. Now, he had to choose jump to Wendy's side or stay and protect the kid. The woman cuts in fast, making it crystal clear she doesn't need anyone's help even alone, and that's a huge bad omen for Suki. After that, the slave instantly went sulky, and the guy finally realized he'd messed up big time. Shiro steps in and calms him down. The girl's heart sank hard, and you could practically see her sadness spill out. Still, she'd burned the whole night awake, waiting for her master to finally come back. After some time passed, he finally crashed down on the garden lawn for a quick rest. He replayed the moment he made Wendy furious, and his mind raced. What on earth could he do to fix this? Long ago, back in Japan, the same kind of nightmare hit him again. Only this time, it tore through his relationship with his girlfriend, and the tension just kept building until they finally ended it. The moment crashed through the protagonist's mind again, especially after he'd told that woman to quit throwing a tantrum like she was still a child. Back then, she shot back that if he was really an adult, he'd keep his promises. It wouldn't let go of his mind, and he knew exactly what he had to do. Apologize the right way. Even if he never forgave her, he still had to do what was right. But she was faster. She darted off to meet her master. She leaned in and asked, "Can I stay here with you?" The air felt wildly wrong, like something sinister was creeping in, until both of them reached for the same awkward icebreaker at the exact same moment. Suki awkwardly pushed himself up, shooting her an apology as he stood, and then he admitted it. He promised he'd do everything right, but he didn't follow through, and that betrayal crushed him with regret. Sorry. She froze with shock for one beat, then erupted into laughter. But the girl shot back fast. She'd only forgive him this one time. She'd been waiting on him forever, and the second he was in sight, she strode right up to him. "Ask me, please. Tell me it's the key to not leave her alone, because if something happens next time, we'll need to be there." And he swore, no chance, not this time. As the two, when he pulled her into a hug, relief slammed through him, because it meant she was finally standing with him. For real. Just as everything was about to happen, Shiro burst in and cut them off. They demanded what they were up to, and the protagonist shrugged and admitted they were totally just making it up. But for her, none of it mattered. She was starving. So they slipped inside for lunch, and once he was done eating, he grilled him about the mission he'd been carrying. He told her he'd been protected ever since he got there. Then he leaned in and asked, couldn't she protect herself too? Then it hit him. He had an awesome idea. With a magic disc and a hammer in hand, he pulled off a mind-blowing trick. Wendy stared in disbelief and blurted out, "Is that some kind of one-of-a-kind skill?" And he just shrugged it off, saying it was spatial magic. When he finally got there, he thought an item box would be awesome, so he grabbed one from the goddess, only to have it never even touched. Because a friend later handed him a magic bag, and now he can. You can trigger this spatial magic and unleash a whole bunch of wild tricks, stepping straight into an invisible box and sealing himself inside it. Once they were inside, he told Wendy to touch him. Then she froze when an invisible wall stopped her the moment her hand reached him. Itsuki couldn't wait to flex his abilities, but all he could think was whether that wall would actually save him. So he begged Santa to slam the barrier with a weapon full power, all her strength, no holding back. The girl didn't hesitate for a second. She marched right in and closed the distance fast. Thank goodness the box held strong and didn't give in, but the guy had no clue how many hits it would take to break him. So he pushed the girl to do it again and again, a few more times, until the wall exploded into shards, launching the boy straight onto his backside. So if he could slam that wall around however he wanted, then yeah, he'd be sitting on a major advantage. Cheating may have been his move, but if he played his cards right, he could still crack magical attacks and learn how they work. Wendy stepped up, cracked that she knew some magic, and offered to teach him if he wanted to. Yet the shock hit him, because he still wouldn't. Even so, they still accepted it as the key. Then she squared up and threw it. A burst of water blasted toward the protagonist, and it didn't stop there. The wall that kept him safe melted away, slow as a nightmare. Like wet paper, it could still take hits from both physical and magical attacks. But the magic damage would wear it down a little faster. If she used the wall, at least she'd have something to hide behind the moment trouble hit. So with the extermination done, Itsuki calls it, and the crew decides to hit the streets and take a walk around the city that night. So yeah, it was his way of saying thanks for all the help that day and giving them both a chance to have fun too. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Sorte and Ina were still out there scavenging for every last bit of material. And then Ina and the crew finally stumble into a goat they found wandering along the way, making it slam down to the ground than they had. At last, they hunted down every last monster lurking nearby. They could finally pause and dig into their meal. They were definitely not cut out for cooking. But hey, the soup was actually drinkable this time still. The blonde shot a warning at her friend. You didn't have to bully yourself into making some fancy over-the-top thing. Just do what you normally do. Except, of course, that's not what happened. Honestly, the redhead never believed she could handle the master's demands as a woman, so she figured she'd at least be useful in some other way. And that left her coworkers crushed. She couldn't even imagine what her old master would say if he saw Ina now. At the second wall, a determined girl refused to back down. She demanded passage, claiming she had urgent business she couldn't ignore. But one guard slammed the door on her and said they'd gotten word from the border fort to stop her cold and block her the moment she tried that way. No matter who she was, that was never an option. Even if, and Rengi snapped that she had no money at all, so they'd have to let her through with nothing but sheer need. Goodwill or not, they refused to fold. Those guys didn't back down for a second. And that's when the girl caught his attention, urging him to look behind him. Because danger was creeping right there. But there was nothing, just. He fought his way into position and launched the strike. He tore through a guard in a flash. Another guy tries to chew her out, but nothing lands, so he blows his whistle and calls in backup. She refused to quit because she had to reach Anna before it was too late to sort things out and help them. Right in the heart of the city, this sweet little potato strutted through the crowded streets like it owned the place. He grabs our boy's attention, then blurts it out to Wendy, who snaps into action and tells him it's a moi, wondering if it somehow slipped out of someone's garden, because that kind of vegetable is totally common around here. And the wild truth that vegetables could actually walk had Itsuki's jaw dropping in pure shock. Wendy nearly choked on her surprise. Turns out in her world, vegetables don't walk, and our boy said over there, it's only fish with fast legs, which honestly makes it way more interesting. Poor Mo could barely move because Shiro shoved it into her mouth and kept whining that he was hungry. He blurts out an apology for not feeding her yet, then leans in and asks what she's craving to eat. They promised they'd stuff themselves with meat until they were bursting at the seams. Itsuki asks Wendy where a good spot is, and she flashes a confident grin and tells him to leave it all to her. The three of them moved as one unstoppable unit, like one giant fan chasing the same dream. His family crowds around, and the woman grabs his hand, just like that, sending nerves through him like lightning. At the restaurant, everything feels warm and easy, and Shiro dives into the food like he always does, grinning and having the time of his life. But the hunt for Renge doesn't slow down for a second, and she keeps sprinting, desperate to slip away from the guards launched into parkour-level maneuvers, the kind you'd expect from trained pros. The three were already heading out of the restaurant, and Itsuki couldn't stop wondering how one tiny human body could have swallowed that much food. Anyway, it was time to head home, so yeah, Jade wouldn't back down, but Renga totally missed her shot and crashed right onto the protagonist. He caused a massive riot right in the heart of the city. She's ready to shield her master the moment the city guards snap at her to be quiet. But this time, Renga storms in with a massive victory and threatens to hurt Itsuki if the guards get any closer. She slips an apology to him under her breath, then seizes the moment to ask for cooperation, because she's trying to help her friends, and she can't do it without him. Right when panic hits, and Shiro is moments from striking, her master yells out, then he blurts the explanation. He insists he's totally fine, then tells the woman to take the little one home. Even with them at odds, the look on that guy's face is still showing up right on time. Meanwhile, the guards keep barking that she can't just keep running off like that. He told the stranger to lead him to the alley on the right, and she obeyed while the guards scrambled to catch up behind them. The boy cracks out a better plan and blasts his level 3 special magic to slam a barrier right in front of him, making the guys freeze mid-step, like they'd just hit a wall, with no choice at all, totally clueless about what even happened. And did Suki seriously apologize for everything he had to put himself through? But now, the moment hit, he had to bolt out of there. From the roof's edge, Shira kept her eyes locked on everything, replaying Wendy's words in her head. Who would have guessed her master begged to be left alone? Yet she still had to make sure he was okay, so she picked up the trail and followed the two, right to the finish. He stumbled into one of those bars only this time, surrounded by a whole bunch of insanely affectionate beetles. One of them shoots out an apology for the delay and quickly passes the drinks to the two of them, while another steers a whole crew of guys, me and you. Meanwhile, those two strangers just freeze in silence, staring ahead, and then the girl seizes the moment to ask, "So what? That wasn't a forbidden club?" She turned beet red and snapped that he had no right to bring her there, warning him to rethink if he was even thinking about anything with her then. Itsuki pushed on, and that wasn't what he had in mind at all. It was basically a spot where the guards never showed up, so when he finally noticed the girl beside him chained up, the questions hit him hard, and she blurts out the truth. She had no grain, so she slipped through the toll and didn't pay a thing. Finally, Ranga steps in, tells everyone she's here, and blasts the truth. Her friends are in trouble because she's a Vatarara, and yeah, she's about to explain why. Was part of the Red Front, made up of Aina and Sorte, plus her close group of friends. She tells you. Back then, she got a letter from Sorte straight up saying they'd been turned into slaves by some pervert, and she even shoves the paper into the guy's hands on it. Itsuki gets labeled as a real thug, like he's been staring at the two with that disgusting glare every single day. Renge said that was exactly what she needed to do, save them, no questions. Itsuki grabs her attention, demands she calm down and hear him out, then drops the bombshell that the person in the letter was him. And just when his luck hit rock bottom, a worker there spots him and blurts out, "Yeah, you're the guy everyone's talking about, the one who turned the Red Front girls into slaves." Renge snaps forward, lunging straight for the guy's neck. Hatred was already boiling in Julio's chest, and he was sprinting straight for the gun. Who twisted his best friends into slaves? A few months back, right there at the Adventurers Guild, Aina and Sorta got a nomination. And Ferris is about to explain why. Hokaku kept firing off his usual requests, and like always this time, it was a nomination for Renge. Sorte pored over the paper and confirmed it was the real deal. Turns out they were about to face an Earth Dragon, so they had to. Renj was already used to it, so she could slam the mission solo and rush back before anyone even noticed. Sorte's stomach tightened, but her friend shrugged and said it was basically like snatching candy from a baby. So the blonde pulled her friend close and warned her, "Stay sharp, watch every step, because I can get careless sometimes." Then she charged into the mission, and when she finally reached the destination city, the heat hit like a wall. Then the girl showed up there, hauling only her essentials and pure determination. The townspeople lit up the moment they saw her, and that joy hit hardest with a bunch of kids who practically couldn't contain their excitement. That tiny wolf celebrated the reunion too, because, yeah, it had been a long time since she'd seen them. After the greetings, the girl's eyes snapped to it. One of the kids was hurt. The boy broke it down for him, and Earth Dragon did it. On the walk home, he and his dad got jumped. Dad took the brunt and smashed his leg. And now Mom was stuck trying to work and breastfeed at the same time. The warrior grabs the little boy's chin and tells him to lift his head, then whispers that there's one thing she wants him to hand to his father. Then she shoves a little bag of coins into the kid's hands. She blurts out that she finally remembered the debt she owed him, then rushes to apologize for keeping him waiting. She slips in a warm hug for the old man, and right away her stomach growls like it wants a snack fast. The girl grabs the moment and hands the kids something special too, and they trade bites and snacks after that. The warrior stormed into the city's adventurers guild and tracked down an old man. He's apologizing because everyone's been scattered by that dragon incident. So if this was a request, he can't just jump in. Then it hits him. He realizes who it is, and he practically exhales with relief at seeing her. He blurts out an apology for pushing her so far away, and Ren shoots in too, apologizing for interrupting him the second she shows up. Then she turns to him and says she wants him to hunt for equipment and any useful info he can find. Turns out there was a survivor tied to the very first time the Earth Dragon showed up, or maybe that beast hatched from an egg someone left behind. A whole squad of local adventurers and eager onlookers rushed to bring it down. But that dragon's hide was insanely tough, and normally, after a while, once it stopped attacking people, it would bury itself in the sand to sleep, then slip to the next hunting spot somewhere they'd been unable to control for ages according to the news. That place was out by the city. To the old man, it was probably only about 3 of them, and the last time they showed up was 5 days ago in an oasis. In the south, it actually helped that the girl came alone, because now she's watching the ambush she set up, and they're in the worst mood imaginable. Watch the Earth Dragon burst up from the sand at last, racing toward what it truly believed was a human being. She'd been tracking these creatures for 3 straight days, and this was the first time she'd ever laid eyes on one of them. Now, it was action time, and she was hell-bent on making that creature her real prey. Meanwhile, with Itsuki already in her arms, Aina prayed for luck as she tried to drag herself toward a bath until the girl interrupted and insisted she still had to finish something first. She was scribbling a letter non-stop, determined to keep Renj fully in the loop on every single thing that was happening to them. At that very moment, the little one was praying her friend would do the same too, because ever since she walked out, they hadn't heard a single word. But her colleagues are calmly handling the dragon like it's nothing. If it weren't for the fact that her skills were way beyond what anyone expected, she nearly crumpled to the ground as it slashed at her with that claw. She knew it would be brutal, so if it was like that, she'd be in for the fight of her life. Next time he struck, it was going to hit way harder. The girl lunged toward the creature's neck, and without a second thought, he yanked it by the skin. He slammed it to the ground and finished it off, figuring there were only 2 more left. 2 weeks later, she chose the oasis nearby to cool her head and then headed back. She hauled everything into the city and kept talking, saying it took way longer than she ever expected to get it all done. And even so, the kids still stared in awe like it was the coolest thing ever. They wiped out every last Earth Dragon alone, and the whole city erupted in gratitude for them. Even the boy chimed in about his father, and thanks to Ranga, he'd finally be able to walk soon. She couldn't stop smiling, relieved, she headed to the Adventurers Guild, where the old man rushed in, apologized that he couldn't hand over her full reward right now, and swore he'd send the rest soon, while the warrior dumped the messy corpse processing onto that guy, because it sure wasn't a simple job. Right then it hit her. There was a letter waiting, delivered just for her. He swore it came from her hometown, and the moment she realized it was all down to luck, her curiosity went into overdrive. But the moment she skimmed that paper, hatred slammed into her like a punch. Now she was trapped in an emergency and had to sprint out of there fast. Yep, she was crazy busy. Back in the city, he couldn't even wrap his head around it. Ina and Luck had been dragged into slavery. She'd save both of them in a heartbeat. No second thoughts about that guy, standing right in front of her now, blocking her every move. Skidded past death by a hair's breadth, just barely dodged the impact. If it weren't for Shiro stepping in and shouting, she'd slice her down in an instant the second she so much as tried to cross her master. Renge kept screaming at Paralha to get out of the way, but Shiro refused to back down. The two were already marching straight toward disaster, and the older one. Everyone kept shouting that the younger one was ruining the whole plan. Inside, customers and workers shook with tension as the fight erupted, until one of the guys finally snapped and asked what they were up to. Then Shiro seized the opening and went for the girl, who fought back and defended herself, shattering the moment with pure will as everything exploded. A parallel line stretches straight to the blade. She froze in shock, but she still swung her foot to strike her anyway, and the older one flung her through the air, grumbling that the girl was nothing but pure annoyance. She nearly slammed into one of the women working there, even as she started to stumble and drop to the ground. But Shiro didn't let that happen. He turned the girl into his living support and powered through, dashes back to Renge and keeps the fight. She didn't intimidate that red-haired girl one bit, because in her eyes, Shiro was basically a total breeze target when she swung in with a punch at the girl, trying to connect. Paralha managed to leap out of the way then. That hit landed hard. The girl tried to shove it off her head, and then he finally crumpled to the ground. For Shiro, that wasn't just okay, it was perfect. Now she could finally take the enemy down and end this nightmare for good. Suddenly, someone seized her wrist and yanked it tight. It was a key proof she didn't have to do it at all. And yeah, that girl was Ina's companion through and through. And that luck hit so hard it left the little one completely speechless. Even sprawled on the ground, Renge tossed more fuel on the flames and made the boy's words hit harder. That's exactly why she had to step in and save those two girls. This final twist blindsided Kitsuki, and he yanked Shiro's attention, demanding he deliver something that sounded downright out of this world. At that moment, talking to Rangi was pointless, but he still had to muscle through and reach Anna and Luck so they could finally explain what was going on. So the duo scrambled to get out of there before anything else could go wrong. Renge slammed another trap into his path and stopped him cold. Even so, Shiro snapped at her master to step back. She'd take care of the girl for now, and he even promised he'd hold back no wiping her out for good if he could help it. Before he finally stepped out, he threw out an apology for the mess, then swore he was counting on the little one because that kid was locked in on the fight and ready to make a move. With a flash of summoned magic, Renge unleashed power that left the kid shaking with fear. This time, the woman vowed no escape for that little girl. So she called forth the needles, and Shiro's stomach dropped as he realized she was fighting from an absolutely brutal spot. It felt like a wall of needles was snapping into place between them, but the reach is so massive, it even slams into the protagonist's life and throws him off balance. Trapped him right in the middle of it all, pain so brutal, it felt like it would crush him. Juice streamed between his fingers. Then he crumpled to the ground. Agonizing pain crushed him so hard he couldn't even move right. Shiro throws in the towel, sprints straight to his master to get him help, and the girl shrieks again and again, begging him to hold on tight right when Rangi finally closes in, telling her to get out of the way. That's when Yasus finally bursts into the scene at the hall. He slammed to a stop and blocked the girl. Using this, his allies close in around her, raising a storm of spears all aimed straight at her. Meanwhile, Shiro keeps running her fingers over her master, lingering like she's claiming every inch. Yasus only showed up because he'd heard his clients were in danger, but when he arrived, he walked straight into a full-blown disaster. Even Wendy had slipped onto the scene and demanded permission to meet Hitsuki the moment she saw what was happening. Pure shock hit her like a punch. She shoots out her hand, snatches the boy mid-plea, and begs him to hold on. He pushed through and let it be known pure agony was tearing him apart. The maid was on the edge of breaking, sheer desperation crashing over her. Meanwhile, Renge's furious glare never flickered sure. He was technically a little more than a little, but he was still, somehow, a little more than Meanwhile, Renge male. So Yasus grabbed for control, trying to steady Wendy and insisting they had to give first aid. Then he marched straight up to the guy with the potion. She leans over her master's wound, pours on the cure, and warns him it's going to sting just a little. Meanwhile, Renge is still boxed in by guards with arrest orders, and one of them steps up with handcuffs in hand, warning her not to fight back. As soon as the girl made her move, panic hit them even harder. She snapped a new magic circle into existence, but this time, she'd use it to turn the ground into quicksand, catching the guards completely off guard. He shot forward and vanished into a giant puddle of mud. The girl burst out of there completely unhurt. Right then, she was already ready to charge straight at that boy and crush this once and for all. In her head, all she could focus on was one thing: finishing him off until the NDO stepped in to protect him. And she couldn't strike someone with nothing to do with this. So she just prayed the girl would finally stop shielding that girl. Gay. While she got swallowed by her own emotions, Shiro seized the moment and followed her, and he slammed her to the ground before she could even make it to her master. No mercy lived in her eyes when she finally slammed down with the girl face first into the dirt. Renge was totally finished. Yasus seizes the moment, traps her with a tight hold, and then turns to Shiro to give him heartfelt thanks for everything. But the girl didn't care about any of that. She just wanted to help her master in whatever way she could. The NDO snapped at the guards carrying him, ordering them to haul him straight to the Adventurers Guild, and that move instantly lit up Yasus's curiosity. Sure, a church or a clinic would have been safer, but the girl fired back that her master's potions would work there, and it was closer too, which honestly checks out. One of the guards steps in and demands what to do with Renge, and the merchant snaps back, telling them to drag her straight to his mansion. When they finally burst into the Adventurers Guild, they did everything he could to heal the master, no matter what it took. So, who's the one now wrapped up in bandages, barely holding on? The moment he finally opened his eyes, everyone's fears vanished, and pure relief hit the room. But Itsuki couldn't wrap his head around why he'd come to the guild, until Wendy stepped in and told him they'd rented a place for her master's treatment. It didn't take a second for Shiro to fling herself into Itsuki's arms, shouting with pure, unstoppable excitement. Filling the air with sheer panic and non-stop apologies, he slipped right back into being totally lost again. But the little one blurts out that he couldn't guard his lord. So that's why he ended up getting hurt. And that's when a grin snaps onto Itsuki's face. But he blurts out that without the kid, everything would be way worse right now. So that's exactly why he had to thank her. Wendy jumps in too, grabbing the moment to apologize and admit she'd been worried because of what happened. That chat went down for real, and the bald man finally spills the truth, confessing everything. They brought him over, and the young women practically shook with nerves, because right beside the boy's belly, there was a hole. The slave breaks in and says his own potion sealed the wound. But yeah, he'll be stuck with scars for sure. Demon of the adventurers jumps on the moment and demands to know who did this to the young man. He remembers he had to catch Aina and Sorte, and he's freaking out. Did they come back? But nope, they're still gone. And then he turns to Shiro and demands to know what happened to that girl. Right then, Aina bursts into the guild and blurts out that her friend has been locked up in Lord Ulysses' mansion. Sadness hit her hard. And that moment is the real key. She throws a celebration for her return, because he's been dying to get his hands on that conversation. She showed up, only to realize the girl had nothing but non-stop apologies for what happened with her friend. And the bald man gets blindsided by the fact that she's apologizing instead of clearing things up. Then the redhead bursts in and admits the truth. Renge is the one who struck first. The master, the one everyone there instantly recognized and respected. She also leans in and tells Wendy, "Yeah, I used to be in your group, but that only leaves the slave even more rattled. Because seriously, why would one of Aina's friends pull a stunt like that?" She launches into a full-on warning sermon, screaming that if he makes one wrong move, the master's life could be hanging by a thread. Right in the middle of all that chaos, Itsuki realizes the cruel truth. Luck never showed up for her, and the girl snaps back that she's got something else to handle Meanwhile, inside Yosa's mansion, the girl is trapped and helpless. She's getting held captive because she never paid the tower. He smashed the gate, tore through the guards, ransacked the whole place, and lunged for its secret, trying to kill whoever held it. This last bit leaves the girl uneasy, but Yas shoots back fast. She's getting taken care of right now, and she'll be back soon. Would be fine for him, but that girl wouldn't get the same lucky break. She was straining against the chains, even though it was totally useless because she couldn't shatter them. Turns out they were forged from special copper, designed for high-level monsters, and she couldn't even use her magic. So Yas started freaking out about what she was really capable of. She kept boiling with rage over her situation, getting angrier by the second. That's when Luck finally burst in, screaming for her friend's life. Then she saw it. On the shore, the sun fell brutal, and both of them just stared each other down, tense as a blade. Luck begs Yas to stop acting as cruel as Renge, but before she can even finish, he cuts in mid-sentence. He said one of his warehouses was almost wiped out, and the girl's master was nearly dead. So, yeah, the monster behind it all was Renga, and the only thing that made it happen was pure bad luck. If I hadn't shoved that letter to Miss Delinquent, none of this would have kicked off. Her words cut deep, but she wasn't wrong, and Yas wouldn't let her say a single thing. He knew she was about to refuse, but the truth still hit them right there, staring back at them. Yas's most valuable business partner was nearly wiped out, and the man riding with him had somehow turned into a criminal, and it was all Luck's fault. Renge finally snaps and tells her to stop. Right there. Question. Chasing the truth. Because somehow, Luck always ends up taking the blame. After all, it was her who tore everything up, and she didn't even flinch. Because if it meant protecting Luck and Aina, she'd do it all again without hesitation. That's when Luck totally fell apart, and she realized this was nothing like what she'd been imagining. Honestly, it wasn't like her and Aina had ever been thrown into a nightmare like the one described in the letter she sent. Ranga was left totally lost, and the girl could only keep blurting apologies over and over. Then Yas slams in, claiming those two struck a slavery contract with that boy because he owed debt. Once the adventurers wrecked him, the two stepped up and took the blame for the whole guild. Even with all their problems, they both knew deep down they still had something real, a relationship that actually worked. So yeah, it turns out that letter was pure lies, all the way through. What a damn shame if he'd actually read every last letter. Nothing would have gone wrong. Instead, he pulls out a paper that continues the same letter the girl left in that other city, and the guilt hits hard. He told me it came from there today, and honestly, it was already running behind schedule. So yeah, they dropped the mess and rushed right back to business. This Luck was also guilty of forcing her to notice the situation. She already knew exactly how the business would play out. Suddenly, the memory of the very first time she saw her, Suki, flashed through her mind. He was always flashing that smile, always planting himself between her and her friend, and it lit a spark of jealousy in her chest. She hated the way Aina smiled at him, like she'd instantly stolen her spot, so she practically begged him to get out and leave the two of them alone ASAP. But he didn't push her away, not even when she came at him with open hostility. Honestly, he wasn't some villain at all. She just drowned in shame, and that hit so hard, she decided to write the Isekai'D. That stupid letter. She was a reckless kid, trying to drag an innocent person straight into danger. So, she dropped to Yas's feet and begged for mercy, owning every bit of it, swearing she'd do anything to make things right. She was already pleading for forgiveness for Renga, someone who had nothing to do with any of this. Yet the girl still wouldn't. Nervous as hell, she told Luck to stop because that man was a slave trader, and she couldn't just go around saying it. She screamed that she was the only one who'd done what she did, and she didn't care one bit about the letters. So honestly, if anyone deserved punishment, it was her, no doubt. Still, Luca sobs her heart out, apologizing because she did it even though that girl was nothing but kind. And that's why her chest cracked open. She couldn't stop sobbing, and that's when Yaces stepped in, grinning and saying, "Just like the Red Front adventurers, our bonds are rock solid." Crying and tantrums would get them nowhere, so they had to figure it out next. Obey their rules, and the board will treat you like slavery by handing you a contract just for committing a crime. No doubt this girl was about to blow up in the new market. She's a famous adventurer after all. Even if he shouted and protested, her actions still got labeled a crime. There's no way out, no undoing it, so he could only sit back and let the labor law run its course. But everyone's stunned by Suki. She breaks in, then immediately blurts out an apology for interrupting. But before any of that could sink in, he had a message, one he couldn't hold back. Right at that moment, the tears of luck even quit mid-fall, and I just lock eyes with him, feeling my confidence crumble. But Suki insists it won't hurt him. So what about the merchant? He's relieved finally his dear customer is feeling good again. And the protagonist makes it crystal clear that all of this happened because of the old man's move. He can't believe his luck. Then the girl starts trembling all over again, scrambling to explain what she did. She admits she crossed the line, and now guilt is crushing her. So she's begging her master for forgiveness, but none of that mattered to him. Sure, he'd complain about what was in that letter later, but now he was determined to step in and help her right alongside Randy. He wraps her in a tight hug and begs her to trust him with everything. Then the girl finally nods. Yes. From far away, Renj can clearly tell this isn't how things are supposed to be. Something's seriously off. Suki begged Yases to lift Renge's restrictions right now because he couldn't take this kind of pressure anymore. Yeah, but she was a lethal criminal, and that guy couldn't just take the risk. But the boy snaps back, insisting he doesn't deserve to be talked to like that. But the merchant snaps that there's nothing to argue because the law will handle the next steps. So Itsuki steps in, grabs the responsibility for the damage, and promises to reimburse the boy for his shop. And if he managed to fix it the right way, he'd even toss in an extra fee as a straight-up apology. And just like that, the old man's jaw drops, utterly speechless. He barely survived, and now he was ready to beg for forgiveness from the very person who tried to kill him. Sure, he had a good heart, but it still wasn't going to work. And Itsuki is furious because the victim himself is the one begging for it. And he'd even cough up compensation for the merchant. Aina snaps back, saying she asked him for that very reason. Because the incident was on her shoulders too, and she'll do everything she can to make it right. So Yases leans in and straight up asks if she's a criminal, because maybe that's what it takes to forgive her friends. And she answers, if that's what it takes, and you can't help but feel the weight of it. Yeah, she confirms it's exactly right. And our guy agrees. But then he realizes he totally misread the whole thing. It wasn't even enough that the slave owner dropped to their knees and apologized, and the pay still didn't cut it, so he couldn't bring himself to forgive. Yases declares it straight. If you sin, you don't get excuses, you get punished. Every single time. Those girls need to be brought to justice, because only then will order snap back in place. As a citizen of that city, he still followed the rules like they were carved in stone, and order. So he decided he'd need his friend to freely give up. Itsuki couldn't. He'd convinced himself it was totally insane for him to even think like that as a citizen. But as a merchant, he couldn't help wondering what this guy really thought. And it totally throws Yasi off. So now it's your turn. Suki tells them he's a nomad, and he's packed with knowledge from places they've never even heard of, because to him, letting that kind of wisdom go to waste is unthinkable. Money. And hey, he also felt alchemy might actually go somewhere too, but that mustache guy had no clue what his friend was aiming for. So here's the key. It proves he can shove a unilateral loan through with him. There was plenty to question, but he couldn't back down. He still pushed to strike a deal with that merchant version of the guy. He didn't care what the game looked like. He just wanted them to agree on the rules. If it was Suki won, he demanded Sota forgive Renj and fall for her. But Yasi insists he never had the power to do that. while Suki swears the Yasi she knew had authority to spare. Fed up with the chatter, the mustache man snaps that he can fix things that way at least partly, but then he leans in and demands to know every risk the protagonist is about to face. Would run because he wasn't just chasing freedom. He had something to lose, too, and he blurts out, "If I lose, I'll be your slave for life." So hard it shocks his maids clean off their feet. Even Ranga didn't get it. She just couldn't wrap her head around what that boy was saying. I mean, why would someone like him do something like that for someone like her? He pauses for a second, then admits it's because she's family to Ina and Luckand. That bond matters more than anything. That's when it hit him. He remembered the boy actually teamed up with her at multiple points while she was performing. He felt like a complete idiot. Shiro locks eyes with her master, begging to know one thing: will he really be okay? Because inside that game, she can't shield him at all. And it's Suki thinking he won't lose, even if it doesn't feel like relaxing. But the girl just won't answer, because she's got total faith in her master. And that's what sends Yas's laughing, before he finally accepted Joran's challenge once and for all. That's a huge leap for the protagonist. When he presses the merchant for details, the merchant says it'll feel just like the game between him and the Daro, just like that one time. Whoever hit 120 million in a single week would take the win, so if the boy could pull it off and cover the store's losses, he'd walk away victorious. But the Adventurers Guild and the Alchemists couldn't lend a hand, and they even barred them from selling anything that had shared those rights. And the merchant even agreed to let the Red Front people team up too, because they were tied to that whole incident. These terms were actually pretty fair to the protagonist, so for now, Sorte and Rango stayed right under his watch. When they finally broke free and made it out, exhaustion slammed into them so hard they could barely stand. Renjet shoots a quick call to the boy. She tried to apologize again, even though she already knew there was no way anyone could ever forgive her for what she'd done. Sorte also makes it crystal clear. Her friend isn't the villain. Every bit of blame lands on her, and she can't help it. She's apologizing. And the boy gently pinches her chubby cheeks to calm her down, then tells her, "If you've got complaints, say it to me. We're friends." And it hits the girl that this is the first time she's actually being acknowledged. As for Ringa, she had nothing to worry about. Itsuki's injuries were fully healed, and he was back stronger than ever, while Ina couldn't stop regretting that she'd let something like that happen. But for our protagonist, the dust finally settled, so for now, he could head home, drop the stress, and finally rest. She welcomed him with a smile full of joy on her face, even though you could tell rage was burning underneath. He rushes back to her and throws out a real apology, because once again, he left her standing there alone. And when the maid spots Renge standing there, she immediately clicks, confirming exactly who she is, only to get absolutely smacked in the face right after, and she finally exhales in relief. With that done, she calls her master and tells everyone to hit the breakfast table, which includes Rengar. Her key even tries to talk to her, but all the woman can do is confess that she can't bear being left alone again. So she hurls out yet another apology. No matter what they tried, there was simply no undoing that moment or rewinding time. But turns out, a quiet life was nowhere near Itsuki's reality. 7 days stood between him and the final showdown with Yasas, and the hero stayed trapped, grinding out his accessories non-stop. He couldn't even catch a breather for a single minute, and he stuck to the rules. No Adventurers Guild help, no alchemists either, right up in. No matter how many accessories Itsuki churned out, it still felt like he was pushing one grain of sand across an endless desert, and to make it worse, he couldn't even sell the massager. Profitable? Yeah, he'd already stashed enough cash to pay for half the costs, but it still wasn't close to the $60 million he needed. Shiro locks onto the master's presence, blurts out where he's heading, but the master just smirks and says he's going to the bathroom. He told himself to clear his head for a second before going back to work, and then Shiro decided to. Taking her by the moment, the boy blurts out that Wendy claimed she was stealing food and causing trouble. Then the little one fires back, saying she was starving, but she still had to rein it in. That's when our boy Frozena and Sorte just showed up out of nowhere. There, she was already braced for the pain-like sort wasn't just ready. She was set to smash a hit. When she finally threw her hands up and just blurted, "You're not supposed to look at it," something about it was way too strange. And when he says so, the girl snaps at him too. To shut him up, he hurled the bucket right at his face, muttering that he'd gone and acted like a total idiot. Meanwhile, Shiro charged straight toward Renge, begging him to help her scrub her hair clean, and so she did it. Slow, careful, and smart, using that exact moment to her advantage. So she apologized to the two of them from yesterday, checked the girl was okay, and then, well, the little one. She made it crystal clear she wasn't hurt, then seized the moment to shower Renges with praise. Still, she had nothing to fear. She wouldn't drop dead even if someone landed a brutal hit, and besides, she was tough enough to take it. Girl. Outside, Aina was tearing into one of Wendy's treats, a little cookie that was absolutely perfect too. It was company tea's base, but it also fueled their travel plans, and she'd hand the girl a portion to use on the next mission. Wendy spots Aina's face and blurts, "What's wrong?" And Aina just shrugs it off, saying she's been feeling completely blown away. She begged for forgiveness, because even as a slave, she couldn't live up to her worth, and it ate her up if she was part of the Red Front. She should have handled it herself, but instead, she let the master deal with it, which left Aina feeling utterly pathetic. So Wendy stared at him and fired off that question. After all, she'd already thrown her whole body and soul at Itsuki, and she'd do anything it takes for him. But the master shut that down hard, because all she wanted was for him to finally tell the truth for real, and that's exactly why her heart sank just a little. Pointed. She felt like only Aina had the power to pull off those kinds of moves, and that thought lit a spark of cheer in the warrior. With only 5 days left before the delivery, the protagonist was utterly wiped out. Even at full throttle in the workshop, he could churn out only a few items. And now Anna and the other girls would have to rush out for more materials, because he'd need a whole new way forward. If he kept going like this, he'd end up becoming the creepy old man's favorite comfort, no doubt. He even considered begging Darwin for help, but that thought felt like it could make everything blow up even more. In the end, he had to act, so he snapped out of his thoughts when Wendy suddenly announced that a guest had arrived. It was Mary Darwin's daughter, and she sat right there, like they'd been best friends for years. She couldn't ignore it. He was totally on edge, even though he hadn't done a single thing. And she said she'd heard about what happened at the Bloor Hotel, saying it sounded juicy and wild, while he brushed it off like it was nothing at all. She knew she had to score the money, and that's why she showed up. She just needed to know whether he pulled everything off. The boy admitted it was brutally hard to get, and she couldn't help feeling her heart sink for what he'd been through. It was him, staring straight at his own reflection already. After all, he was a traveler, so the goddess must have carved those scars into him herself. He had the skill, sure, but his friendship was kind of a disaster waiting to explode. Help! Mara snapped her eyes at the boy, wondering if he'd somehow learned absolutely nothing new. With a calm mind and a sharp gut feeling, Itsuki decided to pull out his guild card and take a look. That revealed every active move and passive gift the boy had locked in his power. Turns out, his alchemy skill had jumped so hard that just when he finally noticed the mold and the forwards in the air, everything clicked into place. He stared at the materials on his table and finally understood exactly what it was all about. As the skill's name hinted, it copied everything, but the clone came out a little busted. Manual molding was an alchemy skill that let you shape materials however you wanted right on the spot, depending on how deep your alchemy level went. So he could crank out one-of-a-kind products faster with that molding and let forgery do the dirty work on the side. He could have used that skill on the massager too, but this time no way. Now he just had to crack how to sell everything he could craft fast and figure out which materials to use when the orders piled up. That's when it hit him. Mira's words about how he was meant to travel. So he hauled his maids into the room to drop his request, and their curiosity skyrocketed the second the door shut, and unpractically begging for him to finally spill the beans. He told them to cool off first, then slipped in what he really wanted, have them grab everything on the list, and it shouldn't be that much different. But he had to ask right away. And then, one of them has to break away from the other two. Luck already tried to soothe Aina, promising she'd do her best yet. That wasn't the message Itsuki was about to deliver. Renj and Luck bolted off, and Aina made it crystal clear they'd be back before dawn. And he also slid Wendy a small mission. She grabbed it with both hands, totally thrilled. All right, now, the deal was locked in, and it was time for him to jump straight into action. He pulled off forgery and handcrafted molding to repair what he already had sitting back at home. Still, it felt like one day of this would kill him. He gulped those potions, and the sodium hit like a straight-up energy drink. At the end of the day, the only job left was to sell tomorrow, and when Wendy saw how worn out the master was, she stepped in, covering him so he could finally get a night that was at least barely comfortable. 4 days before the deadline, he yanked his subordinate together and called him in. He'd already prepped every product, so all that was left right then was to sell to. So they all had to team up and push toward it together. Right in the heart of the city, a massive line snapped into existence to get those products, and the crowd swelled non-stop, driven by pure curiosity. While the other women were spellbound by it, a group of bold souls decided to go take a closer look. It felt like a whole parade of people was marching right through there, and the crew was Renge, Ina, and Luck. It's this key that brings customers in, begging them to check out this kind of accessory, handing them to the red-fronted adventurers as the crew roared around us, who swore they were just comfortable. They also had an insane variety to choose from. Of course, the design totally leveled up their style. He said it started as an accessory carved from pricey ore, but right now they had it on a huge discount, and the girls were already circling like, "Hurry up! I'm not letting this pass." Sales are booming, and the women of the city keep getting more and excited. Then Mara finally showed up to check on her friend and see how everything was going, and he couldn't help but feel glad she'd helped clear his ideas up just a little. She limited the design to women, forced her colleagues to wear it, and basically lit a fire under everyone's desire to buy. Because it was a quick make-or-break fight, she just knew this one would blow everyone's minds. In that world, the girls couldn't resist anything shiny, and when the boy found his opening, he wasted no time thanking the girl for letting the protagonist use her sales salon. But that was nothing. If he had to thank anybody, it would be Adela, and Itsuki sure as hell didn't want to owe her a thing. Luck cut into the talk to ask which accessory could shrug off poison. And right then, Suki stood up, waved goodbye, and said he still owed a girl plus. Honestly, that girl sounded way too intriguing to ignore. After 3 non-stop days of making and selling everything over and over again, deadline day finally slammed into place. With his crew backing him up, Itsuki finally crushed the fundraising and got it all done. He had to congratulate Wendy in particular, because the design council had been insanely helpful in crafting that accessory for the trio, making Wendy light up like she'd just won the world, since she absolutely loved being put to use. The boy storms into Yas's mansion with every promised coin in hand, and he shocks the mustache man to the bone. Their team poured over the numbers and proved there really were 120 million over there. So there was nothing left to argue about. Sorte and Renj could finally be cleared as innocent. Yasses even tried to rope the boy into dinner, but he shut it down. He already had plans. At the Adventurers Guild, the young man raised his cup and gave a stunning toast, and the moment she felt it hit her, her sorting sped ahead to a brighter place because she'd already started crying from pure emotion. She acted like she'd lost control. But it wasn't her, it was the drink calling the shots. Genge stepped up to the master, heart pounding as she searched for the right words, because she truly wanted to offer a real apology now that it was all over until, out of nowhere, "It's a key," he said, and he extended a cup toward her. She told him, "Don't worry." When it all ended, everyone was safe, and that truth finally settled him, and that crushed the girl with pure gratitude. Itsuki fired up his forgery skills again, cranking out potions like a machine until he finally slammed the motifs into place. When he noticed his level climbed again, now the spotlight hits a new hot topic on his skill course, the experience circle. After a while, the guy's calculations started to crush his nerves, and stress poured through him. and Shiro caught him looking serious. So he asked why, and the answer hit hard, with his family growing bigger. The bills kept climbing, and he'd have to work even more. Wendy caught what he said and told him, "If you need help, tell me. I can work too." But he puffed up with pride and insisted his job was to provide for the other girls in the house. Still, the maid pushed the point. If the young man had any trouble, he should come to her because she only wanted one thing. Everyone smiling. He stopped at the Alchemy Guild, grabbed the moment, and asked Bella Renrich for a job only for her to snap. "Stop making that weird voice." Of course, those potions blew up in popularity, so the noblewoman could swoop in and start selling them. She warned him that if he got distracted by women, he'd lose focus and slack on training his skills. But listen, there was one quick thing he had to talk about. So, he leaned in and told her about his experience. Circle then admitted his alchemy had surged, and with it, he'd learned manual molding and even forgery. So if he wanted to remake something he'd already made before, he could cut out all the first steps and just recreate it from scratch. The noblewoman cut in and demanded to know whether he'd shown this new skill to anyone he hadn't. Not yet, so Bella Reinrich leaned in and told the young man to keep it all to himself. She stared at the skill and went, "Wow," because level 9 alchemists weren't exactly common. So if he wanted to keep that edge, he'd better keep it quiet. He nodded fast, like he already knew the truth. Then the noblewoman snapped at him to go home and start working, because she needed around 500 potions in just 3 days, and that demand totally stunned him. She was a total demanding sister, and somehow Itsuki still felt himself level up right there. What Bella Reinrich said clicked with him, even back when he was stuck in his old company, and once his skills leveled up, the bosses still used their employees like they didn't even have a pulse. Even if the talk got a little awkward at the end, landing the role of an alchemy apprentice still felt oddly pleasant. His thoughts got ripped apart when a girl sprinted up, shouting at him to get out of the way, but he couldn't outrun it. Next thing, they both careened, tumbled, and slammed onto the ground. The girl ended up on top, her cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. Then he snapped, shouting, so the little one asked if the boy was really okay, but he barked at her to get off first. When she tried to do it, she totally took the wrong turn and ended up headed the other way. Even after the whole embarrassing mess blew over, the protagonist checked the girl for injuries and made sure she was safe. Then he snapped that she needed to stop sprinting down the slopes if she didn't want to get seriously hurt. The stranger barely glanced his way and shot a question. Was the boy a drifter? Because the vibe he gave off just screamed it. Vibe check also. She seized the moment and introduced herself as Origal, flashing a smile and saying it was a real pleasure to meet her. Suki. She claimed she lived near the city center, but still a bit of a drive from it. Her grandfather ruled that land as the Lord, so she grew up in absolute wealth. Family. This new info hit the boy like a light bulb, and it was exactly what he needed. Until he finally got it, he had to beg the girl to lock away what just happened between him and the moment that changed everything. They kept pressing questions, but when a goal demanded to know where they were headed, Itsuki was already done. He was marching straight home. So, she decided they'd go on a date, right up until he reached his destination. Completely brushing off what the boy had said, the girl couldn't wait for the lumberjack to roll into town, and when he finally did, he grinned and said the people there were buzzing, laughing, happy, and full of life. The world he came from wasn't awful, but for our boy who's smiling way more now, it suddenly felt a little too tense. Yeah, it wasn't all sunshine there. Scary, intense, and a little too radical people were packed in everywhere, and ever since he showed up, everything felt like pure fun for him. Sure, there were tough moments, but they all pitched in, ate, drank, and laughed side by side. And that's exactly why he couldn't get enough of that place. When Origal heard it, her eyes lit up. She thanked him and then marched off, leaving the protagonist totally baffled. Then the little girl blurts out that she's lived there since the day she was born. And when someone else finally loves the place too, pure happiness lights up her face. She waved goodbye, thanking the boy for the whole day, and then he warned her. If she kept dashing around like that, she'd be begging to come back. Meanwhile, Yassi climbed down from her cart, leaned toward the driver, and demanded he wait. She demanded that he rush the message to the Lord and tell him she'd finally reached her residence. He spills every detail of what happened with Ringa and how he handled the victim. And so the Lord basically says, we can't just set her free and call it a day, she has to stay in place. They still listen to the guy's wishes about how that whole incident should be handled. Either way, she knew Itzaki was something special because even Yassi's jumped in to help him crush that problem. The merchant tells you they've got old connections and that he's a truly fascinating guy. Sure, he can get a little weird and illogical sometimes, but it's still impossible not to listen. That's exactly why they latched onto him as something rare. And honestly, it was hard not to be curious that the girl actually fell for someone like him. For her, it felt totally normal to pry into someone this fascinating. So when she spoke, the merchant started to suspect they had. He'd already met her, and she spilled the truth, turning out she was an oracle, and dropping that the boy could be exactly her type. The mustache man just stared, completely blown away. But that moment crashes fast because the girl starts coughing. Fit, because her health wasn't exactly thriving, and, yeah, she'd have to admit it. Honestly, it was a total disaster, and the plan she was banking on might not even work at all. And, yeah, there was zero escape from it. So she started pushing forward with the transfer of, even that merchant can't stop daydreaming about who she should recommend next, which makes her even more curious. But this wasn't the moment to dwell on any of that. So she shot up and kept moving. The woman shuts down the meeting, tells him to get out, and sends him on his way with a bright, "Have a good day." Alone in that massive room, Origal gets swallowed by crushing sadness. She just wished so badly that the city would slow down long enough for her to truly get to know it. At Itsuki's mansion, Wendy and Renge were hustling to hang up the clothes right there, like they owned the place. But the wind blasted like crazy there, and the girl even had to brace herself against it. She blurts out an apology for dragging the warrior into the housework. But honestly, it's fine for her, because she's free. She asked if Aina and Sadi were heading to the guild that day, and Rengi confirmed it, because the guildmaster had just summoned them, and she couldn't stop staring at how stunning Wendy looked. It was already noon, and since their master was waiting in the workshop, they could finally slip away for lunch for a bit. So when do you finally start putting everything on the table like you always do? She split the meal with Renge, and pure happiness lit up her face. So who was going to town on that food like it was a feast? The warrior couldn't look away. The other girl had his eyes glued to her, which makes Wendy wonder if she picked the wrong palate until she realizes it's actually insanely good. She couldn't shake the maid's slap from her mind, no matter how hard she tried. Right when she jerked up like something snapped, she apologized to Wendy because she suddenly realized she still hadn't actually done it. After all, Wendy had to deal with something insanely annoying because of them, and that's not something you just ignore. They hadn't known each other for long. But she could read it in his eyes, because for her, Itsuki mattered more than anything, and her face didn't always wear the blank look of a slave staring at her master. Renge tried to assassinate his own master to save Ina and Locke. That's why her heart crumpled. She couldn't help but feel awful, leaving Wendy completely speechless. Before she could even speak, it was already settled, because the master had invited her into that house and wiped the slate clean by forgiving her. That's why the maid forgave her, too, because deep down, she loved her master. That left Ranga totally stunned. Before she could even process all the apologies, Wendy warned her that Ranga had been a little careless, and that it was smarter to stay extra careful from here on out. After she finished tidying up, Wendy leaned in and told her new friend, "Take this food to my master." Once work pulled him in, he got so absorbed he completely forgot to eat or even sleep, because at that moment it was honestly too funny to handle. While washing the dishes, she couldn't stop herself from falling into thoughts, but feel the kind of devotion that made her love her master with her whole heart. And every time she said those words, her heart ripped open, because the master always found a way to get his hands on her. He held back his heart, but after that incident, he never touched her again. So she needed proof, real proof, the kind that proves it all. He couldn't let her go without love, or else she'd keep spiraling in that crushing insecurity. She caught herself for what she'd done, because using that the right way is what makes care actually matter. of her. Then Shiro snaps her back to reality, noticing she's drifting in her own thoughts, and he asks where it hurts, and the little one wraps her up in the tightest hug, holding her close like it mattered, even though he couldn't explain why it felt so important. Meanwhile, in his office, Itsuki slammed his face into his hands. In those books, he buried himself in a brutal method to make Paincia so tangled and advanced that the whole manufacturing process wasn't even written down there. But there was this wild thing about missing body parts, deadly diseases, curses, and a secret remedy that wiped out every bad condition. And he couldn't stop wondering if the expert circle could let him do all of that instantly. So he locks in, pouring everything into his magic, and brings a brand new potion into existence. He had no clue if this was the real thing he'd been searching for. Turns out they'd cooked up a secret medicine that wiped out nasty negative conditions, but it didn't stop the clock or slow aging at all. And right then, Range finally showed up. The boy jolted in surprise, then blurted, "What's wrong?" But she tells me the Indian guy asked her to bring his lunch, and his master thanks her, right as he realizes, only now, that things are about to get really, really bad. He pressed through the pressure, hunting for the truth behind his power and wondering if he could really trust his slaves with it. At least he could wrap his head around his powers, because he'd never once crafted some miracle cure before. So he couldn't figure out how he pulled one out of nowhere. That potion was called *Goddess's Service Ants, and the fact that he could whip it up at all was downright unreal. As he worked, Shira stayed silent and watched him closely, desperate to finally figure out what was really going on. After a while, he stormed out of his office and swore to stay quiet for a whole year about his powers. "You thank her for the lunch, it was seriously delicious." And then he grins, telling her, "I'm free this afternoon, so if you need any help, just say the word." But she shuts him down, tells him to save his time, because she's already spent way too long meeting with the maids, and now the girl is about to bring up something, but soon throws in the towel, waving him over for tea. And he trails after her, all shaky nerves and zero clue what to say next. Finally, Aina and Sorte stumbled back from their hunt, utterly wiped out from head to toe. Itsuki blurts out, "So what happened to the two?" But right then, they had to get cleaned up first, which instantly brings Sort A back to life. Now that it's finally settled, Suk snaps back and asks again what the heck actually happened. Then Ina spills the bombshell. The guild sent them a request, and the guys can't believe it. A monster slipped away from a merchant, and they launched the hunt for it, the modal variant of the Vorpal rabbit. But this wasn't just any monster. It was a rare genius like a human, and it could talk to other monsters and even animals. And Ina reveals the truth: this creature was insanely fast, and it vanished from Sorte and her in just seconds. Rage hit her like a storm. She was so mad, it was practically spilling out, as it kept the ketones her. But she swore next time she'd snatch that cheeky rabbit for good. So the red line had no choice. It had to snap back into its original shape the moment Renger returned. The moment the protagonist realized it was a little weird, he wished the kid luck, and begged them to avoid anything too extreme. Right then, Sorta stepped in and asked for help from the child who lived with him. She wanted to borrow Chiro for a while, just long enough to get what she needed from them. She was strong, quick, and built to dodge anything. With Itsuki's nod, they grabbed the little thing. Girl vanished from the house, leaving just him and Wendy behind. And the woman says it looks like all she'll have to do is make dinner for just 2 people. Then he stopped himself, because deep down he knew it had been way too long since the protagonist found himself stuck alone with the girl. Dinner turned into a non-stop laugh fest, and everyone kept cracking up together. Later, he stared at the moonlight, but it couldn't soothe the storm raging in his head. Every time they slipped away together, it felt like the very first spark all over again. He felt exactly like a high school teenager bursting with hormones, and he didn't forget that promise he made to live life the right way, his way. But today was the moment everything changed. Time to add. He couldn't shake it from his mind, not even when the shower was running. And while he brushed his teeth, he geared up to meet the girl. He even slammed on the door like he couldn't wait another second. When despair crushed him, he couldn't even tell if Wendy was really okay with it, because men were brutal, and he didn't stand a chance to be like the. He was about to quit. Then bam! The girl who wasn't supposed to be there caught him off guard. She leaned in, heart pounding, and wondered what she could do to help him. With nerves buzzing in her chest, Itsuki couldn't get a word out, so she was the one who had to call him inside. Two of them slumped at the table, trapped in an awkward silence that felt like it could snap any second. Nervous but determined, she tries to break the silence by offering him tea, then stands up to get it. But the boy yanks her hand and begs her to wait. That wasn't what he wanted from her. He makes it clear with a sharp comment. On the promise he made back then, he pushed for answers. He just needed to know if she still wanted to go for it. Wendy's cheeks flare from that comment, and she still pulls it together to confirm it anyway. And yeah, she'd always dreamed of bringing the two of them together, giving him everything she had, right there by his side. Because she was on the verge of confessing, her heart raced when that boy kissed her, and still she could have. Stop replaying how deep her love hit you, her master. And under the moonlight, they locked lips like legendary lovers, sealing it with pure, trembling passion. And the girl's excitement kept skyrocketing. When Itsuki shattered the vibe, everything suddenly felt awkward as hell, so he blurted out an apology for how wildly it all came out. But the girl threw her arms around him and begged him, "Don't you dare apologize." And they both stumbled into bed, ready to play an insanely interesting game. When he stepped out in that gorgeous outfit, Itsuki made sure to praise him like he was the real star. They hit the ground and pushed back into the first phase of the game, and he taught her the exact key how to press the right buttons and level up her skills. They got stuck there, all tangled together, for what felt like forever. And as they kept playing, the girl lit up with pure joy, because her master moved like lightning, turning every second into pure fun. She didn't waste a second. She called his name for help, and he came running. So they keep the good times rolling, blasting through the whole night without slowing down. As the first light of dawn burst over the horizon, Suki jolted awake and instantly felt totally lost. Like her brain couldn't catch up. He rose with the sunrise blasting straight into his face. And there he was, Wendy right beside him. That lit up his smile, because he couldn't forget how she was grinning through the game last night. The protagonist softly called out to her, and she jolted awake. And that sleepy girl finally dragged herself up, blinking like she'd just woken from a nightmare. She stole a kiss from him and greeted him with a sweet, "Good morning." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the rabbit squirmed away from Swords' grasp, barely getting free, who exploded out of the bushes, pure rage burning in every step. She stepped in with total intent to snatch that little creature the second it bounced and darted around. Happily, she spun around because right on her heels, another beast was ready to wreck her day. It showed up again right then. A gigantic bear started pushing the blonde's limits, testing her patience to the breaking point. He snapped that it was annoying and charged straight into the attack. She wiped out the beast in the blink of an eye, then screamed to her friends that the rabbit was headed their way. The creature sprinted in with its weapon gripped tight, and Renga burst out to announce, "I'm here." She wasn't showing up to mess around, but the beast launched itself at her, snapping forward with its tiny body like it was built to strike. Still, she snapped out of the way at the last second, and still this rascal slipped right past the warrior like it was nothing at all. It happened at breakneck speed, but that girl refused to let it slip away like that. He hurled a few stones at it, and the rabbit staggered, totally thrown off balance. Meanwhile, Aina crouched and waited for the perfect landing. Net held tight, ready to kick off the new year in style. And then they sprang the trap, snatching the creature with razor-sharp precision, which lit Sorta up with pure victory. The three huddled around it, grinning like kids, and Sorta was already chomping at the bit to dive into that rabbit soup. Right when they yanked the animal out of the net, they expected something feral, then they froze, because all they found was a stuffed toy, which made the little girl scream in pure fury. And then the rabbit, it was right out in the middle of the forest, grinning like it had just won everything. It cackled like it had lost its mind then. Right then, it crashed straight into Shira, leaping straight into escape from the girl, yeah. And on top of that, she was fast as lightning, and now she was craving rabbit stew like her life depended on it, or catching it skillfully. And at Itsuki's mansion, the young man was stuck helping with the laundry. while Wendy demanded he only tackle what was easy. Out of nowhere, a video slammed into their world and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was that little girl the young man recognized instantly. Or maybe it was a whole goal packaged by some guy with real style and class. Right before Itsuki even got Darwin's house inside that dungeon, Hayato was already there waiting in the shadows, not far from the spot, tearing into an ugly gigantic beast that wouldn't stay down, which he sliced clean in two, because that's exactly what a true hero would do. He made sure his whole team was safe and okay, and the girl insisted, "Everything's okay here," like she meant it with all her heart. But his worry for Chris wouldn't let him breathe, so he pressed for something specific, and when the girl showed up, he welcomed her right away, then told everyone there to take a short break. Then they plopped down for a snack, and Letty even handed out food to her master herself. She thought chasing that giant dungeon was total overkill, but the Lord told them there was nothing they could do, because the elixir they needed was buried in the deadliest parts of the dungeon, period. And then one of the girls snapped, saying Origel's health was draining fast, so there was no choice left at all. Letty snapped that the assassination poison was a little too brutal, but Hayato insisted that kind of person was just another roadblock for the forces of evil. But they couldn't ignore the mission, because this girl right here is a full-grown woman. She even wondered if her master had any word on Itsuki. But they were trapped in the dungeon, so her guild card couldn't reach him, and she had to cling to the fact that he'd be okay. All right, she tracked down oars for him because she'd promised him a souvenir, because they'd come from the same hometown, and because the protagonist was genuinely good. Hayato latched onto him fast, so much so that Letty even said he didn't have the vibe of a bad guy. Right when it started to get good, Recommando the warrior cut in mid-conversation, starving and ready to strike. For her, Superlone wasn't a meal at all soon. The girl got snapped up and reprimanded by. The elf warned them that if they got too loud, monsters would come crawling out of the dark. That left Letty shaking with stress, so Hayato spun to Chris and asked, "Do you think she'll be okay?" Chris learned Emily had already cast healing magic to help, and the girl nodded. "Yeah, she'll be fine." "All right then, team up." And they pushed ahead, because they were there for one mission only: save their feudal lord, no questions asked. The old man blurts out an apology for showing up out of nowhere, then insists that day was the one his mistress had scheduled to meet Itsuki, and then banned the girl's sudden presence throws him completely off guard. Then the mustache man steps up with full ceremony and formally unveils his lord and the mission he wants him to chase. They stand face to face, and the boy can't stop shaking with nerves. He cracks an apology for the last time they met, because, yeah, that wasn't exactly civilized. But the girl snaps back that he doesn't have to act that respectful. Sure, it was only a bad landing, but that never mattered, because she always swept the moment. And yeah, she looked all childlike. But make no mistake, she was an adult. The girl jumps at the moment and introduces her butler to the boy, and he flashes a calm smile, saying it's an absolute pleasure to meet him. She flicks her eyes around and shoots, "Did you buy that mansion yourself?" And the boy blurts out that Darwin handed it to him. A space way bigger than he ever needed, complete with an alchemy room and a really gorgeous bathroom, and that last detail hits him like a spark, so he blurts out, asking if he can use it someday. And, yeah, the protagonist wouldn't even try to deny it. He'd grin and claim his bathtub was straight up awesome. Even if she used it just once, her jaw would drop. Just as he's about to wrap up, the girl erupts into coughing, and panic hits him. What if it's Suki? He couldn't ignore how deathly pale the girl in front of him looked, so he grabbed Wendy and demanded she bring one of her potions. That totally spikes Origel's curiosity, blurts out fast that it's a restorative potion packed to mend everything. The Lord was stunned, asking if it was truly okay to hand her something like that, because it looked insanely expensive, but the protagonist didn't bat an eye. He just told her to go ahead and takes it. And just like that, she does. Then he asks how she feels, and the girl answers, She's already feeling way better, and she grabs his hands to thank him. Years flew by, and now that the mess was finally settled, the boy had one burning question left: what brought that girl here today? snapping her back to the fact that she still had business to handle. She had to sit down and figure out how to handle Renge from the red front. Now that's a dangerous, delicate truth for the protagonist, because the woman tells him that the testimonies from the people at the store where it all went down finally reached her. Even though she knew the deal between him and Yasis, more things still weighed on her. Sure, she understood the good intentions behind everyone trying to help, but the city had rules that still demanded they be obeyed. But after watching what the boys did and who they really were, she finally nodded and let him run the show. Just this one time, leaving him insanely grateful, because his subordinates hadn't even witnessed the accident, and with no complaints or testimonies, they could just act like it never happened. Still, the girl shoots back a warning: this guy's stirring up serious trouble all across that city. She knew it wasn't really his fault, but he still had all that drive to do it. And then, it was. Maldononi even steps in, begging him to please just stay put. He was trying to stay out of trouble, begging his boss to slow down because he didn't want her pushing herself and wrecking her health. But Origal shuts him down. Stay out of this. And the moment she speaks, she's hit by another brutal coughing fit. That key was freaking out, begging to know one thing. Was the girl okay? She doesn't spill much, just snaps that she's not feeling right, and then she has to say her final goodbye. And just like that, she storms out of the protagonist's place, leaving him staring after her. Wendy's left staring, wondering if that girl is truly okay. Because even without really knowing her, Itsuki couldn't stop worrying. But now, just when the warriors came back from their mission, something new was about to smash into him and demand his attention. And Sortse beamed with pride, cradling the rabbit right in her head. Her hands sure. They hit bumps along the way, but they still pulled off exactly what they set out to do. Sort was already bragging about how easy it was when the creature suddenly burst out of the bag it was trapped in, zipping straight toward Wendy. Suki lunges fast, trying to shield herself before it's too late, but the terrified little creature clung to the girl's leg like it wouldn't let go. Shiro yanks it back again and growls for it to act like it's his. At the Lord's mansion, that girl was on her knees, begging the butler for forgiveness after the mess she caused earlier, and he finally lays Origal to rest in the room. An old man steps up and asks if the girl is bedridden again, and then he lays it out. She just needs her sleep. Turns out the elixir Hayato brought them wasn't worth much, and the old man spiraled in panic over what they were going to do next. But it looked like the only cure for this curse was spiritual medicine, and at this pace, the only road to salvation was sending the problem straight to God. Back at his place, Itsuki couldn't shake the earlier incident from his mind. I handed Origal the cure for everything, and it still hit nothing, like the medicine just couldn't save him. Wait, maybe there's still one more thing that can save me. A potion I kept hidden away. Sukyu handled it with care. Then the very next morning, he geared up for his commitments. While he shaved, he suddenly thought, maybe I should craft a razor next. Invention. Time he's prepping everything. And right as he's getting ready, he leans in and tells Wendy, I'll be gone for a bit, and maybe he'd end up running late, so he'd grab dinner out instead. The girl quizzes him on where he's headed, and he tells her he's only going to the lord of the city's mansion for a quick stop. Speaking of that mansion, this girl was taking his bath. While the maid helped wash his hair, they scrubbed it clean together. She swore she never knew when her end would come, so she made sure she stayed stunning always. Her comment instantly threw the maids into an awkward, uncomfortable silence. They swear they adore that city, just like their parents who live there. Their entire lives are run under the girl's control, and that's exactly why they begged her to keep hope alive, right up until the final moment finally arrived. Or they rushed to the comments and apologize, because yep, they admit they were right, and he wanted to stay in that city for way longer, soaking it all in. Soma bursts into the room and demands permission to announce his Ikizu rival, then leaves everyone thinking. The other butler presses him on what he'd even bring up there, and the protagonist shuts it down fast, saying it's something personal. Next time, he needed to show up on schedule, no exceptions. Soma drops him off right at the hall's entrance, and the young man immediately thanks him. He asked for permission before he even stepped inside. Origo starts by blurting out an apology for how he looks, then he shoots out the real question. What exactly was the problem he came here to talk about that day? The young man blurts out an apology for barging in without warning, and the blonde snaps, "Stop," because it was downright embarrassing seeing him go so humble and raw. So that's it? She dragged the girls right along with her. Then he lets it all slip. He didn't just show up by chance. He came that day to make sure she had the best time of her life. He dropped the gift and walked off, leaving the guys staring at him like, wait, what was he sipping? He swore it was a miracle in a bottle magic medicine that could change everything. And the guys snap with pure agitation, grabbing at the question, where did he even get that liquid? He couldn't bring himself to say it, but he kept wanting the girl to tell him was what hurt her. Only physical, or was there something deeper behind it? Illness hits hard before she can even answer. The butler interrupts and demands the maze. He tries to leave, but then drops the truth. This was no accident. It's a curse. Someone else cast him a butler who'd worked with both of them. He swore the butler was being used by someone who was plotting to assassinate Origal and his master. Datarol was a man Itsuki knew way too well. He's totally shocked that guy got dragged into this, but the girl snaps back when she died. The Lord's chair went empty. In that moment, Darwin could actually seize the opening, push himself forward, and rise to become the Lord. That bastard was nothing but dead weight. That's when Itsuki finally got it. Hayato's mission wasn't random at all, because the girl had ordered it. With heavy sadness in her voice, she tells him the young man couldn't pull it off. He failed at the one thing he was asked to do. Uki drops his head and apologizes because he totally misjudged his friend, but push her to take the potion anyway. If it can save her, it's worth every drop. The girl bursts into acceptance, overwhelmed with raw emotion. Thank you so much for being so kind to me. The butlers fall in line too, begging him to let them cover the bill no matter what it costs. And our boy pauses for a second, weighing the kind of payment he thinks would finally feel fair. Then it hits him. Since he planned to stay in that city for a while, why not turn it into a comfy place and let the good pay be the reward for doing it right? Origal snagged himself a real place to live, and it was a huge win for him. When he stormed out, pure joy lit up his whole face, but he couldn't ignore the sudden commotion breaking out at the gate. It was like an argument breaking out. One of the guards barked that they couldn't let anyone in without permission. His maid tore into him for being late, and the complaining wouldn't stop. They rushed over because they heard he'd gone to the Lord's house, and now they were sitting there, worried sick. It's the key that proves, once and for all, that nothing was wrong. Deep down, a warm, bright joy bubbles up in him because he can tell the girls genuinely care. Now that it was settled, it was straight-up time to celebrate, one drink turning into another. And with smiles blazing, the whole crew heads out together, happy as can be, racing toward. A few days had gone by since Suki pulled off that miracle and handed Origal the drug at that bar. And at last, he finally felt it, the calm life he'd been craving from day one. He sipped his tea so calmly, it felt like he was an old lady relaxing in a rocking chair. When Yas grilled him about where those wheels came from, gorgeous Rainrick stepped in too and snapped that the kid hadn't gone back to the alchemist's skills lately. Darwin praised it as a wild achievement he'd managed to enslave Rangi too. Man, the guys up there clocked the faintest scent of our boy's peace. They'd gone there hunting answers about the miraculous drug, but it shattered his peace, and she couldn't shake the fear. Were they drawing all this attention because another assassination attempt was happening right then? They finally ran out of things to say. And then Darwin just leaned in and raved about how beautiful the house was. Okay. That's Suki. Thanks for watching. Back again for the comfort of the bathroom, and because the alchemy room is finally fully ready. So the merchant couldn't stop bragging that he'd somehow snagged a prize like that, and the moment Mara showed up, she casually said she could turn that alchemy room into millions. He'd sprinted over there to hand in the boy's guild card registration, praying he'd get a chance to team up with him. Out of nowhere, he looked ridiculously happy, and when the boy spilled it, he said it was because he could finally brag to Dharma. Of course, Itsuki wasted no time. He gladly swapped contact info with that stunning girl. Yeah, but his older brother was definitely thrown off, like something was wrong in his head. Darwin cut into their chat, demanded to know where the protagonist nabbed that miracle drug. Then pressed even harder. Did he really whip it up from scratch? And just like that, the whole room went dead quiet when the question landed, because the answer was still a massive unanswered mystery. He told me the goddess handed it to him when he slipped into that other world. But he didn't have the power to pull off something on the level of that kind of miracle. Yoses shrugged it off since they were just talking about a drifter. It should have been fine, but Darwin couldn't let it slide. And right then, he demanded the kid's guild card to judge his power. We left our boy shaking with nerves, trying to argue that he didn't go around flashing his guild card to everyone yet. Darwin wouldn't hear a word of it. With no escape route left, he shoved it over in a flash. And the moment it opened, everything inside hit him hard, especially that spatial magic Darwin had always sworn was just a bedtime tale. Yoses seized the chance to peek too, clocking how insanely skilled that young man was to even stand at that level. They pressed him about the boy's allowance, and he snapped back that he could now churn out 100,000 coins in a single day, while Bella Rainrix was the only one who stayed silent until then. The crown caught the light, and the experienced circle power in her pupil shimmered so she stared in disbelief, doubting he'd truly cooked up that miraculous drug, until she finally heard the truth. With all that info in front of him, Darwin couldn't stop wondering what the medicine's real story even was, because right now, Itsuki is trapped in a brutal spot, stuck between telling the truth or keeping it hidden. Right then, a third person slid into the room and asked, totally curious about it. Just like everyone else, Origold shows up out of nowhere, stunning everyone in the room, especially Darwin. Nikki couldn't stop wondering where the elixir recovery group the girl summoned had gone, but then she realized it was all good. The girl had just slipped out to visit. Itsuki moved in fast and greeted him up close because the two of them were standing right there in the same spot. The whole thing felt way too intimate for the guys watching, and the girl said they were super affectionate with each other, even though Suki swore otherwise. Bella Rainrix snapped that if you're in your 40s, you don't get to say Suki like that. Oracle dropped the bombshell. She was half elf, half something else, and she'd wear that look until the very end. So Mir immediately pressed her on what she actually preferred. She was right there, spilling the truth, saying she'd made a promise to Itsuki even if he had zero clue what it meant. Then she challenged him to understand her with action, not words. Cornered and desperate, the protagonist begged Darwin to save him. He claimed it was finally his moment, and it looked like the two needed to be alone. So he decided to take Yoses with him to make it happen. And then that girl grabbed his attention and invited him to roam through the other rooms in her house. She was absolutely bursting with excitement, dying to check out that bathroom everyone in the residence kept talking about. Aragal looked totally fired up and insisted she'd fought her illness and was completely back to 100%, which felt like good news, but still made Suki's nerves spark the moment she stepped up and performed presence. When she finally got there, she sprang into action and got ready to. She hit the bath, guarding her hair like it was priceless. And the way she looked after all that, honestly, it was wild that she could look that good in their form. And Mara rode along too, grinning as she said she was over the moon that the lady had bounced back like this. That's when the key notice hits. She's right there, and the girl's presence makes everyone wonder what she's doing and why she's asking questions. She kept going, then dropped the truth she believed she could link the two. She was the one who did every single thing people counted on. She built that room from scratch, and by doing it that way, she felt completely free to walk right in. So the three buddies dove into the pool and soaked up every second of the fun. Even though our boy got shoved into a pretty awkward mess, Mira looked like she'd hit the best bath of her life, soaking in that warm pool while the lady beside her relished every second too, which left the architect satisfied. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked if she'd known Darwin forever, since that's what he hinted at while they were together sipping tea. And the girl smiled and said, "We're basically childhood friends." She used to sprint after Yasis and Darwin through the city when they pull pranks on the candle. And honestly, it's almost impossible to picture her doing that now. Switching topics, the girl leaned in, desperate to know what his prized possession in this house was, what makes him feel all awkward. Origol pushes back like, this is important, and she's even ready to step into their ranks. The second Itsuki shows interest, Mary pounces into the conversation because she absolutely can't ignore that. Her comment lands like a bomb. Her father wanted her protagonist as his son-in-law, and now everything's on a path that's about to turn. It gets way more tangled now. The poor kid is stuck right between two girls. In the end, the women simply stayed right there, no leaving, sticking to the spot like the moment had locked them in, and talked all night long, never letting sleep take him for a second. That's why he drifted through the halls, half asleep, while Wendy watched him silently, like she was hunting for the perfect moment. She sat alone in the kitchen, forcing herself to believe she could still keep her mouth shut. The girls were besties for real, so sharing a room at night was totally effortless for them. Jealousy was eating her alive, but she couldn't exactly start a scene about it. That's when Itsuki burst into the kitchen and caught her completely off guard. The girl shot back a nervous answer to his request, and just as she did, the boy was right there too, asking for tea so he wouldn't fall asleep. You clocked it. Something was seriously off with the maid, who tried to cover it up, only for her embarrassment to hit so hard she felt like she was dying. She didn't need to freak out over something so small. While Wendy sipped her tea, Sorte and Shiro leaned in and asked if she'd been acting weird. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Because of what happened the day before, Itsuki was still confused, and he tried to get it all explained until he found out Mara and Origol had stayed in her room, saying the two didn't have anything like that, and the boy had no idea about it. The whole situation totally caught this little girl off guard. Then Renge suddenly burst in, demanding to know why he still wouldn't apologize, like the world was waiting on it. Wouldn't that make everything with Wendy even worse? The moment the boy pictured apologizing, his nerves exploded. He hated the thought of getting himself in trouble. He bolted out to hunt down the maid in a panic, and just like that, he tripped and slammed to the ground. In the garden, Aina prowled beside Wendy, grilling her for answers as Wendy insisted her master still needed to be. In the alchemy room, she barely had time to blink before she caught something off about the maid, then snapped, "Is it over already?" But the girl shot back, denying it and insisting it wasn't anything serious. Aina wrestled with the idea of pushing it, but she knew it wouldn't change much, so she marched over, urged her friend to meet up, and promised they'd both have a blast, soaking in the hot pool together. And just like that, they stole a little moment, only the two of them, no one else around. Wendy couldn't even figure out why she suggested that, but the second it came out, Aina looked absolutely thrilled. She said that, and then no joke, her friend was straight up stunning. Way different from the trashy woman he'd assumed she was, because her fighting skills were the real deal. Wendy leaned in and said, "If you've got something, I'm all ears." But for Aina, the only thing that mattered was that her friend was safe. She even started to consider bringing it up, clocking how fragile Wendy looked. Then she stopped, thought it was safer not to, but she insisted, "I'm not always this gentle, you know, never been that delicate." Wendy finally loosened up and admitted the truth's nothing grand. She just had a nasty habit of being selfish sometimes. And just like that, Aina finally got what her friend meant. She wasn't just name-dropping, it was Itsuki. And she couldn't stop gushing about how much she liked him. Even though Anna couldn't quite figure him out, he still radiated this mystery that wouldn't let go. She could tell he was dependable and genuinely fun to be around, nothing like the rest. Her words sent the maid's thoughts racing, wondering if that warrior might be the one. He had her master's attention, and the girl spilled the truth, she liked him. But her feelings were something else entirely. She acted like she had to shield him, and she called him downright sinful, teasing that he was always right on the edge with women. So Wendy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Still, she refused to let her friend's heart sink, and that sweet moment turned into her asking the girl, "Hey, Ina, do you want something specific to eat tonight?" Because she wanted to make sure she could make it happen. The favor because dinner was cooked to perfection, and even Itsuki caught it too, though he didn't know why, and you could see it plain as day for everyone sitting at the table. Even Ranga and Sorte couldn't escape it. Good thing for them. Wendy was in a great mood, especially since just earlier she'd been devastated. When it was finally okay to rest, he collapsed onto his bed like he'd been banished from the world. Just as he was about to finally crash and rest, a knock slammed the door. Aina was there, desperate to talk, and she needed it fast, and the boy couldn't help but press her, asking what she wanted from him right there. But he shoved the door open. They finally tracked down the warrior with Wendy by his side. Then everything hit with a shocking twist. He took it all in. Then the girl snapped in explaining everything. He couldn't stand by and watch the maid get killed like that, especially when Wendy didn't even seem to care though. Anina insisted. Leaving all that emotion bottled up in silence was dangerous, and it had to be settled right then. And that's why she showed up. She came to witness those two finally make up. And my God, she said we could pretend she wasn't even there while she was quietly helping her the whole time. It didn't take long. She burst back into the room she shared with Sword, completely flushed, and left her friend panicking over what on earth had just happened. The very next morning, one of the maids burst in shouting, "Wake up now! All of you gather at Itsuki's maids." Why's the kid firing off that question about what's going on so damn early? Then he sort of tried to explain that something was out of order, but it didn't really clear anything up still. The girl steps in and says the whole place's public morality is out of sync. Itoki won't let it go. She keeps pushing for answers about what she meant, because from his side, talking about stuff like that never really made sense to begin with. Suddenly, the girl blurts out that Aina had been acting weird ever since she came back to the room yesterday. And as soon as she hears the explanation, she couldn't stop wondering what the boy had just flashed her the moment he came closer. She snaps at him to shut up, saying the disorder of public morality is really a sickness of the heart, and that from this point on, emotional ties are banned there. But Itsuki fires back, refusing to swallow that kind of tyranny, and says that a dog has no right to decide what counts as ordered or not. Sortie tore up with stress because she wasn't a dog, and all she was a wolf. The master snatches Wendy, snaps that she's been nothing but unbearable, and insists she can't just rip away love like it's nothing. He felt it, and honestly, it was his house, so if she hated it that much, she could just walk out. Instead, she went wild, like a rabid dog. The governess decides to whip up a cup of tea just to soothe the master's nerves. He couldn't stop himself from asking what was wrong with that girl, but the woman got it and planned to apologize for what happened last night. And then the protagonist cut in and snapped at her, insisting it wasn't her fault. Maybe he'd pushed his luck by ordering Sorte to get out of that house. So he heads straight for his room, then barges in like he owns the place, shouting that he's arrived and demanding she open the door willingly. Then the girl bursts out like a demon, snarling that nobody was there at all. She snaps, "What did you want?" And Isuki answers, "You don't get it. I went too far earlier." It shocked everyone. He was seriously apologizing to her, and you could tell he regretted every second of it, and then he seized the moment to demand where Aina had been through all of this. Wrench admitted that earlier she panicked when the master pushed for an open relationship, then bolted in a panic. Sortie seized the moment to go off, blasting her so-called friend for being totally ignored by that scumbag of a man. And then she demanded, "So why are you treating her like this?" She tells him, "Apologize to my friend the second I get back." Ranch cuts in, begging them both to stop the fight right now, because the master being here is a huge deal, and she's got something incredibly important to ask. That bed felt ridiculously soft, and her body, used to hard surfaces, tensed up her muscles when stiff, so she immediately wondered if he knew any medicine that could help. Suzuki tells her it's not that there's nothing he can do if it's pain she's dealing with. He can give her a massage. She agrees, but you can tell she's awkwardly hesitant, like she's worried she'll be a burden. But that doesn't shake the protagonist at all. He tells her to relax and promises he'll release the tension points, like it'll all be fine. In his old world, he was a top-tier masseur, the kind of pro who made pain melt away. So he finally grits his teeth and gears up to strike. He kept talking to the girl, helping her breathe easy until something showed up and made her suddenly feel awkward. The girl stormed out of the massage completely rattled, and he had to make sure Sorte understood he hadn't done anything indecent at all. But that rush felt incredible, so he seized the moment without hesitation. He grabbed his chance to give that same treatment to the dog too. He scoops her up, and her nerves explode instantly. But he leans in and swears that even with her pushback, he'll make her feel nothing but good. He starts scanning the girl for any tight spot he can find, until he spots a ton of tension tight in one of her legs, making her scream when he squeezes her. She spirals completely out of control, and it's wild because it still starts with this insanely good feeling. One touch hit her like fire, and her whole body erupted in heat, and she kept shooting the idea down, swearing she'd never do something like that. That sight hit him hard like a key that unlocked one very specific feeling. Back on Earth, when work piled up and crushed him, he hit a breaking point and couldn't stand doing a single thing. Then the only thing that ever lit him up again was watching videos of adorable puppies. He'd dream about getting a puppy for ages, but life kept stealing every spare minute. Now, he's staring straight at a fluffy puppy tail right in front of him, and he just couldn't stop himself. He went in for a sniff there, totally catching Sortie off guard. Even when she finally felt good, her nerves still ran hot. She begged him to stop that, like right now. But Itzaki couldn't quit that puppy smell, and still the girl begs him to forgive her, saying she was way too harsh on him. Earlier, that sudden flood of affection hit her like a wave, and it made her feel completely off, like something was terribly wrong. As soon as she walked out, even the maids whispered that Sorch was acting nothing like himself, and Itsuki admitted he may have bumped it up a bit with that massage. In the Alchemy Guild, Itsuki sat down with Bella Renrish for tea, eyebrows raised, because seriously, why were they being so painfully formal with each other? She tells him that ending up friendless would feel brutally lonely, so she refuses to let her old friendships fade away. She tells him the young man will finally get it once he grows up too, and right then, Shira is right there with Rita in the kitchen. He joked with his friend that Rita was seriously scary, so he decided to leave her alone then. Right before he walked off, Rita slipped a tiny gift into the child's hands, and the kid lit up with pure joy. Then they trade goodbyes and tear off toward the city, and since it's almost lunchtime, Itsuki hits them with, "Let's grab something to eat together." Shiro shoots her hand up and blurts that she wants meat because the way that girl dives into it is downright shocking. Like that, while they were still talking, boom, a young man came striding up to them. It might have slipped past the protagonist's notice, but that attentive kid caught every single detail. She shoved her master aside and snapped into action, blocking the potential thief and defending him with everything she had. As he crashed to the ground, Itsaki was left staring in shock. But even then, the young man still managed to snatch his magic bag out of the chaos. That pressure crushed our boy. Then he hurled the ball at the protagonist and Shiro, telling them, "This is your payment for what I grabbed." He lured the two away with a swirl of harmless, magical smoke. At least that's what it was supposed to be. But Shiro refused to let it go. She snapped at her master to stay put while she charged back to make sure she recovered her back. The boy had already hauled off the alchemist's things with the alchemists, and he was sure he'd squeezed out a solid chunk of money from them. That lit a spark in him, because it had been ages since he'd tasted anything but moldy bread. That's when Shiro finally caught up. She grabbed the moment to stop him cold and ordered him to hand back the item that mattered to her master more than anything. The little boy looked completely stunned that she had tracked him down so fast. But then he drew his blade and snapped at her to move or risk getting hurt. None of that ever rattled Shiro. Not even a little. And she totally flipped the whole situation, seizing the advantage like it was hers to own. The young man snapped back and ordered him to hurry and hand the item over right now. He crumpled to the ground, bawling like a little kid, yelling that she had to take it back. He only stole so he could eat, and the whole time, he sobbed and whined like a kid who couldn't catch a break. And even Shiro couldn't help feeling a little sorry for the poor kid. So she clenched her teeth and decided to come back with an even stronger proposal. And she pushed the candy Rita had given her right into his hands, telling him it was delicious, so he'd stay and finally eat. The girl got the message the hard way once. Hunger hits, everything gets brutal. So she waved goodbye. Then he cracked open the package and found plain candies, and yeah, they didn't hit nearly as good as they looked. How much cash he could rake in using Suki's magic bag. Meanwhile, The little girl was frantically hunting for her math. When people spotted her on the street and realized she was one of the protagonist maids, the woman snapped. "So what are you doing in a place like this?" After all, she was right outside Yasa's place. The moment she stepped inside, one waitress leaned over and asked, "Wait, aren't you the girl who wrecked this place a while back?" And he couldn't help but ask what she was doing there. Then her friend snapped back that the kid had gotten lost, so she'd chosen to bring her back, checking the little one was okay. And man, she felt mortified. Shiro threw out a sincere apology for what happened the other day, and the waitress's mood immediately flipped for the better. Inside, the girl who'd brought her rushed to an elderly lady and admitted she'd already caused a mess before the store even opened. She kept apologizing, but that old woman's face lit up. She was thrilled the store was fixed. Mara broke it down. This whole credit basically belonged to Yasis, because she had the perfect connections. Then the architect told them she was waiting for Itsuki, so she'd just have to hang around a little longer. And honestly, that was totally fine. Meanwhile, the girls working in the shop were straight up having a blast with Shiro's brand new clothes, handling her like she was nothing but a doll. That's when Itazuki finally showed up, a little awkward, and started asking why they weren't leaving the girl alone anymore. He shot Mira a grateful smile and thanked her for taking care of his friend. And hey, thanks to Shiro, his bag was back in his hands. Now it was time to go. And the little girl beamed like she'd just been recognized. A few days later, the city was slammed under a relentless downpour, the rain coming down like it meant business. And this fearless duo finally crashed into the protagonist's mansion. Then the housekeeper suddenly blurted it out. And when he finally recognized the visitor, his shock hit hard. It was Hayato. He demands the wet clothes from that duo who just showed up, so she can rush in and take care of them. Once Hayato finally felt at home, he turned his head and the sheer size of that mansion hit him like a punch. Wendy finally steps forward and introduces herself to him like, "I'm your mother, maid," and honestly, it felt like pure luck for the adventurer. It's been ages since the two last saw each other, and the hero rushes in, then blurts out a heartfelt apology for crashing into their lives so suddenly. But Itsuki was grinning with his friends around, and he couldn't wait to get to the real reason they'd come. Hayato admits that ever since Itsuki started getting famous, he's been hearing non-stop rumors about everything he's been doing around the city. But our boy brushes it off like nothing special, and keeps pressing for what really dragged him to his house truth. He showed up to apologize to the protagonist, and to thank him too. He was pointing straight at the assassination attempt against Mara, then snapped right to the next one targeting Origal. At first, his team was meant to grab the elixir in the dungeon and rush it back to her, but he knew it was priceless. So when they botched the mission, they didn't just come home empty-handed. They dragged trouble for that ukulele instead. He couldn't believe it. His own friend was the one who was supposed to grab the raw material. But for him, it was all fine because he didn't care about the miraculous drug he'd just handed to Origal. And Hayato even tries to argue about it. But Itsuki shrugs it off, claims he's got a special bond with the girl, and says he's just thrilled he can help. What hooked him wasn't mystery. It was the dungeon's brutal difficulty, because he knew his friend was a top-tier warrior and couldn't wrap his head around a place he might not be able to conquer. Then the hero leans in and admits that life there was brutally tough. He got hit with sudden flashes of the moments when he was still trapped inside. He snapped to his team that the monster count kept climbing, and he could feel trouble coming. He told his girls they had to stay sharp from here on out, or they'd end up lost. Then Emily and Niels hurried off to make sure Chris was okay, and tells them to pause so she can recover, only for her friend to barge in and reassure her that everything's perfectly fine. Even so, Hayato insists they need a break, and that's when the girl blurts out an apology. While they waited, they tore through their supplies, checking every piece of gear and counting the potions they had left. She couldn't stop thinking she was dragging the whole team down stuck without her sword or her spells, and it made her feel completely useless. And then it hit her old companion had warned her that she couldn't even be bait. That only cranked the girl's nerves higher. And just then, Emily snapped the moment back with, "So, will you come with us?" When they left soon, the girl confirms it. When she braced herself against a rock to stand back up, she stumbled on something she never saw coming. It left her stunned because it was a trap, plain and simple, and that spear was already flying toward her too fast for anyone to stop it in time. That's why she slammed the brakes on the mission and walked away. Right in front of Itsuki, Hayato spills the truth he's sick with guilt, because if he'd just paid more attention, none of this would have happened. Emily finally snaps up, and she says, "Back then, I was right next to Chris, so it couldn't have been my master." Itsuki asks how bad the girl's injury is, and the hero snaps back that she's lost her right eye. Sure, there's a potion that can mend most wounds, but nothing in it could fix something as delicate as an eye. So they had to find something on the same level as that elixir. He was going to snap into action, because Chris was one of those friends you die for. Then he'd hurt. He made it his mission to show up at the underground auction in the royal capital, because that elixir was going up for sale, and he wasn't about to miss it, even if it meant draining every last coin. One thing mattered: saving his friend, no matter what it cost. Itsuki even wonders that with the right materials, he could whip up that potion for the boy himself. Yet deep down, he's desperate to save him with his own hands. Once the rain finally quit, the friends were ready to bolt. And with one more heartfelt apology, Hayato stepped in, waved them off, and said goodbye. But the protagonist shot back, reminding him that no matter what, in his eyes, he'd always be an eternal apprentice in that world. So if he ever had anything that could help, he could tell him any time, no worries, which leaves Hayato overflowing with gratitude. So the hero steps in and asks straight up if he'd be willing to tag along to the auction in the royal capital. It felt wild to even imagine it, because the protagonist had never once left the city. No sweat, he'd handle it. They'd ride by horse-drawn carriage for about 2 days, then they'd roll out in just 3. Suki points out that Wendy would probably come with him then. Right before they head out, he steps in and asks her boss to hold off, or to fill out a questionnaire about exactly what went down. But the girl grabs his attention and tells him to drop it, while the hero stands there, staring down what comes next. He kept pressing because he couldn't help his curiosity. But today, he'd finally thrown in the towel. Seeing the two together was hilarious, and yeah, it was completely fine. And then, right in the middle of the trip, he drops a sly pun about the girl not wanting trouble with Hayek. He couldn't wait to find out who the hero's favorite was, but the girl snaps at him, telling him to be more sensitive when he talks about delicate stuff like that, which forces Sukiya to cave in and apologize. Meanwhile, back at the group's lodging, one of the girls slams on the door and demands Chris eat something. She's been fasting all day and won't let him go another minute on an empty stomach. And when that day finally ended, the girl inside looked like she'd already slipped past life and didn't plan on coming back. Emily was deep in her book when her friend burst in, shouting just loud enough to yank her attention away. Chris hadn't touched a bite all day again, so she panicked and pushed food into her hands. Honestly, the elf looked worried, but she could feel it. This wasn't just about a sick girl. Something darker was brewing. Right then, Hayato and Lady caught the two of them right in the middle of that emotional explosion, and Emily breaks it down. Those Chris-caused changes are the reason everything turned out that way. Yeah, Lady caught exactly what it was the moment she understood. The auto didn't even ask a thing. It just took off, convinced he had to find that girl. Slowly, he crept up toward the girl's room, one heartbeat at a time. He pounded on the door, and from the other side, Chris kept firing off non-stop apologies. She never once explained a thing, just kept blurting, "I'm sorry," over and over until it felt like a broken record. That's why he didn't step inside. He bolted back down the stairs, hunting for Lady at the bottom, and she immediately asked how his friend was doing. Plopped at the table, everyone shouted in unison that Chris had to get back right now, and a heavy sadness clung to Hayato like a dark mist. Emily stared at him, worried to the core, until Letty cut in and said they should go ask a certain person for help. It was a key. She snapped back to what the protagonist said. His master could be reached if there was someone on the other end, and Emily nodded, because the hero was drowning in pressure, and they had to trust someone fast. That was a genius move, so he pulled out his guild card and made it count. He broke down everything to the kid. Then the boy basically begged the team to head over to his place for now. He threw out an apology for bothering the protagonist, but Suki waved it off, saying it wasn't a problem at all. He was thrilled to help his friend, and after they traded quick goodbyes, our guy turned to Wendy and begged for help. Who wouldn't drop everything and do whatever she asked for her master? No hesitation at all. As soon as they showed up, Itsuki himself greeted them in person. He made sure to thank them because with them there in that mansion, everything felt like it finally made sense. Wendy steered the girls through it. Now listen. This was a crucial moment. Everyone noticed. Chris still looked downright worn out, and the maid clocked it instantly. Emily kept pushing, asking if he was really even capable, living there honestly. It had been ages since the two had laid eyes on each other, and the wild part was this. The fact they even knew each other felt unreal, and the elf shot back that she'd never forgive him if he made her friend cry. Wendy snapped him into silence, then told the boy not to worry about her. At the dinner table, Itsuki lit up the room and said this was nothing more than a hangout, friends traveling together to the capital, free to have fun and soak it all in. The food hit like a knockout, so good, it even made it happen, trying hard to keep himself from getting carried away. He seized the moment and invited them to check out the slick, perfectly designed bathroom in his place. He tried to argue that the inn they were staying in had a bathroom too, but the boy just smirked and bragged that there was absolutely no comparison. Turns out the bath there was a perfect copy of the one from his hometown, crafted by Mara herself, which made the girls buzz with excitement. The dragonist even tried to rope Hayato into their heated pool showdown, but he turned it down. Then Wendy pounced on the moment and yanked Chris away with her for a quick second, and Itsuki made it crystal clear his maid was rock solid and that she was almost certainly cooking up something. She wound up dragging the girl into the kitchen, shooting out a quick apology for asking her to help with the dishes, but the maid didn't mind one bit. She was thrilled to lend a hand with. She asked if the meal had truly hit the guests' taste buds, and the girl lit up, saying everything was absolutely delicious. With that, Wendy yanked the door open and asked if you'd like to jump in and try cooking too, that left the girls stunned. Then Wendy smiled and said, I talked to my master, and my friends too, and they all agreed her food was seriously delicious. But honestly, Chris kept eyeing the exit. He was ready to leave the grid. Wendy snapped, Why? And the girl confessed she felt like she was dragging everyone down because she'd been hurt on a mission, and it would be way better for him if she wasn't. Wendy stared at the question and wondered if those were really her feelings, or if deep down she didn't want to be with Hayato at all. Not when all the other girls were circling too. But it wasn't that simple. She pushed toward it. Then her strength crumbled and she couldn't make it. That's when Letty stormed into the kitchen, wearing an expression that screamed trouble. She kept whining that if she hadn't stuck with them in every fight, they would have starved to death. Emily and Hayato slipped into the room too, insisting that without her in the group, they'd be buried in problems. After everything she'd done for them over and over, it was finally time she had to accept it from now on. Help too. Then the whole team swarmed in and wrapped the girl up in one huge heart-thumping hug. And as he took in the scene, Itsuki thanked Wendy for her sensitivity, because, yeah, that was definitely not the issue at all. Inside that sauna, the girls are so heated, they feel like they're seconds away from melting into the hot pool. Letty snaps at her friends to leave right away, because if they stay too long in that scorching heat, they'll start spinning from dizziness. They nod along, fully aware they'll ignore it the moment hits. Chris jumps at the chance to tell her friend, Don't worry, I've got this on my own. She had her own plan, but the older girl pushed her to lean on the teams and she was hurt. Then she snapped back, asking if the hot water was making her dizzy, and the girl insisted, I'm fine. She shouts to Letty, thanking her from the bottom of her heart for everything she's done. So the girl shoots back that the very next day, she wants to taste a soup made. She shoots it out, and her friend nods along instantly, like there's not even one doubt in their mind. Yeah, that fiery heated pool burned with life one day. Outside, the protagonist was hammering out something so wild and fascinating it practically lit the air. Peace, because these weren't just any rings. They were wedding rings. Once Hayato slipped them on, His attacks and defenses got a major boost, and even his resistance to abnormal states shot up. And yeah, the name isn't just a cute detail. These rings come as a bonded pair, and the closer the couple gets, the more their powers skyrocket. Even though the hero was hooked, he couldn't shake the question. Why did it have to be a pair? Itsuki told him the truth. He'd imagined them for a wedding ring. But really, it was just a joke. He stared in awe at everything his friend had built, and for now, he was having the time of his life. It made enough rings for all the hero's girls, so he begged him to take them as a gift. Then he cringed at all the trouble he'd caused, but Itsuki pushed again, telling the boy he couldn't just back out. He got the materials from Hayatura, and that's what they were built from. He stared at the offer, already plotting what he could snatch up at the auction. So he decided straight up that he'd take it as a gift. The two were strolling down the hallway when luck finally latched onto its lord. His face was blazing red. Something was seriously wrong. "What problem?" she asked. "We were headed straight for the imperial capital, and we honestly had zero clue what waited there," the girl said. Aina and Ranga burst in right after, begging for luck, trying to snap everything back to calm. They told him they'd heard it from Wendy and needed to confirm if that kid was truly headed for the capital. And then he snapped, all fired up, asking if the warriors were going too. That's why Luck was freaking out. There was no way they could set up plans that fast. She slammed the boy down, and while the blonde fumed that he was selfish, Aina and Hayato checked on Hitsuki until everything was all right. Then Hitsuki spotted another guy lurking nearby, grilling him about who he even was. Hayato rushed in late, blurted out an apology, then introduced himself as a hero and said he'd already heard the rumors about the Red Front. When that name hit the air, they froze, because now they were standing face to face with the biggest dragon slayer the world had ever seen. The adventurer who hunted down the dragon was suddenly lifted to the very highest rank. Lux's face snapped into a whole new expression, and the girl leaned in and said, "It's a pleasure to meet him." Then he grinned when he saw the girls from the Red Front. Aina introduced herself and called him, "Your Excellency." But the guy waved it off, saying there was no need for all that formality. Meeting that famous hero felt unreal, especially when he told me the credit was all his, because he'd grown up on stories about the Red Front. She snapped her attention back to Itsuki and said there was no apology big enough for dropping the news about the trip this late. They'd barely just crawled back from that brutal materials run. So this simple thing was going to feel weirdly easy. Sudden, then. It would have been nice if the boy just said a few thank you words like he always does. But that's when Itsuki panicked, apologized fast, and made it clear they could stay at the house if they didn't feel like coming with him. That wasn't happening. No way, no chance, not ever. Luck refused to sit still at home while her master tore up the capital for fun. So her friends shoved her forward, begging her to hurry, and it had been ages since they'd set everything up. She'll up, and now they're out of time. No prep, no plan, just pure panic. Cookie refused to let them leave empty-handed. She'd already hammered out every travel detail and wrapped up all the arrangements before they even blinked, which totally caught the warrior off guard. Then, somehow, he even went and gathered underwear for everyone, which instantly killed the warm gratitude because he was being kinda inconsiderate. And the worst part was, she had no idea how he even knew her clothing sizes. So yeah, that was terrifying. Hayato burst into the conversation, throwing out a quick apology for the trouble, because he was the one who asked his friend to tag along. And he made sure Leia heard it straight from him. Look, the little girl told him to stop stressing, because they'd already learned to fend for themselves, all thanks to Itsuki. The hero understood exactly what was happening with those girls and the protagonist, and he knew this friend meant the world, so he told the warriors to make sure they were protected with everything they had. The boy's sudden move threw the whole group off until Shiro finally showed up, swearing he'd defend his master no matter what. So hard, it even shocked Luck. She never let anyone forget how tough she was. And yeah, people were already calling them the good kind of girls. And right now, that's why he's already labeled them as true best friends. Hayato's squad burst into the hallway, shouting for their master like they couldn't wait one more second. And Letty had to get someone to help her carry the elf. No way she could do it alone. He blurts out, What the hell happened? And the girl tells them she got lightheaded because she'd baked in the hot pool for way too long? And wow, Mary's bathroom is straight up jaw-dropping. Uki jumps in and offers to call Wendy while his friend grovels his apology, and the other girls frantically try to steady themselves. Since Itsuki landed in this world, a whole storm of crazy events had already blown past him. But now he was raring to storm into the imperial capital. The sky was crystal clear for a stroll, and Itsuki was about to, laying out the rules so the trip goes smoother and way more fun. The girls should grab the travel manual he'd brought and check it right away. He handed them over, and somehow that was supposed to forge a safe path, yet for Sodi, it felt like exhaustion hit out of nowhere. Only Aina can explain it out in the Master's world. You don't get to travel in peace unless you've got that covered. Turns out the one who organized the trip all by himself was named Kansi. Wendy says Itsuki practically exploded with excitement the moment he started planning, right before they left. Sodi tells him she heard he was the one who set everything up, and then she leans in, asking if it's fine for her to roll with the new clip. The girls even beg forgiveness for dragging themselves this far just to get them, but Suki cuts them off and tells them, don't, to worry about it because he was their master and he demanded they always feel good. Lately, Soti's been downright warmer with him, like all of this totally changed the vibe, until he dropped that he'd checked the size of her mannequins right then. She snapped and called it rude. Right when the argument was heating up, someone cut in and demanded, so, are you guys leaving soon or not? And he couldn't stop staring at the gorgeous dress she had on. It was the first gift he'd ever picked out for her, and when she explained why she didn't wear it much, she said she couldn't stand the thought of wasting something like that. But this was her first ride with the boy, so her comment crushed him with embarrassment. Shiro jumps onto the guy's back, barks for him to hurry, and then, boom, they're off. It's the key, because he's in charge of the horses now. While his girls laughed and chatted inside the carriage, they didn't have to wait long before they finally tracked down Haya, traveling with his own vehicle. The two halted so Itsuki could stretch, because without practice, he swore his hips needed a real workout. He can't stop wondering how long it'll take him to reach the capital. If everything went right, he'd only need a couple more days until he finally spotted something weird hiding in the vegetation. A gigantic caterpillar big enough to make your skin crawl snapped the girls into high alert because they couldn't shake the fear that something monstrous was creeping close, especially when Itsuki clung to Hayato like his life depended on it. But Ina clocks it instantly. Turns out it's just a tiny caterpillar, and thank goodness, she's got it with her, saying everything was totally fine and that it wasn't scary at all. Even so, the key screams at the girl, demanding she do something about it right now. The monster had everyone spooked, especially Hayato's girls, because they could feel something serious was going on, and all they could think was, what's wrong? Is it Suki? Turns out he and insects absolutely didn't click. And that was a real headache, especially since Hayato was already fuming about how long that hug kept going between the two, so they decided to jump back into the journey the moment it was. As the sky started to fade into night, they decided to find a spot and set up camp fast, and the girls beamed as they stretched out to hop out of the vehicle. The guys raced to a nearby lake to haul water, and you're out there camping like it's the best night ever. But our guy almost always did this, because once camping got his hooks in, he couldn't stop. They even stumbled upon a unicorn right there, like a miracle with hooves, which blindsided the boy like, wait, what? Apparently stuff like that was totally normal there. Exactly what you'd expect from another world. But that unicorn was nothing like he'd pictured. Its horn was crawling with parasites. With Hayato in the mix, they warned that humans could catch those same parasites too, so everyone needed to be on guard. There was even a moth with a horse's body, so it looked like a Pegasus at first glance, but the whole thing was downright terrifying. That creature was pure terror, standing on 2 feet like it owned the place. So the guys had to haul out of there fast, and seeing those monsters only hit the protagonist harder with a wave of nostalgia for Japan. When the night finally dropped, a few of the girls lucked out, snagged some creatures, and hauled back a taste of what they'd caught. Chris and the animals cooked up soup together, And then he made sure to hype Wendy up for that recipe. They were way more relaxed when they sat down and shared food, chilling out, but for real. When did he even pick up a banjo? So he seized the moment, stayed perched in the trees for a while, and only then finally fell asleep. Sleep wouldn't touch them except Suki, because she stayed awake, scanning the room, wide-eyed. Wendy shows up and asks him why he's not sleeping yet, and the boy just shrugs back. It's a little later than that, but somehow sleep felt like a total waste to him. So the girl made her move and joined the master, and the two just sat there, soaking in the stars overhead, like the night had all the answers. Th 14. When the morning light hit, the girls rushed to the nearby lake to wash up, only to plunge into that icy, bone-chilling water. Once they'd adapted to that scorching pool, every other bath felt nearly impossible to stomach. But Hayato's girls looked totally calm-like. None of this was even scary. Last, laughing like it was no big deal at all, but he couldn't stop staring at just how stunning they were. The athlete looked like something was gnawing at his nerves, getting called out by the girl meanwhile. It's like everything's about to explode because it's Suki and Hayato. He's cooking up a plan, and we're about to make something to eat. Wendy was already there, calling out as she arrived and saying, until he lured him in with an invite to breakfast, surprising the girls because everything was absolutely wildly breathtaking. It was crazy tasty, and honestly, it felt wild that this guy even knew how to cook in that whole universe. He showered his Suki with compliments, and right then Renj was going on a full-on food rampage by pure chance. Wendy blurts out an apology for the mess she caused the master. But in his eyes, it really wasn't that bad at all. Fun fact, those other girls beamed and thanked him for serving up a wildly different breakfast, and just when they didn't see it coming, Aki had even whipped up dessert for them. He grabbed a spoon and served the whole crew before anyone could even ask. Surprising Hayato pulled it off somehow. He churned out ice cream right in the middle of the woods. That was straight up jaw-dropping. The hero made sure he snagged one bite of that priceless treasure before it vanished. He took the first bite and it hit him like pure adrenaline. And honestly, it still made him feel pretty proud that he could pull off so much magic in this world. The hero practically lit up as he bit into that sweet because it didn't taste like plain sugar at all. The only catch? No vanilla at all. So the flavor lineup got pretty cramped, and still somehow he pulled off making ice cream, and that was honestly insanely impressive. And the second the girls took a bite, their faces lit up with pure joy. Emily had never once heard that a herb like vanilla could make food taste that good then. Almost by accident, she took one bite of the ice cream and nearly melted on the spot. The protagonist swore he'd teach Chris how to make it so she could whip it up for her master. Out of nowhere, a terrifying beast thundered onto the scene with a roar, and Anna snapped at her friend to guard the carriage. They spring into action with zero hesitation, tackling a whole swarm of dragons all by himself. And I tore through the creatures with zero trouble, easy, no questions asked. Less than luck, because he'd already learned how to handle it. Like he was born expecting it. She exploded forward, launching her best strike the moment the opening hit, towards the dragons, ripping into everything. She spun out of their grip, landed on the ground with pure mastery, and even while one of the creatures lunged for her from behind, she didn't break focus. It totally backfired on Anna. He slammed the brakes and kicked the beast right in the face, and somehow, it held up like it was gonna be fine. That was the very first time he watched the Red Front clash side by side. Even though they knew monsters come with the territory in this world, he still got blindsided when it finally happened. That's when he snapped around and saw a dragon looming right behind him, poised to strike. Then he tore the lid off his power and unleashed it like a weapon. Invisible chains yanked it tight. Then the creature's head exploded. Even so, the final result was downright grotesque. Luck rushed to ask if he was okay. He quickly said, "Yeah." And meanwhile Shiro just stood there, watching their master in silence. He couldn't stop staring at that dead creature. Sure, it was a monster, but he just watched it get cut down. And that was all there was to it. He rushed over to check if he was hurt, only to find he was totally fine. But fate still left him looking painfully pale. So Kay panicked, apologized, and begged for permission to slip out for a minute because next time he was done, letting the fighting rest on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Hayato pumped his fist and praised the Red Front for her incredible skills, so things were about to heat up. Thus, they kick back into motion, abandoning the campsite and diving headfirst into the road ahead. Finally, they burst into the royal capital. When they finally rolled up, the whole crew was buzzing shore. We live in a big city, but the vibe here was absolutely different. The city's streets felt alive with a whole new vibe, and everywhere you looked, beautiful women turned heads. No, elegant ladies, dressed to steal the spotlight. Still, Itsuki couldn't let the excitement run wild, because all around him stood top-tier girls like Wendy and Ina. Hayato stepped in, and the whole town greeted him with open arms and bright, welcoming smiles, especially the girls. He blurts out a real apology. He pointed out the confusion to one of the guards and ordered the mansion be announced as back. One of the officials stepped forward and introduced the new guard. Then the guard grabbed the boy's sword and demanded he sign it, which wasn't even the slightest problem. Itsuki told her to lead that the boy was wildly popular around here, but she didn't care one bit. One of the girls even spilled that the pressure was brutal politics were basically forcing him to marry. He was seriously good-looking, so, of course, he called his friends over. And when they showed up, the whole crew stared in pure amazement. When he said it was a mansion, he wasn't even joking. This place was the real deal. Lux said it looked at least 4 times bigger than the house they lived in. Like the soup inside belonged to a whole different world. There was a huge gap between them, even if both were just drifters, because the boy, Roy, insists. It all comes down to a body difference between Renge and Sorte, even though they're both wolves, and that explanation freaks the girl out so hard she can't even get them to calm down or stop. Even in that huge house, Hayato leans in and begs them to feel it. The group steps in, and an endless parade of maids swarms the entrance, straight up an army. Sired, the mansion's butler, steps in and introduces himself like, "All right, know me first." Himself, he towered like a living giant, the kind of guy who could have stepped straight into a fight. Hayato breaks it down. The guy was part giant, part human. He understood that a hybrid like him might make things awkward, so he swallowed his pride and apologized to the protagonist. The protagonist blurts out that it was awesome to have a giant muscular butler. He roasted the comments his master made back when they first met. And, for a second, it felt like déjà vu all over again. The man vows that during the group's stay, he'll pour everything he's got into giving them the best hospitality imaginable. Then he steps up and offers to lead them straight to their temporary room. It totally shocked me. No, it wasn't luxurious, but the rooms were still dressed up in taste, down to every detail. He could tell everything there outclassed his home in every way. They told him, "We've got 3 rooms ready for you, so if you've got any questions, just go ask the maid waiting outside." They were picking rooms on pure luck, and it nailed Ina and Itsuki first, then Renge and Wendy, and finally, Shiro and Sorte. The girls were arguing about what would happen next, but somehow they kept it classy even in the heat of it. Because the auction was only 2 days away, he finally let himself breathe easy while Hayato headed to the castle to talk to the kids. King Letty and the others trailed after him, but Chris stayed behind at the mansion, determined to master the art of making ice cream. During tea, he burst out that he'd heard the protagonist was a disciple of Bella Rouse. Reinrich she was a legend there, and if he stayed close as her apprentice, respect would lock onto him too. He'd already braced himself for the old woman to be nothing short of incredible. Then he seized the moment and asked what exciting things they could do while they waited for the auction. The butler points to the cathedral, saying it's got the perfect view. They called the girls, and every single one said, "Yes, let's go." Then they hustled out together for the outing. And that place felt totally strange. Back when he was still in Japan, he'd been forced to earn money for work. He chased that kind of hustle like it was the whole point. When they finally got there, they blasted the announcement, and that view was absolutely breathtaking. The cathedral loomed so massive, it felt like it could swallow the sky. Even though Itsuki had scrolled past foreign churches online before, nothing prepared him for how much bigger the real ones were. Bigger and louder, the butler hurried to set up the carriage, and the group finally got a moment to breathe before the next move. They stepped in, and one of the nuns met them with a warm welcome. And if they were really going to take donations, It was gonna kick off at $1,000 per person. So yeah, there were 6 of them. And she shot you a thank you. Thank them and ask the god there to bless everyone. He spun toward them, ready to guide their path. Inside the cathedral, they even built it from scratch, bigger. That's when they finally slam into the chapel, only to find out it completely caught Suki off guard. He stood toe-to-toe with the royal capital cathedral's legendary stained glass window, showing the goddess of this brand new world. The moment he saw the figure, beauty hit him like a truck. Next thing he knew, tears were pouring down his face, grabbing people's attention like a spotlight hitting the crowd, who blurts out, "Why are you falling apart like a little girl?" He didn't even clock the tears streaming down his face until she finally spoke. The good one shot a concerned look, then froze when he realized he was already surrounded by his team. And it all started from a distance. 2 nuns chimed in, giggling at the guy like he was the punchline. Switching gears, he asks the maids if one of them can grab souvenirs for Hayato and the other girls. That goddess image? Absolutely jaw-dropping. Shiro slips in beside him, pushing him to answer. Is the master really? He might have been touched by it. One of the nuns even remarked that the look in his eyes proved just how deep his faith ran. This conversation felt unbelievably weird. But still, even so the woman keeps pressing the point he only had to pray, and that feeling would sink even deeper. So he does. And the woman instantly felt it. Itsuki's body pulsed with sacred power, drenched in divine energy, but he couldn't tell if that twist was a blessing or a disaster. Then she leans in and tells him it was absolutely amazing, because that huge stash of divine energy meant he could finally receive the goddess's baptism. And right then he realized he'd get healing magic and the whole stash of sacred spells to match, and that thought lit a fire under him at the chance to tap into that kind of enchantment until she shuts it down and tells him, straight up, he just doesn't have the divine energy for it. Then that totally wrecked his high. She insists that if he prays every single day, there's a huge shot his divine power will skyrocket. It looked like a total piece of cake. Even when the woman insisted it was brutally difficult, he pushed back, and she doubled down, proving her point so hard that it left the situation awkward in the worst way. So instead of making him struggle, she taught him an easier way to chase the goddess's blessings. Yet it still left the young man hungering for answers. The woman tells her, "This method is how we donate." They forced the boy to finally get it all, then shoved Shiro to hurry because they wanted to get home ASAP. The nun is panicking, yelling that the energy is vanishing, but he couldn't care less. And even when she begs to pull him back, it never hits the same again. It's one crazy question. How much money would he have to donate? So the woman snaps back that it's 100 coins. But the truth hits hard. It's really just 10 gold coins. And for that young man, that's hardly even work. Suki tosses the money toward the woman and tells her it's for the goddess. The nun beams at him, then slips in a wish that lands like a promise, and the goddess grants the boy her blessing. He's the chosen one, the one, over and over again. It was so fed up with that kind of seller, and honestly, he couldn't believe there were still people like that out there in the world. He clocks Shiro's distracted vibe and snaps, "Hey, what's wrong?" Then the girl blurts out that she caught the scent of food coming from somewhere, and the second the protagonist hears it, he's like, that has to be a giant cafeteria-style room. Inside, a whole crowd of nuns waited, jugging back drinks and striking the match, one right after another. One of them burst into laughter, amazed they pulled it off with nothing but the money they got from the faithful. "It's..." Suzuki leaned into the crack, only to stop dead. Everything that was unfolding felt like a total letdown. He shut the door with a heavy sigh, sadness plain on his face. Then, before the moment could swallow him, he cracked it open again, stared like his life depended on it, and watched one of them smugly brag about uncorking yet another brand new bottle. Those women were wild, and they kept eyeing each other's outfits, dripping judgment like it was the sport of the day, plotting to burn the faithful's money on useless, frivolous things, always encouraging him, no matter what. Right after that, they're one more key step from the door again. He knew right away that place wasn't a church. It was a hidden base, running all kinds of filthy business under the radar. That's why he yanks Shiro in and orders them to haul ass out only for him to turn and realize the girl isn't beside him anymore because she's just calmly chowing down on a chicken leg, chasing down the nuns, only for them to shrug and admit they had no clue where that adorable kid had come from. That's when they spot someone lurking and peeking through the door and swung it wide open, startling the spooky presence, and sent him crashing down to the ground. One of them stares him down, yells, "That's not you, there's no way you're pulling off something like that again." The protagonist shot back with a quick excuse. He claimed he got lost while quietly insisting he never saw anything going on inside. But none of that mattered anymore, because once they'd been seen, the damage was already done. He had to obey every command. And then he finally got to go home in peace. That nun reinforces one thing. He's got to be ultra-obedient, no exceptions. Uki Suwalo gritted through the uncertainty, firing off one hard question after another about what those people were really doing. Before he could even catch his breath, the women yanked him over and strapped him to a chair inside. Rude Wen blasted straight into the boy's face like the world was mocking him. As Shiro dug into the food, he couldn't help but wonder, what was he supposed to do next? One of the girls snapped that he couldn't leave the room. She leveled her weapon at his chest and pressing the protagonist hard, demanding to know exactly what they'd seen. When the silence started rattling her nerves, she refused to stay quiet and insisted, but the boy hesitated, refusing to spill a single answer. It had to be a joke, right? When she saw he wasn't about to spill a single secret, she shot back that there was a same. There's that saying about silence being golden, and yes, oh, it all just felt like silence was the whole point. A nasty misunderstanding hit, and maybe the kid just saw it wrong. That little jab lit a fuse under the protagonist. He steamed at the idea that church sisters could be caught drinking and smoking, and he snapped that their sisterly rules were being disrespected, while her sharp question about whether he'd even heard the captain only made his words cut harder. That exact mix-up was the one he'd already spotted coming. Turns out, the wine was treated like God's blood, and the church let everyone drink it, while the cigars were rolled from sacred leaves, tightly wrapped and holy. So yeah, it was basically a pressure release for divine energy, and here's the truth. The Search Sisters survived on offerings gifts people gave them as they cleared away impurities, one purification at a time. So they grabbed the faithful's money and stuffed their own bellies, and if they banned cigars and drinks, that divine energy of theirs would start draining away fast. This last bit left Uki scratching his head, but the nuns were already losing patience, and they snapped that they had no idea who ever taught him the church's basics. But if it ever hurt an innocent soul, the divine power would wither yet. If he truly became a martyr for his faith, the goddess would rain down her blessing, which meant those nuns weren't faking a thing. So the boy picked up right where he left off, wondering hard if praying every single day could really unlock healing magic for him. And one of the women tells him, if you truly believe in it, your faith will supercharge that energy and your magic power will skyrocket. That's why a saint ended up right there beside the captain. Seeing that woman in front of him absolutely wrecked his pride. He couldn't even process what he was looking at. I couldn't shake the feeling she was a saint, sure. Saints were supposed to be kind, noble, and somehow smell like flowers. But this woman reeked of booze and cigarettes, and she swung that huge cross around like it was a weapon. Lost in thought, he listened as the nuns bickered over one burning question. Was the captain truly a saint or not? But she didn't bat an eye. She insisted she was one of the exceptions, and she still couldn't believe the universe picked her. It was downright splendid, packed with all kinds of physical power. Yet the moment they called her captain, Itsuki froze in pure confusion because weren't they supposed to be sisters? One of the girls leans in and says, I was the captain of the chivalric order of priestesses, and I cut down the undead to save the innocent. So that's why they gave me my name. Then Itsuki clicks. She's the one who's leading the whole order, and the woman can practically see the doubt on everyone's faces. How could someone as small and ordinary as a little girl possibly be in charge? But she swears it's all the goddess's blessing one hand, and she can still swing that colossal steel cross like it weighs nothing. After that, her body stiffened up and every ounce of softness vanished, and she snaps that the goddess is downright vicious for handing that fate to the blonde. but the boy can't shake it. He wonders if she ever hated the power that crushed the world around her, which the nun basically already knew, and still she felt a huge wave of relief, because he didn't end up looking like some hulking, muscle-bound monster after all. Still, Itsuki couldn't help thinking it was awesome. Her words instantly caught the sisters off guard, and he keeps pressing the point, saying that even if it wasn't a power she wanted, she still wouldn't go out there and help just anybody, and in his eyes, the goddess is a total powerhouse when it comes to playing smart. Captain Teresa didn't just enter the room, she showed up like a storm you can't stop, and when she spoke, her words hit like a shockwave. Backed up by the other girls one after another, they poured in around her, but she said it so casually, like, "Yeah, I'm taking all of them." Shiro kept munching her little bread, grinning as she declared it absolutely delicious. And that's where the video slams the brakes and ends. Don't blink, because you'll miss the next part. Smash that notification bell so you don't miss a single episode.